Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to TopstepTV. This is the opening call today, Tuesday, July 21st, 2026. We got a great day of trading lined up ahead for you today. Starting with the opening call, I'm Jay. In the middle, that is John the Goat Hoagland, and to the far right, that is JD. Hoag, JD, it is good to be back on the opening call with you guys. How are we doing this morning?
Doing well. It's great to have you back, Jay. Good morning. Good morning, JD. Good morning, everybody. Happy Turnaround Tuesday. Let's see what happens. JD, how you feeling, pal?
Very good, very good. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Tuesday indeed. Happy Turnaround Tuesday. Are we going to get a Turnaround Tuesday? Let's see what happens. What do you think, guys?
Markets are already kind of turning around from yesterday. We had a decent sell-off yesterday, but we are back on the bid here in the equities. Does it turn around again? Is this like a 3-point turn where we go back to the downside? We'll see what happens here. But the equities are on the bid right now. Nasdaq's up almost 1.5% right now. What do you think, Hoag?
A 3-point turnaround Tuesday. That's a new one for us, Jay. I like it. I like it. We'll see what happens.
We will see. We do have gold opening up in a few minutes here. Gold does open up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. Metals are on the bid. Silver is our biggest percentage mover to the upside right now. We are going to take a look at that 1-minute opening range trade in gold. Again, gold opens at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We'll look at a 1-minute opening range and a 1-minute candle to close outside of that range for confirmation of a trade in either direction. Nice bid in the metals last night. Gold right now trading 40.65. Hoag, they keep front running our 3,500 bids. What are we thinking for an opening range trade here? You guys like where we are for a potential trade?
Well, I mean, personally, I like it because, we've finally seen at least some directional activity away from 4,000. We've been wondering where the buyers are. They've just been kind of sitting pat here. Maybe they're back in, but we're open above range, above value, perhaps turnaround Tuesday in gold from the downside to the upside. Who knows? But I do like the fact that we are out of balance this morning. So I think that improves our probabilities of a positive opening range trade. Let's see what you guys think. What are you thinking?
What are you thinking, JD?
I'm liking it, Just like Hoag said, we're opening outside range, outside value. We're out of balance, which is a good setup for these opening range breakout trades. We want to see some directional move, and we got that overnight. Yeah, I'm okay to take it. Let's do it. We don't have any 730 numbers coming up, nothing to get in our way. Shouldn't be any knee-jerk type reactions to anything unless a tape bomb or a headline creates a tape bomb, but that's just the world we live in now, right? So yes,
Yes, it
I'm
is.
totally good. I'm good taking this trade.
Well, let's do it. In a couple minutes, we will be looking at that gold opening range trade. Let us know in the chat if you are taking that trade as well. We do have Besson speaking right now, kind of talking about everything, talking about the economy, talking about AI, talking about Canada trade. We got an update on some tariffs. He says this is just reciprocity, and he's talking about COVID. So kind of spraying all fields right now from Besson. And like JD mentioned, any other headlines, we will bring those to you. Shout out to Lane Trader in the chat saying watching the Trader meetup, hilarious. If you haven't seen Trader House on Topstep YouTube channel, it's right there on the YouTube channel. All 3 episodes, full season 1 is out already. You can go check those out. And gold is opening up for business here in about 5 seconds. Up 1.2% on the day right now, trading 40.63.50.
There is the alarm. It's not going off. There it goes. All right, that's our 720 gold alarm. Gold is open.
Sounds like a little. I don't think we've ever heard that much of the alarm, JD. You're pretty quick with turning it off. Sounds like a little lullaby.
Yeah, I hit the button like 3 times too. It wasn't reacting.
It's like one of those alarms where you have to do math to turn it off. Have you seen that?
No, I have not.
Like
What is this?
Yeah. So it's so easy to hit snooze, right, on your alarm that there's an app where you have an alarm, but you have to solve a math problem to turn it off.
Interesting.
And it's a way to make sure you wake up in the morning instead of just hitting that snooze button. I would never put anything like that on my phone. If I'm gonna hit snooze, there's a reason. But if you have problems waking up, there is an app for you.
If it's like, 1 plus 1, I'm okay with that. But if it's like calculating the volume of a cylinder, I may have a problem with that. An
Right.
alarm might be going on for a little while. Maybe it just wants to be on TV. Who knows?
Right.
And a little break
Even if I'm fully
below
awake.
the opening range here. No signal yet.
Ooh, just a couple ticks.
We got a high, the
So
opening
we got-
range 40.65.80, a low 40.62.50. We did take a look below.
Just a couple ticks. I think we're going to invalidate this one. Looks like it wants to
that
pop
away.
now. Looking like gold will do the heavy lifting for us, meaning an invalidated trade, so no setup. If we take out this high at 40.65.80, which it looks like we're
going to.
just about to do. Just a couple ticks away now.
Very surprising. Yeah. It'd be very surprising if we don't take out this high.
Yeah, right. We got within just a couple ticks. Let's see what it does. Right now, our only option is to be short on this trade because we took out the low, right? Is it going to come back down in reverse?
Gold's trying to take everybody's money again today. We'll see what happens
It
here.
is.
40.64 last trade here in gold. 62% short tilt right now. Average price
Looking very-
40.59.
Looking very trappy. Very trappy. There's no signal yet.
This candle's going to close right back inside the middle of the range as well. And no signal. Let's take a look at that economic calendar, JD. Is gold potentially waiting for something? It's pretty quiet on the calendar today. Do we have anything to look out for?
I mean, we had the
You always gotta look up the headlines.
ADP. Yeah, we had the ADP number come out at about 7:15 a.m. Central Time just a few minutes ago. That number came out with a small increase in private payrolls. Where did you go? ADP came in at 16.5 thousand new private payrolls forecasted, or previous, as compared to 19.75 thousand week over week. So a little dip in private payrolls, according to ADP. And that's really it for the calendar today. I didn't even put a calendar together today because there was nothing on it. We do have some earnings after the bell. I think Hoag's got a better pulse on the earnings for today. But yeah, Eco Calendar. Now there's a Treasury buyback announcement at 10 o'clock Central Time. 6-week bill auction at 10:30 a.m. Central Time. And that's really it. Fed's in a blackout period, so we're not going to hear from any talking Feds today. We have a Fed meeting next week. So they have all been silenced. And that's about it. We are a headline-driven market
Invalidated.
today. Yes,
We
gold
are
is
invalidated for our gold trade, too.
There it goes. There it goes. One little look below the low invalidates the trade. We did close above the high. Let us know if you do take that trade on whatever time frame you might be taking it. Gold right now trading 40.67.50. Seen a nice little bid come in there now, so good no trade there. Hoag, let's go through that checklist. Let's make sure we are prepared for the trading day. No planned numbers, but we know the unplanned headlines are always around the corner. Got to make sure we have a trading plan. Hoag.
Absolutely.
Let's go through that checklist.
Only one thing you can do to be prepared for those is to put on a stop. Always wear a stop.
Yep.
So daily checklist, pre-market research. That's what we're doing here. It's always about context, risk management, and patience. We've got our morning checklist. I've got my coffee, my water, did my meditation, got the dog outside. We're all set for that. Mindset check. If you are in the wrong frame of mind to trade, it can affect your decision-making process. Say it every morning. Happy traders make better traders. And it is so true. You've got trade entry checklist, your hypotheses, what's going to get you into those trades, what's going to get you out of those trades. Make sure you note those trades, do your journal throughout the day, because at the end of the day, you're going to do your post-market checklist, which should include, of course, finishing and reviewing your journal, reviewing each of the trades you took, and watching at the buzzer at the end of the day with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. We mentioned some earnings earlier just to talk about what came out earlier today. There was nothing huge really, but there's so much green on the screen so far with the earnings that have come out. They've been, in my opinion, overwhelmingly positive. We had Novartis, Schwab, 3M, Northrop Grumman, GM, and MSCI, just the larger cap earnings that came out today, and every one of them beat on both categories of earnings per share and revenues. Interactive brokers after the close today, but a lot of folks really focusing on what's coming out tomorrow after the close. We've got Tesla, we've got Alphabet slash Google, IBM also coming out after the close tomorrow, and some biggies tomorrow morning as well. One of the GEs is due out tomorrow. AT&T in the morning. Moody's, CME Group due out tomorrow morning. But a lot of focus in the afternoon. The release is tomorrow after the close again. Tesla, Alphabet, IBM should be an interesting one after the kerfuffle they have just gone through. So we'll see. So far, though, earnings overwhelmingly positive just at the very beginning here of earnings season. So things looking good as far as earnings are concerned.
Good stuff, though. Thank you for that, Hogue. Good no trade there in gold, up 1.25% right now. We're going to take a look at these gold charts in just a minute. But JD, towards the end of the day yesterday, we heard some updates on Canada tariffs. You got an update on that story?
Sure do. 50% tariffs on Canada. We're at risk of another trade war here. Let's roll it. That's right. The president has imposed a new 50% tariff on Canada, threatening a trade war with the United States' second top trading partner. Trump is invoking a 1930 trade law to impose the tariff. The law allows a president to tariff goods up to 50% without congressional approval when a country is believed to be discriminating against American goods. However, the law has never been applied in this way. It would apply to certain Canadian goods like electric equipment and machinery, but imports like critical minerals, fish, and energy products would be excluded. The tariffs will not take effect for 30 days. Ontario's premier has encouraged Canada to retaliate with its own tariffs. We've got a little tariff battle going on again. The T word is back in the mix.
The T word is back. The T word is back. If you didn't get enough volatility, well, here's some tariffs. See how that plays out in the markets. OG Jeff, is this a live Topstep or did I transport back in time? We're live. You are here with us. Thank you for joining us. Today is July 21st, 2026. It is currently 8:29 Eastern Time. Thanks for joining. If you really want to check if we're live or not, there's a like button right under the stream. If you hit that and the number goes up, you are in fact here at the right moment in time. So we appreciate you being here. Thank you for joining.
So far, I'm pretty sure I'm alive.
Oh yeah.
If you were transported back in time a day, what would you do?
It's a great question. That is a great question. Well, first, how far back would you go?
Just a day. If you were transported back in time, one day, one single day, what would the move be? What would be your first move, I should say? Would you try and make money? Would you, I don't know.
Save a life?
Yeah, something like that.
That's a great question. JD asking some thought-provoking questions to wake you up this morning here on Topstep TV. We got no numbers out here at the bottom of the hour, so let us know in the chat what you would do if you got a one-day time machine. And we're going to take a look at these gold charts. Hogue, what are we seeing on the daily in gold?
Okay, so the story continues around this $4,000 level. It has been very indecisive. While we did stack up a whole bunch of open interest down to this level for the last 3 or 4 days, we've been seeing open interest falling. We dropped 800 yesterday, which isn't a big number. And overall, I think we've lost maybe about 10,000 contracts over the last 4 days. But that seems to make sense because there hasn't really been any visible or kind of usable decision away from this level. We've been seeing buyers below that 4,000 level. There was a little bit of hope last week that we may break to the downside and give everybody an opportunity to purchase gold at cheaper levels, but that opportunity seems to have gone by the wayside, at least for now. Overnight, we saw a pretty decent move to the upside, losing open interest over the last 4 days. Though all those traders, if those were liquidations, they're going to have to get back into this market at some point. And it looks like right now they are coming back into the long side. So, um, the medium time frame, trend is to the downside. We've got all our moving averages to the downside. We've got the 200 session pretty much flattening out, and it's all the way up at 45,000. Excuse me, 4,576. Probably not going to be a factor today. But the structure's still to the downside. Where does that structure break? Well, the first structure break to me would be acceptance back above 4136, which is weekly kickoff high. Don't know if we're going to see that. Another little bit of caveat to being able to realize the usefulness of open interest and volume is we are coming into rollover. We will be moving into the December contract, but gold is one of those contracts that is very difficult to put a finger on what day that is going to happen. Judging by open interest, there's about a half as much interest in the December contract as there is in the August. We're looking at about 212,000 in the August contract, while we're looking at 116,000 in the December contract. So obviously, the positions are starting to move into the December contract. We still have significantly higher volume in the August contract, and believe you and me, we'll be watching that volume to try and pick the right day to get the switch taken care of. And again, gold makes it a little bit more difficult to pick that day. So for now, we're still in the August contract coming into rollover. Keep that in mind as the market does have a tendency to try and remain somewhat range bound. If we don't get a break above that weekly kickoff high up here at 4136, I could see the current area of balance, let's just call it, well, last week's low, last week's high, as a potential rollover range. We'll see how this plays out, of course. Just be aware it is coming into rollover. And this is my favorite rollover in gold because there's 3 or 4 months where we don't have to worry about rollover in gold because August all the way to September gives us a lot of time to remain in that December front month. And some things can be brewing during that time, as we've seen in the past. The beginning of the years tends to bring some big changes to the gold market. We'll see how this plays out. But as far as the daily chart, we are setting up an area of balance. The medium time frame trend is to the downside. We break that trend on acceptance above 4136. Jay, what are you thinking here on the daily chart?
On the daily here, Hogue in gold, we got this big head and shoulders. Got this big head and shoulders pattern here on the daily in gold, and we're right at the neckline, right around those 4,000s, those major 4,000s there. Buyers are stepping up. Daily ATR in gold, just under $100, $98 right now. And like you mentioned, we're in this rollover range. We keep testing into that major 4,000 level, and we continue to find buyers there. Do we get directional again after rollover is my question here in gold. Looking at the 20 moving average here on the daily, it's right at 40.7160. So what I'd be looking for today for buyers, the goal is, can they close a daily candle above the 20 moving average, and then maybe we get that rotation back up to the 50. But that 20 moving average has been acting as a resistance pretty much since the beginning of May. We've seen that 20 moving average act as a resistance. If we can find some buying, see some sustained pressure above that, that could be the start to the the change of a trend. But we can see the rejection up there right now. The high of the session, 40.8840, and we're back under that 20 moving average at 40.7150. So we'll see how today closes. It is a balanced market until it is not. What are you seeing on the 30 here, Hogue?
Jay, I didn't know. I knew you were creative. I knew you were an excellent singer, but you're a multidisciplined artist, aren't you? You've got, such creative ideas on these charts. It's fantastic. I saw that face.
I appreciate that,
like,
Hogue.
Okay, so here's that $4,000 level. How many times have we looked down below it and rejected? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost. And now finally we start to see some buying coming in the overnight last night. How was the volume last night? Well, the volume was pretty decent. I'm just kind of trying to eyeball from last night's volume, and it was pretty decent. So this move to the upside, it doesn't seem as hollow as it would if it was just in a S&P overnight inventory that's shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. There may be some new buying coming into this market. Now we have overnight inventory exceedingly long. The market opened down here about 5 o'clock last night. Let's just call the open 4,011. We're trading 4,060. The VWAP is still tilted to the upside. Our moving averages are now looking to the upside. All right, so overnight inventory. If we do find some buyers up here, that's going to create the opportunity for all of these overnight longs to hold on to those positions and see if they can continue this move to the upside. Already, however, we've tested to a naked point of control from back here on the 15th of July. Naked point of control, popular place, high volume node from a previous day that has not been revisited during regular trading hours, and we just traded to it in regular trading hours, and we find sellers up against that level. So we're still, in my opinion, because of the respect of this short time frame level, we're still short time frame controlled. Overnight inventory is now starting to unravel, which, if we are buyers, would give us better trade locations. So what we might start to look at is gap guidelines. If we can't close the gap to the high from yesterday's regular trading hour session, which was 4,030.20, then we start to look for opportunities for long. So I'm going to let this overnight inventory adjust. I'm going to start looking for opportunities for reversal patterns to see if maybe we can get this market back to the upside. We've been looking for this market to break the 4,000 level to get us down to that 3,500 level. The market has been denying us the ability to do that. What is happening? What is happening? The market is attempting to continue the move to the downside. How good of a job is it doing? Not very well. It has only closed one day below that 4,000 level. That was last Thursday, and then closed the week back above that level. So on the weekly chart, there's an area of excess on this low. We have an area of excess on the low from yesterday, an area of excess on the low here. So the downside auctions seem to be, ending with some sort of degree of excess, and new upside auctions are beginning to ensue after those kind of excess lows. So it still says to me that we're not really bringing in sellers down below here. We've kind of stopped bringing in buyers, but those buyers come back in. We've got some basing down here. The daily chart, there's nothing really but wicks down below this 4,000 level. Finally, we see some some movement to the upside here. So I'm kind of looking this as basing. If we can continue the push to the upside, I can see this market growing some legs. 41.36 weekly kickoff high. Above that, I think we kind of break downside structure and we see the market possibly continue the move to the upside. We've got a lot of work to do, and I still think right now, over the past few sessions, we are very much in short time frame control. The respect of that point of control says we're still in short time frame control, and we're not seeing any real kind of divergences in delta either. We've been losing open interest over the past few sessions. We need some new business to come into this market for something bigger to happen and for us to get away from this 4,000 level in either direction. And I welcome either direction. But for now, I think the main hypothesis is if we can't close the session gap to yesterday's session high, I'll start looking for opportunities for longs and continuation to the upside. Overnight inventory adjustment can bring me better trade location for that. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30?
We're kind of seeing some of that overnight inventory adjustment right now here, Hogue. We did have, if you were watching slow markets last night, you know that I was getting long gold on this kind of failed break to the downside. Here's the first 30-minute range. Hogue mentioned we had price and volume. We had price leave that range to the downside, but volume did not. And once we got back above that VWAP, looked like a decent opportunity to get long. I didn't think gold was going all the way up here, but there was somebody in the chat last night during slow markets that said, "What do you think about holding gold until 40.70?" Hopefully you held that trade because it was a pretty nice trade. You were long from around 40.30, so about a $40 trade there in gold. And we're seeing that overnight inventory kind of come back to an upsloping VWAP right now. And like you mentioned, Hogue, some decent volume in the overnight session. I'm keeping this in the back of my mind, and I don't know how much this is actually going to affect price, but at the end of the week, China is cutting off retail futures trading in gold. And I'm just curious to see how that affects price, if at all. There's a couple of Chinese banks that are no longer allowing speculators to trade paper gold prices. And we see a lot of movement in the overnight session during the Asia session when the markets open up. Just curious to see how, if at all, that has any effect on gold prices. I saw an article that said Goldman Sachs believes that China central banks are still buying physical gold. But we'll see what happens there. But as far as a day trade goes, it's an uptrend for the day so far in a range-bound market.
Want it all for themselves.
Exactly, Hogue. We got up to resistance 2, which is at 40.74. Again, that 20-day moving average is right around that 40.70 area as well. So I don't know that I want to be establishing longs above that. But like you mentioned, Hogue, if you get a pullback, like we're kind of seeing right now, into this VWAP, maybe into the 40.40 area, for an opportunity to get back in long, could be an opportunity to trade up into that 20-day moving average again. But it's a balanced market until it's not. So I'm just cautious of looking for breakout trades in either direction here as we continue to see this pullback. Gold up just over 1% on the day, 65% short tilt. But that's what I'm seeing there, Hogue. Silver up also, biggest percentage mover to the upside right now, just under 4%. So it seems like metals are on the bid for the day.
Yeah, the profile yesterday was a neutral day. Price traded both sides outside of the initial balance on both ends. That is a day that usually is indicating that price should begin to start looking for new levels to facilitate trade. And that rally last night, I think you could say, was an effort to push price to a new level to facilitate trade. If we facilitate trade up here, spend time, acceptance at higher pricing could lead to higher pricing in the future. So we'll see. So we've got for gold here this morning, folks.
Good stuff, Hogue. We're going to take a look at the S&P coming up next. But before we do that, JD, we got some updates on stocks overnight.
Yes, we sure do. Overnight, stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. The Nikkei closed up 3.26%. The Shanghai Composite closed up 1.79%. The Kospi, the Korean stock price index, closed up 3.56%. And the lone laggard, the Hang Seng Index, took a little bit of a hit, closing down 0.04%. Stocks in Europe also currently trading a little, call it mixed this morning. The DAX is currently unchanged. The FTSE is trading up 0.08%. The CAC 40 is down 0.11%, and the Stock 600 is up 0.02%. Very marginal gains and losses in Europe so far this morning. US dollar index is ticking up just a little bit to 101.023. The VIX is down a couple ticks to 17.9, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, pardon me, up a few ticks also to 4.606% going into the equity open. Back to you guys. Let's talk some S&P charts. Let's do it.
All right. So starting with the daily in the ES, last week's low so far, Monday and today has really kind of put in the low of the sessions from yesterday and so far today. So we are seeing some support down there. Yesterday we added 8,100 estimated contracts to the downside yesterday. That tells me that yes, we had some probably retail shorter time frame traders anticipating a break below these lows. Now, if you wanted to, you could probably put in a little bit of a trend line here, and if that is the case, that would be also shorts anticipating a break of weekly kickoff low. If they're looking at it, not everybody sees those. Only we get to see those. But if we break that weekly kickoff low and this trend line, then I think that those shorts that came into the market yesterday would be pretty happy. Right now, they're not. But this is what range-bound markets do. It is a narrowing range. When we get to the lower extreme of the range, we have a tendency to everybody trying to get in short to look for the big breakout to the downside, which lowers the probability of it. You could say that the support level we have here has trapped some shorts, and those shorts are currently underwater. So there's nothing as far as the market state that has changed. We are still in balance. We are still in rotational narrowing balance. And guess what? We're still inside the Friday, June 5th bar. How long are we going to be hanging out in there? Jay, what are you seeing on the daily?
Exactly that, Hogue. I went and saw that movie, The Odyssey, yesterday. And one thing they didn't do was count the amount of days they were on those boats because they would have driven themselves crazy. And I think I'm starting to lose count of how many days we are in this June 5th candle range. But if you wanted to know, we're approaching 50 calendar days inside of this range, 46 calendar days, 32 trading days. And we have not seen a serious move in either direction outside of this range. So, here we are in the middle of it. A decent enough range to trade. 85 point daily ATR. So far, high to low range, we're at about 56 points. And it is up one day, down the next. The eventual move out of this range, Hogue, I think we should celebrate it. I mean, it's kind of how I felt in the end of March into April. It's like, wow, the markets are finally directional. There's not a lot of overlap on the daily charts. Some of the easiest trade, I hate to say easy when it comes to trading, but when the market picks a direction, it cuts off one side. The good thing about this is that there's a trade for anybody, right? There's a potential long, there's a potential short. Any day that we've been inside this range so far, I would be very conscious of getting married to a bias near the extremes of the day. We continue to say that. The market looks like it's going to break down, make a new low. Here's the trend for the rest of the day. And then something happens. It's like a headline comes out, or a tape bomb hits, and the market changes direction. So just be cautious of establishing positions, momentum breakout positions near the extremes. And I think there's a ton of great trade opportunity here. The 20 moving average is below the 50, slightly, about a 7-point difference. 75.32 is the 20, 75.39 is the 50. But we are still in balance here, Hogue. Richard says, I must have been the only one in that theater. Surprisingly not. There were a decent amount of people in there watching that movie. And I went in the afternoon. But there was a good amount of people there. Great film. What are you seeing on the 30, Hogue?
All right. So, yeah, I mean, what Jay was saying is basically balanced the breakout rules. We're going to fade the extremes until something changes, and until it fails, until we get a successful breakout out of the current range, and And we are kind of approaching the bottom end of the narrowing range in the last couple of days. We had well, we're kind of starting the third day in balance and in range here. So we're setting up a short time frame area of balance. So those extremes would be last week's low, 74.73. How about yesterday's session high, 75.52? We are right in the middle of the range from yesterday, and value. Now, value did move a little bit higher. Point of control did move a little bit higher. The market is attempting to move higher, but is it doing a good job of it? That's something that we all have to decide. Uh, Overnight inventory, I mean, you could say that we do have a little bit of overnight inventory. The market opened right around here, 74.84. We are trading higher, but again, we're inside value low and value high. Value low is looking at, well, let's just say approximately 7,500. Value high, 75.40. And we're in the middle of it. We're in the middle of range, in the middle of value. Try and stay patient today. There's very little change in the perception of value, even with the earnings that came out today. We didn't have any like economic numbers. It's a really thin week for that. We've got really important earnings tomorrow after the close. Is this starting to look like multiple time frames are just positioning themselves, getting out of positions or hedging themselves or anything goofy that might happen the earnings tomorrow? We know we got coming next week as well. Are we going to just kind of hang in this range? If that's the case, balance the breakout rules apply, focus on the extremes for your opportunities. Reversion trades against those extremes might give you the best opportunity, number one, to limit risk and to kind of bring price back to the center of the range or a point of control. Are we in anticipation mode, I guess, is the question I'm asking. Jay, what do you think?
Yeah, it kind of feels like that, Hogue. Looking at the S&P here, it's like, what is going to do it? We've had a bunch of numbers and some numbers that feels like in a normal situation would have gotten us moving. I'm talking about the inflation data that we got last week. Those numbers you would think gave us the potential to get out of this range, but that couldn't do it either. So it feels like the market is anticipating something. What that thing is, I think is still yet to be determined here. But we do have that long overnight inventory. Looking at the S&P, it's kind of doing what we were maybe looking for gold to do. We had long overnight inventory. We did reject at resistance 1 here. And I like using these pivots, especially in this range-bound market. And we'll take a look at the NASDAQ in just a few. But these pivots are based on the volatility of the market and the prior day's volatility. And we can see the rejection up here at resistance 175.31 and a quarter. We have the pivot price 75.04s with VWAP above that right now. So overnight inventory clearly to the long side. Is this somewhat of a hollow move? Maybe because it's on overnight volume, but we did reject below that pivot. Daily ATR 85 points. We're at 57 high to low. So there is about 25-ish points available on either side if we see an at range day. Nice little pullback here. If I'm getting long, I'm looking at the pivot up here or resistance 175.31 as a potential resistance spot. So I don't want to establish longs into this, but if I'm long, maybe thinking position management into that area. We are doing all of this below the 200 moving average, but volume for the overnight session is pushing to the upside here, Hogue. If you were long in the overnight, great trade. But right now I'm seeing, not a definitive trade in either direction. So patience into the New York session opening, kind of seeing how the market plays out from there. That's been the case for the last month and a half here, Hogue. If I get too married to a bias in the equities, the market is usually pretty quickly turning around on that. So take the trades that are in front of you and go from there. I think is the right call here. Anything else you want to mention on the S&P, Hogue?
No, just the profile yesterday was normal variation extreme. The market kind of looked to the upside and then just kind of, a little bit of a trend to the downside. Closing very weak yesterday. Settlement was 74.84 quarter. But again, still inside range, overnight inventory long. We think we probably had some trapped shorts last night. into the close from yesterday, and a lot of this overnight inventory could potentially be some of those shorts covering, new longs coming in. Let's see if those new longs continue to come in and continue to pay those overnight longs and scare out those shorts from yesterday. That's about it for it. We'll see how this plays out. As always, always going to be interesting.
Yes, it is, Hogue. We do have U.S. Trade Representative Greer speaking now, speaking on AI, China. Everyone's talking about the same stuff. AI, China, Canada. Nothing major coming out of that. So we're going to take a look at oil. Oil opening up in about 3 minutes and 30 seconds, 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central. At the top of the hour, we'll take a look at the 1 minute opening range trade there as well. Oil up 2% right now. But JD, before we get into those charts, you have some updates on gas prices.
Yes, it's going to start costing a little more to fill up your tank very, very soon because escalating violence in Iran is driving up oil and gas prices once again. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan explains why prices are going up and how long drivers could be feeling a pinch at the pump. Let's roll it.
Drivers are paying more for gas once again. Monday, the national average for regular gas was $4 a gallon. That's up 13 cents in a week, according to AAA. It's because the escalating violence between the U.S. and Iran is driving up energy prices.
And the impact on oil prices will be dramatic.
Monday, global oil prices rose above $90 a barrel for the first time in more than a month. There's concerns the ongoing violence in the Middle East will deter oil producers from traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. One vessel traveling through the strait went up in flames when it was struck by what was described as an unknown projectile, the UK Maritime Authority said Monday.
There's no way out of the current impasse because the Iranians are insisting they will control the straits, and we're saying they will not.
Another issue is Iran repeatedly striking energy facilities in the Gulf.
It's about repairing the facilities that were damaged during the war. And the longer we wait, the longer we are going to have an obstruction in supplies.
Experts say the longer this war goes on, the longer oil and gas prices will remain high.
The biggest fear really is not knowing how this conflict will end.
For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
A lot of back and forth there. A lot of back and forth. But national average back above $4 for a gallon of gas right now.
A lot of back and forth, a lot of unknowns, a lot of uncertainties, nothing changing. That's the problem. We need change.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And hopefully,
you said it, Og.
As we all pray for every day, that change is peace.
Well said. Well said.
Absolutely, Og. Absolutely. Speaking of change, positive change here to the Topstep platform, Topstep X platform. Shout out to Tico in the chat saying, I love the fact that we can lock out our risk settings for the week now. If you didn't realize, the risk settings in your Topstep platform, I'm going to switch over to this risk settings real quick. I can set a personal daily loss limit. And one of the things you are able to do now on Topstep X, I know a bunch of traders were asking about this, was lock those risk settings for the week. Where before, you had the ability to change that kind of every day. I just set a personal daily loss limit, and that is now locked for the week. So I cannot go back and change that until the end of the week. That might be a very welcome risk setting for some of our traders out there. And shout out to the team that's continuing to improve this platform. But if you didn't know, now you know. Oil opening up here in about 15 seconds. We'll take a look at this 1 minute opening range trade. In just a few, 84.15 last trade here in oil. What are we thinking for this trade? We like where we are?
Yeah, out of range, out of balance, highs. This week's high is within reach. We could take that out. We could see $90 for WTI sometime soon. I've got 86.50 as our weekly kickoff high. That would be a near target if price continues to increase, and with the uncertainties, I don't see where the pullback's going to come in.
Absolutely. Seeing a little bit of a bid here in oil.
Just a bit. We got a 25 tick wide opening range so far. I'm showing a low. I'm looking at the micro contract. Got a low 84.07, high of 84.32 currently, and we're trading around the highs right now.
Same there
Picking
in the
up.
big contract.
Looks like we'll be closing this opening candle on the highs of the range. New high of 84.35. Keep ticking higher. Keep upticking, I should say.
Yesterday's high 84.60 up there. Now we got that 1 minute range close. 84.35 at the high, 84.07 at the low. And it looks like oil wants to go trade that low again. We'll see what happens here. And we're waiting for a 1 minute candle to close outside of this range for confirmation of a trade in either direction. There was a decent amount of volume that traded about 15 minutes ago, right in this area in oil. See how this plays
No signal
out.
yet. Did not take out the high in the micro contract on this
Nor in the big.
first confirmation candle. All right. Trading kind of mid-range. I don't think we're going to get a signal on this first confirmation candle.
Doesn't look like another 10 seconds here.
Crude has a tendency to do that. Take its time.
It sure does. It sure does. We once waited a full, was it an hour, Hogue? For a candle to close outside of the opening range. These things happen.
There you go. That's a close inside. Hogue, let's take a look at the daily chart in gold and in oil. JD, let us know if we do get triggered into that trade. What are we seeing here on the daily, Hogue?
All right. So the short time frame trend is back to the upside. We had a short time front trend to the downside, right to the 200 session simple moving average. Things started changing. Things started happening again overseas, and we've got some more buyers coming into this market. The Hormuz supply is constantly in question. It is just a new normal. We don't know what's going to be the outcome of that. And of course, I know we are all hoping for peace. The Iran hostilities remain. They seem to be ramping up. All of this just leads us to believe that price is likely to continue this move to the upside. It's the ending of rollover is this week. We lost 12,000 contracts overall in all of the contracts, but we added 17,000 contracts in the September contract. So as liquidation occurs in the August, we're seeing a lot of new business coming into the September and the future contracts. Those are all rising in open interest, indicating that this rally is likely to continue. Added 17,000 contracts yesterday on an overlapping to higher day, a day that closed higher. An effort to continue the push to the upside was successful yesterday. And the fact that we see that open interest coming in, and we're still seeing the market trying to continue this push to the upside as we speak. And, I feel like if there is no good news that comes out, this market is just going to continue to rally as the uncertainties remain. As hostilities continue to fire up, there's just, I think the only thing that could save us here is when somebody finally says, okay, let's stop, let's talk, let's get some sort of thing happening and something that we can trust. Everything that has come out about this whole war, there's been, one side says one thing, the other side says another thing. One side says one thing, the other side says another thing. There's no trust in anything that anybody seems to be talking about in this. And until there is something we can trust, I think we're probably going to see higher pricing in crude oil. Just my opinion, not financial advice. We've got the rally going. The trend is to the upside. Open interest is increasing on moves to the upside. I'm giving this upside auction a grade of a B, not a B plus, just a B, because I think that there's still some legs to go with this move to the upside, as long as these hostilities remain and the question of the Strait of Hormuz is out there, and it's going to be out there. So, Jay, what are you thinking on the daily?
On the daily, this is bullish structure here, Hogue. I'm kind of remembering Friday where we talked about balanced breakout, and kind of reminded me of gold as well, where we talked about gold in this rollover range. Crude was in that rollover range as well. We've seen this breakout, and we said it on Friday. Once this starts to confirm the breakout, it's not a breakout that you want to fade, because sellers could be under pressure here if they're still holding shorts. We did have this gap down that we talked about kind of in the middle of June. We finally closed above that. Now it's acting as somewhat of a support. Daily 50-day moving average, $82.32. Yesterday was the first close above that 50-day moving average in almost 50 trading days. So there is some strength to this move to the upside here in crude. Of course, it's a fundamentally driven market. We're looking at the technicals, but the technicals as well as the fundamentals are bullish for prices in crude right now. $3.68 daily ATR. So far, we're at about a $3 range right now. So we'll see whether or not this is an anomaly day and we get an outside range day. Crude's already up 2% on the session. And if we continue to see range extension, I think it's going to be on the back of headlines. So make sure you stay tuned in to Topstep TV. We'll bring you any market moving news. But from a technical perspective, this is a extremely bullish market. If this was the equities, I'd be talking about where can we find an opportunity to buy it. But it's crude oil, so got to be conscious of the headlines, because that is what is driving this thing around. What are you seeing on the 30, Hogue?
So overnight inventory has ended up long. I mean, we kind of started pretty flat, stayed pretty flat. Now we're starting to get long and getting longer. Nuances. All right. Well, we're opening with a session gap above yesterday's session high, which was a relatively narrow range. It wasn't a neutral day. It was a normal variation, extreme day. But there are a couple of things. First, nuance, gap guidelines. If we can't close the gap to yesterday's range high yesterday, which was 82.61, that has me looking for longs. There was also the fact that we put up a late spike to the upside yesterday. It wasn't a very huge a late spike to the upside, but still it was a late spike to the upside. So the base of that late spike is 82.45. We spent the better part of the evening until 3 o'clock in the morning below that level. But once we broke back above that level, and the fact that we're going to be opening the regular trading hours above that level is another nuance that says price is being accepted at higher levels as we speak. The gap, the base of the late spike, until something changes or there is some sort of headline or something, I would be looking for opportunities to buy pullbacks in this market. Overnight inventory is long. That could bring us an opportunity for a pullback. We've got VWAP at $83. At this point, that would look cheap for buyers right now, wouldn't it? And it doesn't close the gap, and it keeps price above the base of the late spike. I'm not looking for anything short unless we see meaningful selling below the base of that late spike, and that's all the way down at 82.45. So I'm just going to continue to try and look for opportunities to buy weakness, to buy failed auctions to the downside in the short time frame in crude oil until something changes. And something could change at any time. ACH, if there is a tweet, even if it is not right, even if it is a lie, it can affect price. So be careful. If you're going to be trading crude oil today, demand good trade location on pullbacks, have a stop in, try and manage risk any way possible. I understand the market is already directional to the upside. It's so hard to buy a market in this condition. It's much easier to sell it because, well, this is the high. Why wouldn't I sell the high? Well, you sell the high and then you get stopped out. You sell the high and you get stopped out. You sell the high and you get stopped out. Don't fight a directional market. This is a directional market for the time being. It can change at any moment. I'm looking for opportunities for longs. Are we long in the house?
No.
No.
No signal, not yet. Okay. Understood.
It did
Jay, what are you
signal
seeing on the
along.
30?
It did signal
Okay.
along, Hogue. We were looking real trappy, though. We traded back inside. We retraced almost half of the opening range. I did not put a bid
Okay.
in. And if we come back down a little bit, I'm listening to what you're saying. You like the longs. So if it gives us another chance, we will get into this trade.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I put this a B on this auction process to the upside, it is doing very well, but the market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. If I give this an A, it's going to put in the high, so I'm giving it a B. I'm thinking it's probably going to continue. We'll see. Jay, what are you seeing
There
on
you
the
go.
30?
It's like, give it a B so you can do better. You can do better, market. All right, on the 30,
Yes.
what I'm seeing here, Hogue, we had a little bit of what Coach Paul has named a J trade in crude oil yesterday, and we talked about this during At the Buzzer, and I wish we would have gotten the trade location for the opening call here. Yesterday we had 7:30 Eastern time, 6:30 Central. That 30-minute candle tested the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart, and we don't get a lot of those, especially in a trending market. But we got that pullback, and then the high of that candle, 81.60, we did pull back into in the overnight session, and we're up about $3 from there. I'm in agreement with you here, Hogue. I'm not really looking for opportunities to short this market. And could we have some counter trend flows? Absolutely. But this is a market on a higher time frame. We looked at the daily; it's in an uptrend. On the 30-minute, it's in an uptrend as well. We are getting a little extended from VWAP here into resistance 1 into the high of the week, and there is somebody on the offer up here at 84.60 with about 160 contracts in crude oil. Let's see if they can get a fill here. But I'd be looking for opportunities to get long as well. Just from a technical perspective, a pullback to VWAP would be very welcome here. I think if I'm getting long, or maybe if we even pull back and hold 83.75-ish. We'll see what happens there, but structure is to the upside. It could be a trade where, like I said, for me, the best trade location would have been buying off the high of this 81.60 area here, off the high of that high volume candle. I didn't get that, so it might be a trade I have to look at and say, hey, it went without me. But this is oil. A 2.5% move is nothing if this market really wants to start pushing to the upside. So we'll see. Tough to buy it here, but that does not mean that it's a great short. So looking for opportunities to buy, failed selling, Hope.
DFADM. Don't fight a directional market.
That's it. That is it. 84.49 last trade here in oil, up 2.4% on the day. We got to give the people what they want. We had a poll up in the chat earlier and said, what markets are you going to focus on? Is it the NASDAQ, the S&P, crude oil, or gold? And of course, that poll is always going to come back the NASDAQ. So Hogue, we're going to give the people what they want. But before we do that, JD, we got some more news we could hit.
We sure do. A couple of weeks ago, we reported on drone operators or drones being operated over FIFA World Cup events and how they were being imposed a $100,000 fine for each infraction. Well, we've got a number now, folks. The FBI has seized more than 700 drones from restricted airspace around World Cup venues since the tournament started, basically. Let's roll it. A lot of hobbyists did not realize just how large those no-fly zones were. They spanned a 3.5-mile radius from around stadiums and sanctioned World Cup events in all 11 host cities. Federal agents didn't care if operators knew that or not. They made more arrests, questioned people, and took their drones away. People violating the restricted airspace face federal criminal charges and up to $100,000 fines for each infraction. Would you risk it? Would you risk it for a picture?
Not getting my toy taken away.
Right? Man. That's a lot of cheddar in drone fines around the World Cup.
$100,000. Yeah. What we said is when we reported this on this the last time, why would you think that's a good idea?
Right? Why would you do it?
Like, the World Cup is a great event. It's all about, there's a ton of money moving around. They're just not going to let people take free drone footage of it. Forget the safety concerns. It's just like, no, you're not going to get. If anyone's going to take drone footage, it's FIFA. So
yeah,
hopefully we don't have any of those people in the chat. No, not at all.
You're not gonna get better footage than the cameras in the stadium, right? So
right?
I don't know. Doesn't make any sense to me.
And that's why you didn't do it, JD. That's why you didn't do it. Let's try to make some sense of the NASDAQ here. 29,164 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Hogue, what are we seeing on the daily?
All right. So a little bit different than the S&Ps. The S&Ps still remains inside of the narrowing area of balance that we see here on the NASDAQ. But the NASDAQ broke on Friday below that trend line. Same trend line in the S&Ps, couple of 3, maybe 4 points of contact. We broke through it and we traded right down to a previous weekly kickoff low that is our weekly kickoff low this week, 28,375. 29,130 was last week's weekly kickoff low, and that's where the market really started to accelerate below that. How is the market doing? It's a breakout of a long time frame market state, and to me, the downside did not perform all that well. As a matter of fact, all we left on Friday was a pretty deep excess low. So I'm looking at now this as being more of a kind of a falling pennant. What would you call it? I'm going, with this, and then I'm also looking at this low and this low as points of contact. So instead of a a pennant, we're in kind of more of a falling triangle here. I'm very interested to see if this market is going to be able to recover above this 29,130 last week's weekly kickoff low, and to get back above this trend line here. The trend lines I'm not all that big on, but it does kind of give you the picture that these lows were supportive. They broke it. Does that become resistance? So this is a little bit of a different story than the S&Ps. What did we do yesterday? We added about 900 in open interest, and I'm looking at that open interest as increasing in shorts, but just a small amount, nothing too tremendous. But did we trap shorts on Friday? Did we trap a few more shorts yesterday? And are those shorts going to be enough to bring us back into our Dorito formation and have us reaccept inside of that and go back into rotational trade? What do you think, Jay? What are you looking at here?
I'm looking at the daily in gold here. Sorry, in the NASDAQ here, Hogue. We do have some separation between the 20 and 50 moving averages. 29,636 is the 20 moving average. 29,901 is the 50 moving average. But there's just this reluctance for the markets to trade lower. And someone reminded us in at the buzzer yesterday. They were, saying that the sell-off that we had, starting end of February through the end of March, there was a lot of overlap, right? We'd have a big down day and then 2 days of recovery, and it kind of feels the same way here in the NASDAQ, where it's just like it's holding on by a thread to just stay bid here, and it's kind of what we're seeing. Still two-sided trade. We're trading right at the low of that June 5th candle. 29,070 is that low. We're back inside that candle now. The 50 moving average is starting to trend lower. So if we continue to see that separation, we just might be, kind of slow rolling this sell-off here in the equities, which means that there are going to be some great trades to the long side along the way. Daily ATR 656 points so far, high to low range. We're at about 500. So there's opportunity on either side. That's what I'm seeing here. Can we close this daily candle back inside that June 5th candle, 29,070? What are we seeing on the 30, Hogue?
What could save us, Jay? Got a lot of
End of the war?
big tech earnings coming out. A lot of big
That too.
tech earnings coming out. That could be enough to save us. Here's the 30-minute chart. Value rising yesterday. Point of control rising yesterday. Closing the session gap yesterday. Getting pretty close to that trend line yesterday. And I think even most importantly, we have traded back to the 200 session simple moving average here on the 30-minute chart. It has been resistant since, back in the middle of July. We did see some activity above it, but since then it's been holding price right back to it now. Is this confluence? Is this an area of price that everybody's going to be looking at. And to me, yes, we've got that 200 session simple moving average. We've got yesterday's high. We've got the trend line just above that. We've got value high from yesterday around 29,100 just below that. And we've got a previous weekly kickoff level, 29,130 in this area. So this to me looks like a decision-making area. If the decision is good and we go into buying and we break out above this 200 session simple moving average and back above that trend line, we've got, some visual targets above 29,335 is a naked point of control from back here on the 16th. Naked point of control, popular price, the highest volume single price from that day. Very, very popular price. Comfort awaits us there, or at least that's what people think. And got to see if we can't break out of yesterday's range. What are you thinking, Jay? Lots going on in this area here.
A ton going on in this area, Hogue. And I'm looking at and keeping in the back of my mind that hollow moves get retraced unless there's an agreement. And we've moved 500 points to the upside in the overnight session on overnight volume. And we're stopping right here at this 200 moving average on the 30-minute. If buyers don't step in pretty aggressively on this New York session open with some volume, then we could very easily see a retracement of this move, which we've been seeing over the past month and a half or so. There's a big move in the overnight session that gets retraced on the New York session volume in both directions, right? This is not just to the short side. We've seen an overnight short get retraced when the New York volume comes in. So decision-making zone for sure. We're at yesterday's high. We're at that 200 moving average. We're above resistance 1, which is right at the low of that June 5th candle, with volume being below it. We're about 150 points extended from VWAP right now. This is going to be a very interesting day in the NASDAQ, but they all are. We're up right now over 1.5%. Maybe we get some good news and see some extension here. But from a technical perspective, buyers need to step in kind of right here, right now. And if they don't, we could see that return right back to that big fat round number of 29,000 in the NASDAQ, and then we'll go from there. That's what I'm seeing on the 30 here, Hogue. Anything else you want to add here, or should we get to that schedule?
Oh, let's get to the schedule and get on with the day.
Let's do it. JD, who do we got trading with us on Topstep TV today?
Excellent question. Coming up next in Fast Markets, we've got Andre and Jack here to lead the charge. They're going to be joined by a couple of rotating guests, Shike and Ted from 8:30 to 9:30. Hogue will be in there to do a little chart analysis, and Dakota from 9:30 to 11. Our man Muhammad will also be dropping in, and we might have a special guest coming in around 10 o'clock. Make sure you are here for it. At 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time, Hogue will be back for the morning highlights. He's going to do a little bit more chart analysis for everybody. Go over any trades that we take during Fast Markets and the trades that we didn't take here during the opening call. After that, 11:15, Powered Players. Jay's going to be back with Braden and Eric. Group coaching, Eric will be back again for a full hour of group coaching with Emmanuel and Hoop. If you've got a question for one of these Top Step coaches, we are going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little while. Grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and we are going to answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, we've got a Mindset Matters segment coming up. Everyone's favorite mindset coach, Robin Dane, is going to be here. She and Hogue will be answering all of your questions from the chat. We're going to put another form in the chat in just a little while. If you got a question for Hogue, Robin Dane, any trader mindset questions, this is your opportunity to get those answered live right here on Topstep TV. And then we are closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Mandy, and Eric. We've got a stacked lineup of tradertainment coming your way all day long right here on Topstep TV. Let's go.
Let's do it. Real quick note on micro Bitcoin. We got an inverse head and shoulders here. Micro Bitcoin, and is right at the neckline right now, trading 66.560s. It might be trying to break out. We'll see what happens here. We got a couple minutes until Fast Markets, JD. We got some more news. Do we want to hit that? We want to save it for later.
Absolutely. We could roll it. The Paramount Warner Brothers Discovery merger. It's on hold for the moment. A judge put the brakes on the merger, granting a temporary restraining order. Let's roll it. You heard me correctly. A judge issued a temporary restraining order for 2 weeks, preventing the companies from closing the deal this month. Attorneys general from 12 states filed a lawsuit claiming the merger violates antitrust law. The states will now seek a preliminary injunction, which could freeze the merger for months. The judge has set a hearing for August 3rd to consider the injunction. Lawyers for Paramount say they will present evidence against the argument that the deal violates antitrust laws. Bumping the brakes on the merger. Feel like we've been talking about this one for 2 years already, right?
Yeah, we seriously have. We really have. It'll go through when everyone can figure out how they make money from it.
It's true. You're 100% correct.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. It's kind of with everything, right? Prohibition, marijuana legalization. It's like, oh, we can tax that? Yeah, sure. Go ahead and do what you want. All right. Before I got any more hot takes, JD, get me out of here. Hogue, let's get into fast markets. Let's do the thing. Think we are ready to go. I see Ted here, Chike here, Andre's there, Jack is there. Let's do it, Hogue.
It's time to do the thing. JD, Jay, always a pleasure spending the morning with you. And of course, thanks to all of you for trusting us with your time this morning. We got a great show for you today. Always at the top of the chat here somewhere, we've got Shubham the Champ at the top of the chat again. We've got Altius Trading Group. Anastasios, haven't seen you for a while. Where you been? It's good to see you back. Charles Henry Square. We've got Mike 1970 Coog, Buddha Goalie, Tandra Takeoff, Dan Trader, Gorillionaire, Philly Trader, and X Trader on Topstep. There's a new name. Welcome, everybody. As always, when you sit down to trade, first thing I do is take a deep breath. Then I remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in my trading. Pray for peace every day. It is time for fast markets. Are you ready? I know I'm ready. It's coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to Fast Markets on TopstepTV. Tuesday, July 21st, and Andre with the realistic background. Where are you?
Where am I? What
I know where you are. It's a leading question. This is a live YouTube show. Where are you, Andre?
Where am I? I am in the brand new Topstep office. We just took over the entire building. Here we are doing the show out of the Topstep office for the first time. Here we go. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Lower left-hand corner, we got Chike in the house. Lower right-hand corner, Ted in the house. Let's get right into it. We got 90 seconds till the opening bell. Mr. Chike, thoughts coming into this Tuesday? Let's get it.
Good morning. I'm feeling quite optimistic for today. I do like the upside. I have quite a strong bias to the upside. And I do want to see 29,400s get hit. But I'm going to wait and see how the market opens, how aggressive it's going to be going into that open. And then I'll make my decision from there. But going into the market, I'm biased to the upside.
Upside, looking upside. All right, Ted, we got about 60 seconds till the opening bell. Thoughts, man? Good to see you.
Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. Nice background. 29, 75, 32. You might run into a little resistance in the ES. There's about a 48-point move, implied move, priced in. Look for 74.50 in SPX cash, which I think is 74.90 roughly. I'd love to see a pullback there to get long. But I'm using whole numbers, 74.50 cash, 74.75 cash as baseline entries for a long.
Okay. All right. Last year in the ES 75.23. Jack, take it away. We got
with 10 seconds here. I see that 74.90 level Ted's talking about too. Also the 50-day moving average. We're dancing right around it. Closed below it yesterday. Gonna get the bell in 3 seconds here. There we go. Initial pump.
All right, we are now open. Let's take a look at price. It's NQ trading 29,209, give or take. ES pretty muted. going on in crude oil? Crude trading $84.65. We continue to push higher. Here come the buyers now in the ES and NQ. Dow taking a page from their book, but looks like upside pressure. We got gold. Gold trading 40.55, give or take. Yes, I am in the office. We are in the office. This is happening in real time. What do we got for numbers? Numbers on the schedule pretty open in terms of anything on the calendar. Ted, implied moves. What are we thinking?
Yes. 48 points. So up 48 points in the S&P cash. You know, you sell it, you're on the market maker side. If it's down 48 points and you buy it, you're on the market maker side. And I like being on their side. Without saying any names, we know who they are. They're big boys, and they make a lot of money.
Ooh, all right.
Yes.
That's how you buy them T-Rexes, Andre.
Yeah, that's the only way to do it.
Exactly.
And Declaration of Independence. And the
That's
Declaration
right.
of Independence.
Some Nick Cage
all right.
stuff. Dinosaurs
Sellers.
and the Declaration of Independence. I got the 50-day SPX simple moving average mapped onto the futures at about 75.08. Take a look. I got the daily SPX chart here just to show spin really quick. We've obviously been consolidating. We're kind of in the middle of this range we've been in since the middle of May. Let me adjust this a little bit. So we are just under 2%, 1.85% off all-time highs in the SPX. And it's crazy how much people are losing their minds right now in the market and losing their margin accounts despite being, less than 2% off the all-time high.
Claims another victim. All right, Chica, you are leaning bullish. Last time I was on with you, typically you very deliberate in your approach. Take the first 15 minutes into the New York session, kind of observe, and if then, what are you seeing? Do you have a level for perhaps an entry for that long that you're looking?
So, not a level. It's more time based. So that same 2:45 p.m. is kind of where I'll be making my decision to go long or short. But right now, I do like the downside a little bit because my level at 7,530 on the ES has been held. It's been held for since roughly around 7:30. So if we continue to hold that level, I will be looking to the downside. But if we do break above that, then I am expecting 400s to get hit on the Nasdaq. Right now, just gonna stay patient and see how what side the market picks. And obviously, I just want to be on that same side.
All right, setting the stage. We got another rotation day. Every day it unwinds one way or the other. Today it's the semiconductors that are up. We got the semiconductor index up 4.5%. Software down 0.5%. Let's check the hyperscalers. Amazon off a little bit. Google off a tiny bit. So mainly it's just the semiconductors up. Not too much going on in the Mag 7. Besides, Micron is up 8% today. That's just what they do.
Every day.
Every day.
It's absolutely incredible. What do we have on the tilt? Tilt 50-50 across the board. Nothing on the calendar. We do have the president greeting the Lebanese president. Besides that,
this looks bearish.
Looks bearish, Ted?
Yeah, it's a small short MES.
Okay.
I think the level I'm waiting to get long might be, a target. 74.90, which is 74.50 in the cash. I'm going to be on this quick. I'm not marrying this trade at all.
Short. Okay.
Two. Just actually, I got one off. Trying to get two. I'll add one there.
A little pop here in gold. Gold trading 40.60. Buyer stepping in the Dow. So we're seeing the Dow catch a bid. And Q selling off.
Hey, Jack, it was interesting yesterday going into the close, that 74.90 line, the imbalance MOC was 2.2 billion for sale in S&P, 2.2 billion for sale in NASDAQ. It pushed it down to like 74.85 84. It was a
Mhm.
falling knife, and then it stopped. Literally bought 84. It closed 91 in that last minute. So, it's amazing
Yeah.
how the math does. Oh, spit all over yourself, Teddy.
Math is gonna math.
Works.
Ted making money, spilling himself. Let's go.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, no, totally. Yesterday was a
Excellent.
funky close. I did catch that.
Okay.
It was off yesterday, so getting adjusted to the market a little bit. Yeah, looking right now to ES. After that, we just tapped the
All right, I'm out. I'm
session
done with
highs, European highs from last night, and then started selling off again 3 or 4 times. It's tried to get through that around 75.30, let's call it, and sold off about 10 points right now.
Buyer step back in.
All right,
Buyer
it's time to
step.
get long. They're
Time to
buying
get long.
it. Yeah,
We got 70,
I'm long.
72% short tilt in the NQ right now. Last trade,
Want that
29,222. They flip that thing right back around.
Yeah, I do like the longs as well, but I'm going to wait for that 530s to get closed above.
Okay.
Just because if we do hold those 530s, I would expect that to be the high of the session.
Yes.
Yes, if we do hold those, then I don't expect us to break above that for the rest of the session.
Okay.
So
Yes.
looking at the options, I'm seeing a little bit of indecisiveness around here, but the first place I see is the big round number 7,500 in SPX, which is a little under 7,540 in the futures. There could be some chop that we need to get through there if we do start going bid. Don't see too much stopping it to the downside at the moment, but these things change.
160 has to hold.
Did you jump on that long, Ted? 50-50 on the tilt. No, 70%
Yeah,
long tilt.
160 has to hold.
Okay. Well, last trade 190s.
Yeah,
GK,
160 is the
looking
line
for
in the sand. It has to close above in 3 minutes.
3 minutes. All right. Yep, 3 minutes.
Not crazy about it.
All right.
By the looks of it right now, my 245 trade is to the upside. So I'm just going to wait and see how the market develops as we approach 245.
Okay.
All right. Oil, September crude, 84.61. Bonds. Oh,
Yeah, talk to me. We're not raising rates. We're not hiking. No more.
I'm looking at the long end, which is what elicited that reaction.
What happened?
Well, it's
What's the
going
yield?
up.
Is it still?
The yield on the 30-year.
You know what, Jack? What's that point?
14. Go
Really?
ahead, Dre.
No, I'm saying so. Maybe the market's going to do the work for the Fed, right? They won't have to hike because the market will. What's the 10-year then?
10 years
or
at
6.
10 years, yeah, 4.63 right now. Not great. Looking at 30-year, I'd say they're doing the Fed a not a great favor because to stop it, if these get out of control, they're going to have to, hike the rates. But the real important line here, this is just a day chart. So we busted through the highs from Wednesday and Thursday of last week in yields. But if we go further out, it's really like the line in the sand is getting very close. We're already in, like, I would call it the danger zone, above 5, below 5.2. But that 5.2 yield, look, these are weekly candles, 3 times bounced off. If we get through there, it'll be the highest in like 20 years.
Yeah.
40 years. 40 years. 10-year prices continuing to sell off. New session lows, 10-year. Prices go lower. In treasuries, yields go higher. Ted, you are out. Chike looking to the long side. Looking to the long side for the NQ. 50-50 on the tilt across the board. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the name of the segment. It is called Fast Markets. Am I telling you this? I'd like you to hit us up at TopstepTV on the X using that hashtag Fast Markets. Hashtag Power Hour. Share some cool stuff. Where are you trading from? I'm trading from the new Topstep office here behind me. There is people are everywhere. Ted, our name's on the building. Leveling up. Yeah, I know. Leveling up, man.
You got
Leveling
room?
up.
You got room for me?
I got room for you right here, man. Yeah. What do you think?
Come on.
100%.
I'm not coming after like September though. I don't go anywhere. I don't go anywhere when it's colder than 60.
Ted, it doesn't get cold here until like October, maybe even November.
All right, cool.
Look at you. You're soft, man. Mr. Florida over
Soft.
there, man. You got shorts and tank top.
I'm not
Shorts and
soft.
tank top.
I'm just capable of being where I want when I want. Not soft.
Touche. Click, subscribe. 1,000 watches all across the globe. Ted is talking smack. We got this. Please. 219,000 subscribers. We'll absolutely love you, Ted.
So, really quick, Dre, I just want to show
160s.
the chart for the breakout. Like, if it happens, these are the 30-year yields. These are monthly friggin' candles. So this chart's going back like 2005. This is what I'm talking about here. You know, 5 has been the cap. We've spiked a few times above it. If we get above the high of this, which was like, we got to 5.2, pretty much on the head. Then you have to go
short,
back.
By the way, we broke the 160.
Perfect.
Yeah, I like these
since 2007.
2007. It's 20 years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Ted, you're short. Ted short. Which ES or NQ?
I'm going back. MNQ. I'm using the ES levels to trade NQ. Very similar to Chike. He watches that S&P level.
Okay.
Yeah, that 530 is starting to look like it might be the high of the session.
75.30. Chike's talking about 75.30 in the ES. That is the high. We are currently trading 75.08 in the ES. NQ hanging around the lows here in the session right now. 29,150. About a 100-point range so far in the NQ. We got, looks like we have another round of selling here. Crude continuing to uptick. $84.77. Almost 6 cents, 5 cents now from session highs.
We're right around the SPX 50-day moving average, right about here. It's
05 breaks, we could go to 90. You got gap room below if we break 05, major level.
Yes. 8. Chike, you still looking long? You still looking for the long entry in the NQ?
Yeah, still valid to the long side for now. I am liking how the book map's looking as well. It's pointing to the upside at this very moment. But I would like to have exited my trade before we get to those 530s because we could still catch a rejection off of those 530s. But by that time, the Nasdaq should be around 100 points in profit, which would be my exit. So
Yes, looking a little heavy here. Gold down ticking just a bit, about $1 off the session lows. That'd be overnight lows. That is not. Gold trading 40.52. 10-year prices continuing.
I'm in a long.
Long. Chike, how many times? What price?
2 MNQs at 160s. The book map looks very good to the upside. So I'm just going to take that early. Staying preempting.
Right, last trade. 20,177. I'm just watching the 10-year continuing to get sold, Jack. Just continue. New.
Yeah, that's
new lows. This is.
It's a real battle up around those yield levels in the 30-year because they start to get attractive. 5% a year, not bad. All of the bond, like the big bond guys, like hate the long end right now, like Gunlock, avoiding it like the plague. It's a tough thing to go. I don't know. It's bounced every time around there. I don't know if we'll let it. I don't think we can allow a 6%, 7% yield on the 30-year.
It'd be quite the predicament. Quite the predicament indeed.
This 160 in the MNQ or NQ is a battleground. Major battleground. Keep an eye on it all day. I mean, even after the session. It's a serious battleground.
We're sharing beneath it right now. 20,160. Here comes the Spires. Might give it a shot. We got tilt 50-50 across the board for the most part. Crude oil. Crude. New session highs. $84.95 just printed. ES seeing some downside pressure.
I like it short. I think we're going to that 90 level. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think we're going
74.90.
Yeah, I think 90 is the level I'd like to buy it. Right. 05 has just been tagged so many times that it's weak if it keeps getting hit.
Yeah.
That's beautiful right there. Oh, shoot. Come on, baby. I missed my 15-point trade. I didn't get to it fast enough. Damn it.
We got, all right, new lows gold. Gold is $48. ES
Terrible.
all right. ES in a battle, 70, trying to hold 75.05s. Wow, there is a battle here
This
going
is
on.
moving.
Yeah, you watch
CK, you
this.
see how fast is this moving fast in your eyes? Is the price action in NQ moving very quickly and violently? To me, it is. All my years of watching it.
Not too violently for me just yet.
No?
And I feel like it's kind of been filtered out by the fact we've already moved 500 points today. So it doesn't look too violent
Right.
for me just yet. Yeah.
Right.
Violence hypnosis.
Or maybe the
It's
book's
when you get
maybe
off
the book
highway.
is thin, you know?
We've
Thin
been
book.
conditioned to these high volatility days now.
Did look like the NQ's hanging on right now, 29,130, give or take. About 100-point range in NQ so far.
Oh, there it goes. 05110. Chop
Held again.
Chop suey in this little range.
Yeah.
Opening range low. We tagged it and bounced right off it. Mm.
75.05 is holding for the session lows for right now. In the ES, 75.07, NQ. Spread new lows, 29,008. It's not convincing though. I'm not necessarily convinced. Also, levels. Pin in the chat. You can see those Topstep daily levels. You long, Ted?
Short MES.
Short
07.
Okay.
I'm putting a stop. By the way, yesterday I did not have a stop in. Had an up day going, and of course, get a little Trump headline, and I was down 500 in an instant. Actually, I'm taking this. I want this. It was if you kill one of ours, we'll kill 500 of yours. So
gotcha. Got
yeah.
Nice
one to get caught in.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. 05 breaks, we go to 7. We could go to 7490. That's the next major level.
All right.
But we chop up around the whole numbers, 7,500.
Yep.
And you could 01 to 99, you could get chopped up. I want to see a convincing move down to 90, maybe 85, and reclaim 90 for a long.
Okay.
That would be nice if we could sweep down there and find some buyers.
All right. Indicators.
We're right on that.
Yes. Get those. All get the levels. Top of the day levels. Update and refresh before every New York Open. Click on that link. Have a little wrist on the screen. If you know I can do you one better, click on that indicators tab at the top of TopStep X. Type in TopStep daily levels, and you have those slapped over right there on your charts. A little indecisive. Markets are a little indecisive right now.
We're right on that 50-day moving average in the SPX. Yeah, maybe getting a little bit of relief here.
See 73% short tilt, 73% short tilt in the NQ right now. Yes, just 66% short tilt. We got poll up in the chat. First 15 minutes are in. What's your read on NQ now? Bullish, bearish, still stuck in chop. Get those votes in.
Mm-hmm.
So we got SanDisk up 10%.
I was just looking at that.
Are you kidding me? And Micron too.
I mean, they've been all around. It's wild, man. The semiconductors as a whole, I got them up 4%. Who are some standouts? Well, Bitcoin's been doing a little bit better, which means strategy's above 100 again, up 5%.
Bitcoin.
Oh.
Yeah.
Turd.
Jay was pointing out, let's take a look at that real quick.
Yeah.
Inverse head and shoulders on the... Ooh, looks like it played out. Let me see what he was looking at here.
What's your Kielbasa guy doing on Bitcoins?
My Kielbasa guy?
Sausage guy, Jack. Tell me about this Kielbasa guy.
Sausage King. It's really going. Yeah. I don't know what's going on there. For all of you that don't know, kielbasa is what we refer to, specifically Ted refers to as kalshi, I believe.
What?
I remember when that was a cereal.
Uh-huh.
Anymore?
Oh, it's so good. So good. Chike still in this long, yeah?
Yeah. It still
Holding
looks
on.
good to in my eyes.
160.
Yeah,
Back up to
159.
159. All right.
Ooh,
Yes, didn't find the push lower. Couldn't find
Andre,
the.
you missed. Andre, you missed Tanker Cam last week when we were
I
doing
didn't
nothing.
actually. I did not miss
Missed
it.
it.
I was watching. I was
Oh,
watching.
man.
Incredible, man. Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground. Where else you get that besides
That's
Top Step
right.
TV? Where else? You get it?
That was
You remember
funny.
who my
Waiting for that Fed chair, right?
Yep.
Mm.
Do you remember who I called to win the World Cup?
Yes, Chike.
Yes.
España. They
Got
are no
away.
joke. How about it, man? Okay. Well, yeah, Chike, is that all you're going to say?
Good hole.
No, my prediction came from it
No,
came
man,
from
we're gonna
Twitter post.
parlay that with a 29,400 in the NQ. Make some
Man,
money.
they absolutely rolled. Absolutely rolled them.
The guy that said it
All right,
3-2.
we're going up.
But they allow one
Yeah,
goal the
I
whole
believe
tournament.
so as well.
The whole tournament.
I think we're going. We had a nice hold there. I'm long.
That's long now.
MNQ and MES. Both.
I'm not too confident in the longs just yet. But I'll get complete confidence if you can continue to hold.
That's sloppy and choppy.
Yeah. And then
60 failed quick.
Yes, they
Oh, it's
did.
like a headline.
I'm not seeing much on the headlines right now. We got 8 minutes to the top of the
What
hour.
was that?
All right. I got long as well.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not crazy about this. I looked like a headline
It
sweeping
did.
that low. That was nasty.
Let
See what
me.
you.
What was that headline?
I don't know. I saw that as well. What Ted's talking
I
about?
don't like that.
Yeah, the ES. What you got, long ES or NQ on that second one?
I'm on both. I'm long
Yeah.
in cash. I'm long in everything.
Okay.
I'm not really happy about that move. I may get out.
Jack, what price did you
see
get
what the
long
hell's
from?
going on.
Right here, right now, 75.09 quarter. It looked like, possibly a double bottom. Like we were bouncing. We're having trouble following through this 50-day moving average in SPX, so we can hold this for a while.
Okay. Let's 75.11. Last trade. Again, pretty muted open. ES and NQ. ES, we're looking at 25 point range or so. So far, session lows 75.04 half. Session high here. Chike talking about the high of the session ES 75.30. Be that price. NQ 150 point range, give or take. Low of 29,091. Right off the bell, we popped to 29,246. 246. Chike still long. Ted long, both ES and NQ.
I got to
Jack
reboot.
long. You got to
reboot
reboot
my trading platform. Yep. It's
Okay.
Overheated.
platform.
We got to.
Yeah.
I'm long three of the
Smoke coming out of it.
75.09 quarter.
Okay, very good.
Still long though. Still like it. Or hold this 60 level is key. So
160.
some
Yep.
wiggle
Okay.
room.
Thank you. Very good.
160, 160 key level. Opening range high is all the way up at 29, I think 250. Opening range
246.
low or 246, right? So
Yes, sir.
I'd like to see Chike's 400 in Spain parlay payout.
Several part. We crude pulling back off the highs, about 50 cents off those highs, $84.44. Gold bouncing off the lows as well, 40.55 last trade, $7 off the lows there. Pretty quiet on the wire for it now. Obviously, that can change at a moment's notice. Tune in Topstep TV because we'll be bringing that to you here in real time. Fast markets, spell the bell. We are your trading buddy. Navigate these wild times. ES holding bid a little bit, 75.13. All these equities all have their own personality. We got 5 minutes till the top of the hour now.
Well, I don't like that to the downside.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I got lucky getting kicked off.
Then the buyers step back in.
All right.
One
In the
can
chats,
dream.
yes, those 5-minute candles are nothing but undecided. I would agree. An indecision right now.
I'm out of that trade. It looks like it dumps.
Didn't like it?
No, it looks like it dumps, yeah.
Okay.
In the next 5 minutes.
Very clumsy market.
What do you see in there, Giga, that makes you think it dumps in 5 minutes? Or in the next 5
That
minutes?
order that got pulled, but my book map's just pointing to the downside quite strongly. I had confidence in that trade up until then.
What changed?
You should get that
Giga,
move to the downside.
Okay, what changed in the bookmap? Bookmap looking at he's looking at levels like level 2 data. What changed?
Heat.
So
looking at heat.
Yeah, just that distribution of the heat, like it's looking way cooler to the downside, and that just points a move to the downside quite frequently. So the fact that we've held those 530s, that could be the top, and now we've kind of opened the door to the downside. That's just for me pointing to the downside. So previously, I didn't have full confidence in that long, which is why I kind of entered quite with little size. But now I don't have any confidence in that long.
Broke the opening range low also.
I love
29080 is a level.
080?
080. Next level down support.
All right, so about 20 points higher from there right now. ES
Lower.
markets are very
lower.
Yeah. Lower, correct.
My
yes,
bad,
lower.
lower.
Oh, no, you're good.
That's not to say that it can't go up. Just from my experience. That's from my experience. This typically goes down.
Do have a little bit more sun here. And Q, nice cut, Chike. Nice cut.
Go away.
This market's, yeah. Ted, what'd you say, Ted? Go away? You talking to the market?
When I reboot, there's all these little things that pop up. Do you want to renew your McAfee?
You don't want to renew your McAfee. You don't want to do that. You want these longs to print.
Isn't he gone, that guy? Did he die in Belize or something?
Yeah, he's quite the guy, quite a character.
Yeah, that
to say the least.
Right?
R.I.P. We think that would have been a great guest on TV.
Well, yes, holding up a little bit better. Is this how the markets were yesterday? Ted, Chike?
Sitting right here.
I didn't trade yesterday.
You didn't trade? Okay.
I'm kind of having like the opposite of what people usually have, like where they find themselves struggling to get off of the charts. For me now, I feel like I have too much time off of the charts because I only trade for about an hour a day.
Too much time.
What are you doing the other 12 hours you're awake? Anything good?
Ordering food.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Ordering food.
I've started dabbling in a bit of app development as well.
Oh, very good. Do tell.
Yeah.
Pitch me. What's the idea? Yeah, what's the pitch?
Oh,
not yet.
I've started creating like. So do you know what QuickBooks is and like Xero?
Yeah. QuickBooks. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm essentially building that for like prop firm traders to like help them with their like managing their like, payouts and stuff. Yeah, and like just like predict like kind of just get an estimate of how much tax you pay, stuff like that. Similar to how QuickBooks and Xero, like accounting.
Love that.
Neat.
That is something that is much needed.
It's called Proppy if you want to check it out. But yeah.
Oh, hold on. All right. Top of the hour incoming here.
All right. We held 05. And we did not hold. 05 is now not working alongside of maybe 160. I don't know. Every time I look over, we're 30 points away or we're at 160, 160 in the NQ. Something to be said about the options market. Big volume probably doesn't get in and start collaring and doing all the creative things that you can do with options. you really don't see that book stack up until 10:20, 10:30. That's when I feel like I have more of an edge. Maybe later in the day, I feel like I even have more of an edge. So this is kind of like
Okay.
level
Buyers.
trading, you know,
We took off
and momentum.
one there.
Is that crazy? Am I crazy, Jack? Am I crazy?
This
for
market's
saying
you're not
crazy,
crazy.
Ted.
Market's crazy.
Debatable, Ted. Ted, if you're crazy, debatable. No, I'm just messing with you. Here come the buyers. It's a lot of head fakes right now. Yes.
Mm-hmm. 160, 169. Can we go on Kielbasa and bet that in 5 minutes when I look at the NQ, it'll be 29, 160?
We can set it up. I think on one of them we can just make that market. We'll see if we get any volume in there.
I like
Ted,
that.
Look up and see this.
All right. This
Remember,
could be an inside
not
day.
if it traded there. It's if Ted looks up and saw it. So there's gonna be a lot of angry with the
This
settlement.
could be looking at inside day. All right. Let's get the Delta Don in here. Before we get Hogue in here, let's run a quick little announcement about Alex Ferreira gold medalist who might be joining us on the stream today. Let's cut to that, and then Hogue will be back with his market pit stop right after this. Let's go.
Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the 100 that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. Every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.
All right, let's take a little pit stop. We'll change the tires and gas up here. And one of the things I just heard Andre say is the equities are certainly exhibiting different personalities today. And I could not agree more. We are currently looking at the 30-minute chart in the S&Ps, basically range bound for the last couple of days and still in that range. NASDAQ is presenting a little bit of a different opportunity, and we'll take a look at that shortly. But when we're looking at, where we are in the S&Ps, we're right in the middle of the range from yesterday. We're right in the middle of value from yesterday. Very little change in the perception of value. As far as like teaching a dog new tricks today, I haven't been able to take a trade in the S&P since the open because the indicator is absolutely flat. It's trading above, it's trading below, it's trading above, it's trading below. If I were a range trader, which at one point in my life I was a great range trader, I'd probably be cleaning up because anytime it moves away from the trend magic line, it tends to bring price right back to it, at least in the S&Ps. So really trying to stay patient in the ES because we're in the middle of range. We're not near any extremes, looking for opportunities, better trade locations, probably as the day goes on. NASDAQ, here's the difference. Here's where it's a little bit of a different story. We opened outside of value in the NASDAQ, and we were talking in the opening call about there being a lot of things going on at these highs from the overnight session as well as our regular trading hour session so far here in the NASDAQ. We've got a trend line on the daily chart that we just traded up to. We've got the 200 session simple moving average. We got yesterday's initial balance high. We've got a previous weekly kickoff low from last week, 29,130. And we've got overnight inventory to the long side. So we've got some resistance that is presenting a problem for longs at this time in this market. This trend line was a break of longer time frame structure. We were talking about it in the opening call. It was support. Right now, it is resistance. We've opened above range. Well, we've opened in range or above range and above value. We are at value high right now. Value high right around 29,101. If we start to show signs of acceptance inside of yesterday's area of value in the NASDAQ, the value acceptance play states that if we do open outside of value, reaccept value from the previous session, at some point during the session today, price has a high probability of reaching value low, which would take us all the way down to 28,900, which is, I believe, a level that was already discussed during Fast Market by one of our traders on here. And I believe that was Ted. Ted was looking at that level. So we're going to see if we can't
There you
find
go.
acceptance inside of value from yesterday. If we can't find acceptance in value, that's going to bring us another test of this trend line above here. And if we can break out of that, there are a couple of visual targets just to look for to the upside. Mainly a naked point of control 29,335 would be the first upside target. Downside target, again, first downside target would be value low 28,900. Settlement below that. Settlement was right at the bottom of the range from yesterday, 28,779.75. What's going on with crude oil? Actually, almost kind of seeing the correlation between crude and the equities, at least early in the session today. But we had a overnight inventory to the long side, opening with a gap. We've been unable to close that gap. The market has been directional to the upside. We've said don't fight a directional market. Let's see if we see any reversal patterns here. Maybe a bit of a 3-bar reversal up here on this, but still not looking for longs for the short term. Shorts for the short term trade. Shorts should be see money, take money. I'm looking for the opportunity to buy a cheaper level based off the overnight inventory for a continuation move to the upside. Crude oil is very fundamentally driven. It's very headline driven. ACH, anything can happen, but the uncertainties continue to mount overseas. And I see that as certainly being supportive to price. Let's take a look at gold now. 30-minute in gold. So how many times are we going to go below 4,000 and how many times are we going to reject below 4,000? What we're looking for is overnight inventory was long, no gap close, looking for opportunities for longs. We have basically a failed downside auction below the initial balance low in gold today, 4,055. I'm looking for this market to recover all the way back up to initial balance high 4,070.40 because of that failed downside auction, and perhaps even points higher. Where are the buyers? They're here. They're very quiet. They're very sneaky, but the buyers are still present down here around 4,000. Was hoping to get a shot down to 3,500 for some possible opportunities. So far, denied. All right. Well, that's what we're looking at for the markets here for our pit stop so far. That's the story. I'm sticking to it. What's up, guys? Good to see everybody.
We've lost Chike.
We did. We're
Chike.
Oh,
he's
no,
back.
I'm here, man.
Oh, he's back.
There he is.
There he is. Good to see you, Hug.
Yeah, so you can see that my stop would have actually got hit if I didn't pull that trade on the NASDAQ. So I'm happy I did pull that trade.
Let's go.
Well,
Jack, how are we looking on those longs in the ES? You're long 3, I guess, from 75.09. How are we looking on there?
We're flat.
Nice.
Yeah.
Inverted.
We do have two at a really good price. And then one, it was looking kind of ugly for a little bit there. It's really, we're in a bunch of, in the 0 dates, a bunch of negative gamma on the screen, just between really the levels we've kind of talked about with the 74.90. And let me see if something just came in. Yeah. High side 75. What is the gap right now between the two? It's a little bit unclear. It's more like 38 points. So let's
Okay.
do that. 38. So let's
take about 40.
Like okay. So
the SPX gets quoted. If you ever watch it, it's pretty sickening. It could be 74.44 bid, 74.47 Y offer. It could be. So imagine if you were trying to buy something at the market, the ES, and it was $3 up. You're up.
Yeah.
You're paying $150. You're automatically down $150 if you pay market for something.
Maybe someone in chat knows this, and I'll look into it because it'd be interesting. I want to see. So remember, the SPX is not. It's an index. It's not something you can buy or sell. You can only trade derivatives on it. So I'm kind of wondering, like, who's the arbiter? How do they extrapolate what the price of the index is, and who does it? Is it like a computer program that's doing it based on stocks, or is it trading based on, I don't know, Just on
SPY.
SPY. Okay.
Yeah. So SPY you can trade, and that's where they find the imbalance.
It's a good question for AI.
So if there's actually there's a program out there that if you really broke the S&P down, the S&P 500, all the participants, and you broke them down by percentage, and it's Microsoft is 12% of the S&P 500, and then you do the math, and you find out how many shares of that, how many shares does that percentage represent of Microsoft, and what price does Microsoft have to be trading to have this SPX trading at that price. Sometimes there's an actual imbalance of the SPY and the SPX. And there are machines out there that will grab that imbalance and play it.
Oh, for
I don't know if
sure. I'm just wondering where
you know
the
what I'm saying?
actual
Like,
quote comes from. Is it based on
right,
I'm
it
gonna look
comes
into
from the
it. I'll just
SPY.
answer by tomorrow.
All right, so NQ just printed new lows. Not very convincing. 29,063 would be that price. Bottom of the hour, we'll get initial balance high, initial balance low prices jotted down. Simply the highest and lowest price trade in the first hour of the New York session. We got Dow trading around the highs. We got NQ just printed new lows.
I'm sure
what do you got
to
think?
see if
Short, okay.
if you look at the charts, ES has been going up and NQ has been going down. I'm not crazy when they're disjointed like that, but considering 38% of the S&P is the max.
Uh-oh.
Into the ether.
I like that answer.
Into the ether. Into the ether. Little pop here in gold. Gold catching a bid here. About a $6 pop.
Yeah, it's headed
there.
for IB high.
IB high.
I think.
Yeah. Hogue.
I think I'm starting to get some more context on what's about to happen on the market.
Are you?
What
Talk
it
to me.
like
What
to
is
me,
it? Okay.
Yes, what it looks like to me is I think NQ might continue to sell off until ES reaches 7,500 evens. Once we reach there, is where both of them will start to go up.
Say that one more time, Chike. Say it one more time.
So once ES reaches 7,500 evens, that's when both markets should align again and start to go back up. And that's where I might be looking for a long trade, another long trade to the upside.
I like that. Good stuff, Chike. Absolutely fantastic stuff in the chat. Where's Andre? Andre is in Top Step headquarters, HQ, International HQ, Chicago, Illinois. Is there people behind?
A lot of people
wow.
getting around.
Oh,
wow.
yeah, there
Looks
are.
like
You guys want to take-
Yeah, they
looks like
watching
a
us in
cult
the office.
ritual. We can't
kidding?
show this, Andre. This is sacrifices are being
That's
made.
fantastic.
Shoot. Wow. Yeah. There is I think we'll have a special guest. Well, yeah, there you go. That's that's some of the arm. That's some of the folks right there. We will have Alex Ferreira has just entered the office. Gold medalist, half pipe skiing gold medalist is here. He's just entered. I think everyone's saying hello, meeting him for the first time. He'll be jumping on with us 10 a.m. Central, about 45 minutes. The gold medalist will be jumping on Topstep TV. I'm nervous.
Andre, are they watching us in the office?
It's everywhere, Hogue. It's everywhere. They can
boy.
see us everywhere.
Everywhere.
There's
Chief
There
the
we go.
chief says you're missing your meeting, Andre. You think they invite us to meetings? No.
There you go. Yep, we are. This is live. Yep.
All right, I want my money back.
Looks like
Thank you.
What happened, Ted?
I just did. I had to buy something. I went down a couple bucks. I just wanted to be green. I took a quick scalp on a long. I still think this NQ has catch up. It could
That's what she
violently catch up to the ES the way it's trading. We're near the 21 EMA at
Yeah.
one. I gotta put the goggles on. Hold on.
What kind of goggles are these? We are putting the goggles on. Can you see into the
Gotta put
future?
goggles
Is this
on,
how you?
man. I can't see.
Can you see into the future with these goggles, Ted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you could, that would have been sick. Hogue, what do you got for Delta?
ES Delta flat, just up 100. NASDAQ negative 700.
Well, boys, I'm looking for some sort of context. I'm looking for anything right now.
I mean, I'm
I'll
seeing
tell you what
like,
those
it's even-
goggles can see. I'm gonna have tuna fish for lunch. I'll tell you that.
There you go. Now we know it's on the menu.
Now we know it's on the menu.
Did you get it? Did you fish it yourself? Did you happen to catch that thing yourself?
No,
Okay.
no. Certain things I got to leave to the professionals.
Well, fair enough.
Let me get mine on.
Oh, now we got. Wow. Okay. Things just got real. Everything just got real. This is incredible.
Yeah.
Yes. This got absolute. This got real. Jack. Hoke's got his goggles on.
Come on, baby.
500s are inbound.
Okay. I think we are now getting official.
25 in approximately 15 minutes.
Okay. Jack is going to get. I am the only one without goggles. I have. Okay. Here we go. Jack is going. Hoag's got his. Chike's got his. Ted's got his. I didn't know Jack wore glasses. Well, here we are.
I don't, because I'm not a dork.
I'll try these.
He's not. Wow, I heard that. Okay, Hogan's.
Those are some. Wait,
yep.
Hold on. Chike's got the Chike's got the Burberrys on. I mean, those are
really.
Are tight.
Okay,
yeah,
we are now.
Burberry.
This is just getting official.
Oh,
all right, we are. Okay, here we go. New lows. We are absolutely cooking right now.
This is going to last for about 2 minutes because
that away.
Blues these Brothers. Screens and like
all my bosses.
Look at Top Gun over here with my man.
All my bosses are behind me right now. They're going to take me off there.
No, man.
Please.
Hogue, are those Leonard Skinnards? Those are Leonard Skinnards you had on those.
Elvis.
Oh.
Yeah, those were some. Yes,
thank you.
Elvis.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's pretty good, Hogue.
That's neat.
That away.
Can't see the charts.
Yeah,
I was going to say the context is kind of there in the options right now.
Yes.
I expect a lot of choppy stuff going on unless we get to the levels we've talked about. 75.38 to the upside, 74.90 or something to the downside.
Mm-hmm. You know, all kidding aside, we would not be joking around like this if there were actual wonderful, glorious money-making trading setups. I mean, if you can't keep it loose and keep your finger off the trigger, I mean, if you stare at the screen and think there's a trade every minute, you'll be in business for
that's
a week, maybe a month,
100%.
Yeah, if you go looking for trades, you're going to find them.
Yeah,
just about to say it. That's part of
good ones, but you will find them.
Yeah,
I'll give you my Venmo. You can send me half of what you were about to lose. I'll give it to you in a year with interest.
Ted is putting his Venmo out there. This is what happens. Markets, yes, we'll stay patient. Nice couple trades there. Look for those entries.
Like a potential long, by the way. If we break above,
how weird.
If we break above,
okay.
I don't know if you see this sideways action. We got a tip, another tip at 18 roughly in the ES. We've hit it 1, 2, 3, 4 times and rejected. If we blow through it, you got nothing in the way until 75.30. There's a potential long here if they trap the shorts for 9 points, which is a lot.
Hogue, gold. Pushing higher here.
Yep.
371 last trade. Looking at a $20 rally.
Show acceptance
going
above
long.
the initial belt. There's a lot of space above in gold.
Ted's
long.
Ted took the
I'm
long.
long MES. I'm targeting. If you do the implied move, the math puts you at 74.32 before you run into resistance. I wouldn't mind seeing that get squeezed a little bit before they bring it back. They got a long day till 4:00 before those options expire.
I'm seeing some resistance at the 25s on the book map right now.
Okay.
25. Look at that.
Absolutely.
Value high for the day. 25.
25. 75, 25. Okay. Flash trade 75, 23. And Q lagging just a bit. For anything that nice trade off those 09s, Jack. Yes, didn't have to take much heat there. Did not have to take
put
much
it back
heat.
on would be really great. Brad, noting the SpaceX short, my understanding is couldn't a lot of that short be people who will have shares? That's why I'm a little bit, you know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Like, that's how Mark Cuban What I mean is all these shares are getting unlocked, so you can hedge. You go short it
Ah.
because you have the shares to deliver at a certain date.
Okay.
That's how, as he tells it, I believe that's how Mark Cuban actually made all his money
That's right.
on the deal.
That's right.
Is they got purchased by Yahoo, AOL, whatever it
Yes.
was. It doesn't really matter.
Yes.
Is that he took basically all the money he had because he wouldn't have the shares for a while, and he sold calls and bought puts.
That's right. Right before
That's
the
how he made all his money.
right before the bubble
Almost
burst,
made
right?
more. Almost made more in that trade than he made in the acquisition.
Mm-hmm.
But I will tell you, SpaceX, Ron Barron was on CNBC, said that employees that got stock he says they only make $250,000, but if they had 5 million in stock, they were going around to the employees and saying, sell $1 million worth, keep the other 4 million worth, take care of your family. And they said over the course of 1 year, they had about 2 billion in employee stock. Ron Barron and the guys in New York City, it was filled in an afternoon. That was the demand. It was done.
One
One
afternoon.
phone call. One afternoon. 2 times in 1 year, $1 billion each. It was bought. So you're almost near, aren't you almost near the IPO price, 135?
What's it trading? I
below
was
it.
just going to ask. Is
Yeah,
it below?
trading.
Oh boy.
It was trading down around 120. Has it popped? 126.64 is the current price for SpaceX.
There's another
You put
company
up-
that did that too, Facebook.
They botched the IPO got botched, if you remember that.
Yes.
I remember it because
Yeah.
I puked the low after the
oh
Facebook
no.
IPO. It'd be
Oh,
worth
no.
obviously I probably would have sold it since then. You would have had to take, they went from like 500 to 100 a few years back. But yeah. Still a sore topic, but I did it because I was like one of the first, I don't know, 20,000 people on Facebook or something like that. So I saw the whole thing and I thought for sure it was dead after the IPO. Like nobody from the cohort that I was in wanted to use it anymore. And I thought I had some like great insight, but it turned out everyone else in the world did. So,
The Facebook.
get outside your bubble, guys.
Yeah. Love Facebook. In the chat, saying this market is not tradable yet. Not tradable yet.
Right.
And it is. Just wait. This is props to you. Props to Chike. Long from 160s cut. Market just wasn't going. Jack, I mean, yes, no home runs in this trade. This
Emmons,
market so far.
I am aware. I didn't know the boomers would love Facebook so much. That was not on my
love it.
radar. It was not on my
Grams
radar.
Loves Facebook. Grams
I'm working
loves
to
it.
this day because I could not recognize that.
50-50 across the board. Until Hogue, any setups you got your eye on? We got the bottom of the hour, about 7 minutes. Initial balance high, initial balance low. Also, gold medalist Alex Ferreira will be joining us at the top of the hour. See him floating around here. Got a gold
Might
medalist
play
in
some
the house.
consolidation. I'm quite good at it,
no.
but
I mean,
Mm.
Trend Magic is flat. It's been flat since the open. So
Hey.
this old dog has not been able to take an execution in the S&Ps right now
You ain't old
because
dog,
it's just
Hogue.
too flat.
Forever young, Hogue. Forever young.
Forever young.
Yeah, the name of the game right now is not getting all biffed up when markets are kind of waiting for a
Absolutely.
direction. This is the name of the game. That's the W, man. That's how you get the W. We got, let's take a look. NQ, about a 180-point range so far. First 50 minutes in the New York session. Talking lows, 29,063. High, 29,246. ES, looking at a 25-point range. Low, 75.04. High, 75.30.
It's one way to make more money is lose less. Don't get all biffed up.
Hogue, I like that. Did you make that up, or did you hear that? Is that old, or did they just make that up?
I make up all my stuff.
All of it,
People
Hogue?
steal
It's true. It's true in real life, by the way, too, man. Like the cost you
100%.
cut are more valuable than the extra money you make because of taxes. And I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Is got a lot of costs, got a lot of kids that need taken care of. So
I like it.
Mhm.
That's the wisdom.
cutting
We
costs
get that.
more valuable than making a little more.
It's the wisdom you get at Topstep TV. Chike called Spain the winner. He called it. Chike, I don't even know how Argentina hung in there for so long. I don't even know how they hung in there for so long. They
I
got
have no idea, but they
goal.
weren't playing football. They weren't really
It got
playing
bad.
football.
I was thinking about that. I have not seen Argentina have to resort to that. It was
160
bad.
again.
You're back in, Ted? You dog. What do you got?
Yeah, I've been sitting here patiently
the
on
long
this
side?
little trade. Go, just take this one, not one of them. It's not something to make big bets on today, in my opinion.
Is there a case? What price you long from?
Shorts look good from here.
Really? I
Yeah.
gotta put the glasses on again.
All right, put
20,
those.
22. 7522. I called it. We called it out where there was resistance at 25. If it breaks through that, it goes to 32, possibly. I want the money. Come on.
You looking for shorts ES?
160 growth
Shorts
to the upside.
I'm short in the NQ.
You're short
But that's
NQ.
only provided that as long as this ES continues to hold up to 532. If it doesn't, then I do expect this to go to the upside.
32.
But I'm just banking on that same consolidation continuing to play. If
Okay,
it
what
does
price are you
continue to
short
play,
from? What price are you short from, Chike? Because I don't want you to explain this. What you're doing here?
172 on the Nasdaq.
Okay. So Chike is short the NQ based on what is happening in the ES. If you see it side by side there,
We're about to make new highs
as
in
long
the
as
ES. Day highs.
As long as it holds, it should be fine. But if it doesn't hold, then I completely expect this to go to 29,400s by the end of this session.
You talked about this before. So basically a little bit of a correlation trade. ES. ES upticking here, 75.29 quarter. About a point off the highs there. NQ, 1,196.
3-2. Go to 3-2.
Well, I will scold myself for tinkering a little bit because this was the full profit target for that initial trade. We did not hit the stop, so bad boy.
You're paid to be bad. It's okay.
ES with the highs. About a point to go.
Oh,
what's
GK, I like your 29,400s. We rejected value in the NASDAQ.
Yeah,
We
that's
gotta get through all this traffic up here.
Yeah, this 29,400 should get hit now within the next couple hours because we've broke those 530s. Yeah, to the upside.
Yeah, Jack. Yeah.
If we get the 75.30,
GK, are you long now?
I'm looking to get into some longs. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were in already. Okay.
The S dub. Jack, my biggest problem is over managing once I'm in. Yeah, no, I hear you. And that's one of the things that, I mean, generally, if I put something on, I'll walk away, right? It is tough when you're like on and watching it the whole time. Some people, like Dakota's going to be up next. That's all, he trades like that. It's great. I like to step away.
Yeah, it happens. All right, Chike. So what happened? You cut the short, looking now to perhaps get long. Ted, are you still on the long to the upside in the ES? Because we popped new high 70.
No, I got my 32. I got my 32 when we were at. It was 10 points in the ES, which I like. I'm trying to bid for it at 75, 20, 24, and I'm willing to add at 20. So bids are in.
All right.
We have value moving higher, points control moving higher.
Value moving higher.
I like the idea for longs on pullbacks here.
Are you convinced
like it,
this? Why do Hogue? Why do you like the longs? What are you seeing that's so convincing about this pub? Because we are pushing higher here. ES gold as well.
The rejection of value in the Nasdaq.
Okay.
Squeeze them.
Point of control value on the day time frame is moving higher. We just took out the initial balance high in the S&Ps.
That's nice.
Right. Hey,
To name a
Chike,
couple.
Ted. Yeah,
246. Thank you.
Hey, you 246 indeed. Look at this initial balance high,
I'm
initial balance
curious-
low price. What's
I'm
up,
curious
Ted?
what
Hit me.
I'm curious what Dakota's going to do here when he does. I mean, one of the best breakout traders I've ever seen. So
He's
we'll
pretty
see.
good. He is. Yes, he is. Chike, couple words. I told you so.
Yeah, this should be breaking. This should be breaking out. That 530 got broken. That was the reason for my initial trade. If it didn't hold, then we should be just clear roads to the upside. So I am expecting 29,400s, and I will be trading around that, continuing on into the session.
You heard it. Okay, Ted, your
Yes,
tuna awaits you. Your tuna awaits you. You have the ability. You enjoy your lunch. As always, bringing the heat. Nice trading as well. Calling that breakout. So this is going to make new highs in the ES. Couple words, Ted. We'll let you get out of here. We'll go to a quick break, and we got Mr. Dakota coming up on the other side of this. Go ahead, Ted. Good stuff today.
Nice. Well, you know what? Yesterday, me and Dolby and Eric had a great day, and I got killed in a headline. So I said, if I'm going to fail at trading, which I failed because I lost money, I'm not going to fail at life. Did something nice for somebody else. So I'm keeping that theme for the rest of the week. Right?
I love you, Ted, man. You're the man, Ted. Ted, fantastic. Absolutely. That's so. You're an absolute man, dude. You are.
Appreciate you.
You're one of a kind. Absolutely love you. We'll see you again soon. Chike, Ted, fantastic stuff. We got a quick break, and then we got Mr. Dakota coming up on the other side of this, and initial balance high, low. Go. Thanks, guys.
Good morning, friends and traders.
Barrett is ready to sleep.
Day after the big Topstep trader meetup, everybody made it home alive. Actually, I haven't seen Dakota yet this morning, so I'm not sure he's alive.
I had too many shots last night. Cut. 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. Another Malordsky. Very confusing to the taste.
Like it tricks your brain.
Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna finish it. Maybe I'm just I saw the bean, I didn't get to touch it. I'm not gonna be able to touch the bean, but there's other beans in the world.
We are back. There he is, right there on the screen. Mr. Dakota, star of slow markets, 7 p.m. Central Time, Sunday through Thursday on TopstepTV. Dakota, pressure's on. Ted calls you one of the best breakout traders ever. We have a breakout trade. We have a breakout trade in the works. So let's break it down. What do you think, Dakota? Good to see you.
That's awesome, man. He needs to meet more people. But no, he's awesome. Great guy. Obviously, you guys heard what he said, where he's like, doing some, just I don't know exactly what the quote he just said, but taking care of the people
Rang
around
true.
you is very important. What's that?
Said it rang true.
Yeah,
That's one of Hogue's. That's one of Hogue's go-to.
But I'm sitting here looking.
Yeah,
Micron's up 8%. Jack, we got
I'm aware.
SpaceX up 7%. Tesla up 4.5. So the dispersion is still wild in these tech stock and Nasdaq. I'm looking for a way to buy this. Like, we just got 3-bar reversal on the daily chart. So if we zoom out to a daily, look at this, right?
This is the
We're
first.
starting to break through the previous candle's high, which is Friday and yesterday. So we could have ourselves a lot of buying over the next day or so.
There's a third. I didn't know this is the first. Obviously, 3-bar reversal on the daily. It's
markets are fractal, so
what does that mean?
Doesn't matter the time frame really.
What does fractal mean?
Fractal means that the same pattern you see on the daily, you can see on the hourly, on the 5-minute, and so forth. But obviously, the higher the time frame, the more, I don't know the right word, the more power or emphasis should be put on
Gotcha.
it. But we'll see. If we get a pullback, I want to get in. I think we break through these session highs. I think we could just keep going up.
Okay.
Micron pushing through 8%. I'm up $860 though in my live account. So
well done.
Let's do it good.
Pro Bowl. Hey, Hogue, initial balance high, initial balance low prices. What do we got? ES and Q got the highest and lowest price trade in the first hour of the New York session. It gives you some guardrails.
Right.
What do you got?
So NQ, initial balance high, 29,246 and a quarter. 29,246 and a quarter. Initial bounce low, 29,064 and a quarter.
Check.
Initial balance high, ES, 75.33 and a quarter.
Yep.
It's got a potential failed upside auction there.
Uh-oh.
And initial bounce low, 75.0450, 04 half.
Potential fail upside auctions. Good stuff. Oh, now Dakota, you're looking for longs?
Yeah. Unless we get a LARP
was till
pattern
now.
right here. Yeah, we don't want to get LARPed on, right, Hogue?
What is this LARP? What is this LARP, man? They got the show on every. What's this LARP?
Their internet.
I'm an idiot. Should I even have asked?
Internet.
You should have never have.
Why did I take the bait?
Man, well, look at the chat. Look at the chat. They'll tell you. Look at the chat. They'll tell you. Everyone has their own definition of it.
I know, Dolby. One day.
Gone for a day, and this is what you come back to.
LARP,
yeah, it's basically live action role play.
Yeah,
I'm
right
using it as a fake out pattern.
Okay.
Fake out, fake breakout. We get LARPed on.
Take out, make out.
Well, we
LARP
turned
away.
around. LARP, LARP. We turned around near that 7,500 SPX level, up around 75.38. Didn't quite get there. There's still a decent amount of resistance. We'll call it a call wall. People's champ up there.
What's going on today? Yep.
Let it loose, man.
Oh yeah.
Missed yesterday. Got to make up for it.
Let's go. 50-50 tilt. We got 50 ES. Okay, I took the short up there in the ES. I see that failed upside auction. Also perhaps some range. Yeah.
Preemptive.
We gotta wait till the top of the hour, Andre.
Yes, it is preemptive. And the trend magic is to the upside, so there's a little bit of
cheeky long or bullish too.
Difference of opinion in those tools, but failed upside auction's cheap, so we're going with that.
All right.
Just highs to lows, lows to highs.
Right up against the trend magic on the 1 minute chart now. We just broke through it. So failed upside auction winning so far. Winning,
twinning, LARPing. That's what we do here. We have president's top of the hour. We'll quote greets the Lebanese president. Crude made new session highs, $85.03. Currently trading 20 cents. Why? Yeah, I just 20 cents off of those highs right now. Gold turned around just a bit. This office is. Can you guys hear this? The office is very lively today. There is action. People are excited. You cannot.
Not really. Only like if they clap real loud.
You could hear that. There's been a lot of
Make sure
clapping.
nothing clap-worthy happens.
The boss is in the house. The gold medalist is in the house. All the head honchos are in the house. And here we are. TopstepTV. But yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Something about the energy. Something about the energy of being in person. It's around other people. Pretty cool. So
I'll take your word for it.
You'll be here soon, Jack. We'll all be back here soon.
5.13 in the 30-year. We've capped out today at 5.15. So, maybe that's a little bit of a rally here too, but still really high. Really high.
I'm long 3.
Dakota, I knew it. You got quiet on me. I knew he had something cooking. Also, I got a. Also, not only is the gold medalist going to be here, we got a little something in the works too for everybody. It was a big hit. Big hit. What price, Dakota? More coming.
202. 202. We might get a pullback down to these 170s. That's okay. I want to be long this market. And we came down, tested 180s. We're trying to hold 200 again. And I want to see us push back up to those 230s with the opportunity to maybe break through these session highs.
All right. Well, this is what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to jump off. I got to go find the gold medalist because there is a line of people seeking autographs and photos with him. So I'm going to have to go find him and try to get him on here. So I will be back in just a few. You guys got it from here, but Dakota will see how these longs play out. I'll be back in just a few. Take it from there.
Okay.
All right. Honor will be back in a few. We'll keep going here, though. So, Dakota, you are in a position. You are long what?
I'm long from 202.
How many?
202. 3.
3. The usual amount.
The usual amount.
Okay.
Back to
For a
micros.
push up the session highs. This is going to be probably a difficult one, I think. I might bell and get back in a few times, get a few paper cuts along the way.
All right. We pulled back 38, about 16 points off the highs in the ES. Sorry, just trading 75.23 right now. ES, we got the VIX 17.5 this morning. I wasn't here yesterday. What did we get up to? Didn't take out Friday's highs. We got the 19, I guess.
All right, I'm going to get out. I'll get back in a second.
Okay.
I love how you do that, Dakota. That's a very hard skill.
Just get out and then back in.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, just a measure of reference for you, Dakota. Value low in TPO value low is 29,113.
113. Okay.
Volume value low 29,157.
Okay.
Push back down. Push back down.
We got the semiconductors up 4.23%, software down 0.9%. So got more than a 5% spread there in those indices. Intel's up 6.3%.
Back in from 184.
Back in. Where are you back? Where are you in again, Dakota?
184, Hogue.
184.
Keep hearing order
As
fill.
mentioned, big rebound today and yesterday to a lesser extent in the memory stocks, which I think are probably like the vanguard right now, the semiconductors. We got Dakota mentioned Micron's up 8.3%. Sanders is up 10.4%.
See, that's why you cut it. It's just so much easier to cut it short and then get back in. Sometimes you get a better price, and I mean, this is a great example, right? Like if we keep going up and we get what I wanted, instead of being long from 202, I'm long from 184. I took a little bit of a paper cut and better trade location.
Demand better trade location.
Getting a pretty good pull off those highs in crude oil, which did put up a failed upside auction as well. Maybe giving our equities just a little bit of a boost.
Little bit. Still a lot going on there, obviously. See, China's Moonshot is in talks on pre-IPO funds at a valuation of $50 billion. I believe that's the company that released the AI model last week that caused such a kerfuffle in the
Ooh.
semiconductors. Yeah.
Oh, here come some more buyers. Up 50 points here in the live account.
Nice.
This thing is just running now.
Well, as we see it run, let's take a look. We got not a brand new. I wasn't here yesterday, so it's brand new to me. Tip of the week. We keep your emotions in check, baby. Emotional control is crucial for successful trading. Don't let fear or greed drive your decisions, and take breaks if you feel overwhelmed or stressed. That would be tough for me. Be a lot of breaks if stress were the one, but I'm working on that. That's a good tip. We got Robin Dane on at 1 o'clock today with Hogue, so chance to learn about keeping your emotions in check. And that's our tip of the week.
Well, new session highs in the NASDAQ. Pop through those 150s. See if we get continuation. Looks like we are starting to get that.
Yeah.
Micron,
And
yeah, up
Q's up
8.5%. I'm going to take one contract off here. Still have two on.
in this sort of rotational day. NASDAQ's up 1.6% on the session. ES is up 0.6. So NASDAQ performing 1% better. And we all know what happens, Dakota. You get 1% better each and every day.
1% better.
According to all the motivational stuff I read.
Yeah.
And NASDAQ's above yesterday's high. We're still in the middle of the range from yesterday in the ES. Not a whole lot of change in the ES, but NASDAQ certainly trying to push those highs. A lot of traffic up here in the NASDAQ.
Yep. Trying to get rejection.
Once again, the story is the semiconductors. That divergence between the S&P and the NQ will happen when you have the semiconductor index up 4.4%.
Yeah. 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 Micron just 8%, man, in one day.
Yeah, pure rotation trade, because you'll notice that also, we talked about Micron, mortal enemies and suppliers. SanDisk up 10%, Micron up 8%. Meanwhile, Amazon's down 0.7%, Google's down 1%, Microsoft is down 0.4%.
Was that a fake out? Maybe. We still have 2 minutes until this 5-minute candle closes. We broke session highs.
Is it a LARP?
Is it a LARP? Yeah, Hogue. Something's happening. Something's happening right there. I'm gonna get out of one more. Oh wow! I got out one at
not a LARP.
That is not a LARP. I repeat.
What are we doing, guys? What are we doing here? On that, we're getting close to that 7,500 SPX options. I guess I could call it resistance, but there's a lot of positive gamma there.
I'm gonna flat. I'm gonna get flat. I'm gonna take it.
Right.
Up 1,000.
Nice job. Great trade.
Thank you, Hogue.
Yes. Dakota. So Dakota's flat. Up $1,000 in the live account. Okay, anything you're looking at? Do you have your eye on any other markets? Oil, gold?
Not lately, Jack. I've been focused so much on the NASDAQ. I'll watch gold. We hung out around 4,000. Now we're kind of getting off of that. But not really, to be honest. It's really just been the tech stock. Been really, I guess, hyper focused as of late.
Yeah, that's where the action's at. And Hogue, what about you? Or more specific to today? Anything catch your eye in those markets?
Yeah, we talked about this during the pit stop. Failed downside auction to the other extreme of the initial balance high. Done. What about crude oil? We were just talking about the idea that crude was coming off the highs and left a failed upside auction. The target is the initial balance low. Done. Two of them right in a row. Now let's see if we get the same thing in the equities. If you're short against this failed upside auction, target in the S&Ps would be 75.0450, which is the initial balance low. Target in the NASDAQ would be 29.064 and a quarter, which is the initial balance low. Now that I've talked about it, it's probably not going to happen, but we just saw it happen in gold and in crude oil. I'm still, nervous about shorting up here. We're seeing value moving higher. We're seeing point of control moving higher. The only sell signal I'm seeing in the S&Ps is the fact that we do have that failed upside auction. We also now have a failed upside auction in the NASDAQ. There's so much traffic up here in the NASDAQ, the 200 session, the high from yesterday, the initial bounce high from today, the trend line, just a lot of traffic up here. It just seems like it's going to be tough to push through. If we do, I could certainly see some likes to the upside. But if we keep these failed upside auctions, then I could see these markets rolling over and trading back down near or to the initial balance lows.
All right. Thank you for that, Hogue.
All right.
The ES has been respecting that options level just above 75.38. Are you just waiting for the next setup here, Dakota?
Yeah, things could get choppy now. That was a fake out, and now we're kind of just chopping around these 220s. Very similar to where we was chopping around, 140s at the open? We're starting to see something similar. This could be, I don't want to say this in existence, a zombie rally where we kind of chop and drift higher. That could be a difficult market trade.
Yeah. I personally am not a huge fan of those, but for you more patient longs in there, might be to your benefit.
I agree, Jack. I think for me, being patient, waiting for pullbacks, and then looking for opportunities just to buy it. Maybe lower end of consolidation, buying. Just a very strong bullish bias.
Looking at the schedule for today, once again, we got coming up at the top of the hour, Trump greets Lebanese president. 1:30, we have Secretary Hegseth and General Kane speaking. We got not too much happening the rest of the day. South Korean PPI tonight. Anything South Korea is spicy. That's the big lead for the markets every night. Did Korea sell off or not? Dakota, you've never actually traded the Kospi, right?
Nope. I've traded the Nikkei, and that's about it.
Yeah,
not Kospi.
That would be the real Widowmaker, wouldn't it?
It would be, yeah. Yes, sir. It's like this pullback that we just got down to 215s, 214s. Considering looking for a long scalp back up to 230s. Very well just turn this into some range bound trading. Shout out to Dobie. Price action's not as clean anymore. Micron up almost 9% now.
Googly moogly. Yeah,
well, I guess I should have bought it.
Let's take a look at the daily on the semiconductors. When you zoom out, I got that on my screen now. We, to the downside here. We broke through the sort of support in the technicals here, and now we've had 3 days of big bounce back, kind of back to where we are testing. Is this just a bear market rally, squeeze? Do we get back to this lovely channel that we were in for so long? Tune in over the next month or so, and we'll let you know.
Yeah. Jay's saying single stock futures at the end of the week. I'm curious to see how those play out. Nothing
Yes.
like adding
See, I mean,
some
we
more
won't-
leverage going into earnings.
Well, Dakota, at least they don't have theta burn. But that'll still affect the stock price, so you're kind of synthetically doing it, I guess. Yeah, single stock futures are coming out from the CME. It'll be a while before we have them on Topstep. If we have them, we'll see how the liquidity is and how they perform.
Yeah. Micron just grinding higher, 9.2%. And these 5-minute candles, this price action is just ugh.
Yeah. Gotta watch it though. this hourly change is it might provide some decent opportunity for direction from this level. Because we're right up at IB high. We got failed upside auctions. We start to see some good selling coming in, and I like to stay short. But if we start seeing, I used to call it, I don't know if you've heard of this, I used to call it lift and sag. Like if you're watching price and it lifts a little bit higher every time it moves higher, that's lift. Sag is it lets it go a little bit lower every time it moves lower, and that's sag. And sometimes you can kind of tell, especially on the hour and the half hour, when there's a participant that wants it to close within a certain area or a certain level or above or below a certain level. We're seeing some selling coming in here in this last 5 minutes. If these sellers start to really get some legs to them, then that failed upside auction is likely to hold. But it's so tricky and takes a lot of practice to try and read it. So I'm watching the ES dome here, and if we can't see any participation above the initial balance high, if it gets up there and dies, then I could see the short playing out. But if we do see some really good buying coming in this last 5 minutes of this period, that could certainly change things. If you're short right now, I think you're all right, but you got to watch the price action in this last 5 minutes, and sometimes even the first 5 minutes of the next half hour.
Okay. The lift and sag pattern, huh?
Lift and sag.
Very short time. It would be like looking at a 1-minute chart.
Okay.
Guys, we are in earnings season 100% now. The big guns are coming out. Tomorrow we got Alphabet and Tesla.
Yep.
And Thursday we got Intel. That should be fun for the whole family.
There we go. Gold's been catching a bid here. 1,074.
Fun for the whole family.
Well, Hogue, it looks like with minute 40, will we have this failed upside auction in the ES? I have the initial balance I got as 75.33 quarter.
Yes.
And
yes,
this
for sure.
Price action, man. There's not enough sag in it. Too much lift.
No.
Here we go. Oh, an hour coming. Top of the hour coming. We could just keep breaking out.
Yeah.
Are we going to take delivery on gold? I don't know.
You're going to take delivery?
One day. Oh, so someone was asking me. Take delivery on gold
I feel
contracts.
Like it would be like unimpressive, right? Because, you do all that because the big gold is 100 ounces.
100 ounces. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's like less than the weight of a gallon of milk.
It's like probably one
so it's
brick,
probably pretty
right?
small, right?
Yeah.
I bet
probably the
it's
size
less
of your
than that.
phone. Like the size of your phone.
I would think that would be more like
I
a
don't
kilo.
know. Let me look this up really quick. Size of 100 OZ gold bar.
Yeah, that seems like it'd be like the size of your phone, maybe just thicker.
Approximately 6.5 inches by 2.5 inches by 0.7 inches. So yeah, it would be about the size of a phone. Nice to think
Take
about.
delivery. One full contract we're trading. It's crazy to think. Take delivery of micro though. 1/10 the size. I don't know.
Right. So
Can't take
we
delivery of anything.
closed the
less than-
last 30-minute below the initial bounce low on both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Critical area here.
All right. Grind higher. The grind higher. Micron up 9.5.
It is. It's trying. It's
Nvidia's
trying.
catching a bid. You just close your eyes and buy it. Let's keep going.
All right, guys, we'll keep an eye on this. But we're going to take a quick break now and come back with Andre and Alex here. Whole office is in an uproar. Can't get enough Alex. So stick around. We'll be back right after this. Topstep TV. Let's go.
The moment we've been awaiting for so long. The gold medalist, the champ is in the house. Mr. Alex Ferreira here on Topstep TV in person. This is so sweet. Thanks for joining us. It's awesome to see you here. Welcome. Thoughts, man? I gotta first of all, congratulations. And how's life changed?
Dude, Dre, so good to be here. Thank you so much for having me. It's awesome to be in the Topstep offices. We got new offices, so it's pretty sick. This is your first day in. You excited?
Yeah, pretty much, man. We're going to build this plane in midair. So let me know if you got any improvements, any feedback, MP style. But yeah, welcome aboard. Folks are really, really pumped for this. Yeah, how has life changed?
It's been absolutely fantastic. I just never knew it could be so sweet before. Everyone's coming up to me. Congratulations. So many interviews, so many going around all the world, just doing different media interviews and things like that. So it's been really, really special. And to be with you here with you guys today is amazing.
I got to ask you, grind, the determination, 10 blueberries, yeah?
10 blueberries every day.
The routine. Well, first of all, are you still doing that?
Oh, yeah.
Are you still doing it?
I'm still hitting it.
How has life changed in terms of the routine? Have you had time to smell the roses? Have you had time to enjoy life a little bit, or are you still just in competitor mode?
Definitely let my hair down.
Good.
Enjoying it. Yes,
Good.
absolutely enjoying it.
Can you eat a cheeseburger?
I'm eating many cheeseburgers. I'm eating chocolate again. We're back on the grind.
Okay. Very, very cool, man. That was so sweet. The pressure of that moment going into it. For those that don't know, he's won a bronze medal before.
Yep.
Olympics, silver medal.
Yep.
Now to complete it on the top of the podium under some interesting conditions, to say the least. Right, the day before, qualifiers were pushed to the following day. Correct, because of conditions. How did you adapt? I have to ask you because in trading, right?
Yeah.
Hogue has a saying: ACH, anything can happen. Anything can and will happen. How do you prepare for something like that?
That's a great question.
I focused really hard. Who let him in? And I just drop it. The champ is here. Look at this, man. The gold medal. USA. All right, baby. All right, baby. Well, we got the bosses in the house. With that being said, they're clapping for us or them. With that being said, we are very, very excited to announce Captain America's here in honor of America's 250th birthday. We know you guys loved it. A couple weeks ago when we released the 250,000 Freedom Combine, we are now, right here, right now, going to drop another 250 right here, right now. We'll get the link up. Go get that. It was a huge success. You guys passed the first experiment. We're going to do it again. So there is the link in the chat. Go get those $250,000 Freedom Combines. We got the champ in the house. 250 only. So while supplies last. Anyways, I felt like a infomercial there. Anyways, Alex, you got the gold medal. You wanted to talk a little gold. I'm looking at gold prices right now. We're trading 4,073. What's your take on gold? That gold medal hanging from your neck, worth a little less back than it was in February, but hopefully it goes up. What's your take on the precious metals? We got the champ here, man. You kidding me?
The precious metals look good. We're having a huge correction in gold right now, as everyone can tell. The retracement has been, we're up in February. We were trading around 56.9. Sorry, what is that? 56.92, excuse me. And huge correction. But honestly, I think long term, if you're going long on gold, that's a good decision. Some of the paper markets right now, you'll go definitely. You might want to short day to day, but for the long term, you definitely want to go long. I mean, with the debasement trade and so much QE going on, they're not saying it's QE, but they've got us fire up the press soon, don't you think?
100%, Alex. Well, you were a little busy in February, right? When it was trading 56.92, about $1,600 lower from there. Precious metal, silver. Where's the gold? I gotta ask you, where's the gold medal?
The gold medal's on my wall.
Yeah.
At my mom's house, I hang all the trophies there and stuff.
Sure.
I should have brought it here actually, but that one's just plated.
Really?
Yeah. So the actual medal is filled with silver. You can talk to the IOC about
IOC. We're talking for you. We are coming for you. Yes.
If you want. But the silver one's pure silver, and then the copper or the bronze one is pure copper. But so yeah, I think. The gold is great, absolutely, but it's not. I would rather have a few real ounces in there.
Let's see what we can do. Alex wants to take delivery on gold in the chat. Alex is so cool. This is very, very cool. The lab says it's closed. We will open up that link. The lab will be open here shortly. We don't want that smoke trade. Alex Ferreira, gold medalist, top step funded trader in the house. The pressure, the pressure. Did you get nervous? I gotta ask you before you got on air. Do you get nervous?
I get extremely nervous.
What do you do when you're nervous? Because I get nervous when we get on the markets. Big numbers get released. What do you do? Do you go to routine? Do you go to mental visualization? What do you do to? What does like an elite athlete do to get locked in and keep all the outside distractions out?
I mean, that's a great question. I think the first thing that everyone should be doing, and it sounds kind of crazy, talk to yourself. I'm talking to myself every single day. You can do this. I'm 100% going to win this gold medal today. Today is my day. I'm the 2026 Olympic gold medal champion, whatever it is. Today, I'm going to make these good trades.
Sure.
I'm going to freaking...
I'm a profitable trader.
Yeah, I'm a profitable trader.
Yes.
I'm going to wake up. I piss excellence. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I love it. Damn right, piss excellence. That piss is gold, baby. He wanted to talk about silver and copper before we got on. I'm like, dude, come on. We want to talk about gold here. Again, we'll open up the labs as well. In your routine, I don't know if this is... What do you say to yourself? I know it's before every time before you drop in, you say a little something to yourself. Can you reveal that? Or is that personal? What is it? This is amazing. I've never asked them this.
Yeah. When I'm at the top of the pipe and people see my mouth moving and my lips going, I'm basically just reiterating my run to myself for the last time.
What's it sound like?
So I'm going to do, all right, perfect. Drop in, switch right up 10 Japan, perfect. Land high on that transition, coming in from the left side, double cork 1620 safety. Perfect, get that grab. And then it's just all that. Landing high, smooth transitions. Looking good, getting the grabs, just anything and everything, the last little touches that the brain needs. And it's the same thing before going into a trade as well. Like, okay, I'm going to wait for that. I'm going to place a limit order. I'm going to wait for me to get up top, and then I'm going to short it or buy it.
So in trading, if gold gets up to 4,500, obviously $400 higher from here. If then I am looking for this constantly. Oh, take it over, man. Take it over. Alex is in the house. He is controlling, hands off. He is rocking right now. He's going from a daytime frame, going to the 5 second. He is fast and loose with this thing. What do you think?
So I would check this.
Let's go.
I would check this, and I would go out to the 5 minute, the 15 second, and then I would hone back into the 5 seconds. So looks like since 8:45, we've been trading around 40, 48. So I probably would set a limit order around 4,076.
4,076 done. You heard it. We're placing a trade. Alex says
4,000. And then I would go short right now, probably, because we've had a lot of volatility.
All right, we are now working one at 4,074 here on TopstepTV. You said it. Let's see if we do get that fill. Okay, so trading if-thens, and obviously you have to. Once you are in the market, once you're in the half pipe, everything else goes out the window. Mike Tyson famously said, everyone has a game plan until
you get punched in the face.
Punched in the face. So same with trading. If we do get this fill, what is it like in the pipe? Do you have to improvise on the fly? And do you have to, we are now in. We are now short a one gold contract. We are now in. Alex Ferreira, gold medalist, getting short gold. That's ironic. We are now in. So let's break it down. What do you got?
Okay, so you have a...
You can drag
you have a take at 1,500?
Yeah, but we can move that up. That's
okay,
just
so
emergency,
typically I would take around, usually I'd take around 200, but let's go a little crazy. We'll go 360 because we like to party today.
Damn right. Damn right.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I would sit. I just chill. Sometimes if I get to 200, I'll close the position just for me.
Sure.
I'll just shut it down. But
I love it. So you'll stick to your process going into it. You'll stick to your process of the trade, right? Risking 320 to make 360. Yeah. What if something goes against us, going against us right now? Will you cut early or will you stick to your read?
I mean, the thing about the futures market and all paper markets, anything can happen, right? You're betting on what is going to happen 10 seconds from now, 30 seconds from now, 10 minutes from now. So sometimes I won't even set the limit on top, and I'll just let it go for maybe 500-600 because I know it's going to go down. I live by the motto, what goes up must come down.
Yeah.
But, see, like we're close here.
Well, we're still. I think we're.
We're out.
I do believe the president is. This is the ultimate wild card. The president is now speaking. We'll see if we get those headlines coming out here on TopstepTV. That's the one unknown. The unknown that we have. What is the headlines, right? Headlines can blindside a trade like that. Find out what that headline is. The president is greeting the Lebanese president right now. It's definitely been a wild card to say the least. I want to ask you when you're dropping in on your run, you have to change things up mid-run. Do you ever? And how do you know when you have to? All right, first trick, good. Second trick, you came up low on the landing. What do you do? What the hell do you do next?
Yeah. Sometimes I'm pulling audibles, but I'm really trying not to pull audibles. Sometimes there's weather and all sorts of different factors.
I'm sorry. It just.
I know.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? I know.
God.
I had a feeling.
Oh my goodness. Good read. Oh man.
That's okay though. That's totally fine. You're gonna go through those, and you're gonna have those moments. And if you are super down on yourself, then it'll probably just keep going
You're
down.
my trading buddy
you
now,
gotta,
man.
You gotta stay positive. We can.
Okay, we'll navigate this. But okay, real quick, we're going to wrap up because I know you got autographs to sign, you got babies to kiss, hands to shake. The gold medalist is in the house again. Click on the link for 250 more, 250K Freedom Combines. Celebrate America, Captain America. What do you do? Yeah, so you still stick it out? Or what do you know when you have to call the audible? When do you know when you have to get out of a trade? There's a lot of parallels between athletics, the competition,
absolutely.
And trading.
Yeah. I mean, when I'm going slow in the pipe,
sure,
you got to pull an audible. No question.
Yeah.
Maybe go for a lower amount of contracts or something like that. And it's the same with trading, right? Like if you're not in a good trade, okay, then try and get out of it and then regain your confidence and then get back in. Don't need to hold on for dear life all the time,
You've never held on for dear life before?
I've held on for dear life a lot of times. I don't want to do that sometimes.
I love it. I can't believe that happened. That is live TV for you. Once again, Alex Ferreira, gold medalist, Top Step funded trader, joining us here for a quick drop-in. What do you think of the office?
The office looks amazing. I mean, there's still a little bit of work to be done. But the new studio, once we get in there, it's going to be unreal.
This is crazy. Yeah, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's about 25% of the entire army, if you will. With that being said, Alex, thank you so much. That gold trade, you can't make this stuff up. He got short gold. That's what he gets. The gold medalist is going short gold.
That's true.
Long only. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to James for a quick announcement. We'll be back with Mohammed here on TopstepTV. Let's go. Click subscribe, click like, click notify. That was fantastic. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
Much love.
James, all you.
Let's go, guys. Where do you get that kind of stuff? Nowhere else but TopstepTV. Thank you so much to Alex Ferreira for dropping in and sharing an update on what you've been up to since securing the gold at the Olympics. And hey, guys, Alex is not the only name we have on TopstepTV today, because later on today at 1 o'clock, we are live with another installment of Mindset Matters with Robin Dane, the trader's coach. With over 35 years of market experience, including 9 years coaching elite portfolio managers, Robin knows exactly what it takes to build bulletproof trading psychology. Now, whether you're fighting impulse clicks, struggling with discipline, or trying to bounce back from a losing streak, she's taking your questions and answering them live right here on TopstepTV in order to get your mindset back in the green. So we're going to drop a link in chat now. Go ahead and click on it to submit your questions for Robin Dane during Mindset Matters today at 1 o'clock. She's sitting down with Hogue for a whole hour of trading psychology ins and outs. So get your questions in now and be sure to tune in to see if it's answered live on air right here on TopstepTV. Again, that's at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time today. You're not going to want to miss it, so go ahead and get your questions in now. Now, I know we want to leave that 250 link pinned for a while, so if you need the Robin Dane questionnaire, just ask us for it. We're happy to get it your way. And hey, Mindset Matters isn't the only question submission segment today because we also still have group coaching. That's right, group coaching. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Central Time, and today is no different. Today we are sitting down with Eric, Emmanuel, and Hoop for an hour of group coaching technicals. Now, remember, Mindset Matters is all about your psychology, and group coaching is all about the technical analysis. So, if you have a question about the charts, put it in for group coaching. And if you have a question about your mindset, well, that's more of a Robin Dane subject. No matter what, though, we will take any question you have. So go ahead and submit your questions for group coaching and tune back in today at 12 p.m. Central Time to see if your question is read live on air. Now, with group coaching, we do keep each and every question we get, so we try to get to them all throughout the week. So if you don't hear your question read today, dear viewer, well, tune in tomorrow and get edumacated. One last thing before we go back to the charts with Muhammad. We just announced it, but let's go ahead and hit it again. We are re-releasing 250K trading combines from Topstep Labs. If you missed out on the last Topstep Labs drop and you got some FOMO, well, you got a little bit of time left to go in and secure your very own 250K Freedom Trading Combine from Topstep Labs. Click on the link in chat now. If it says it's closed, don't worry. I also see the same thing. But if you click on the top right where it says claim yours and start going through the normal purchasing journey, you should be able to find it, assuming they haven't sold out by the end of my speech. This is real live television, folks. I don't know what's going to happen at any moment. I could be held hostage and live on TV. Stay tuned. Anyway, grab yours now while they're still available and start trading your way towards freedom. Let's go ahead and get back to the charts because I know we have your favorite guests coming up next along with Dakota. Let's throw it back to Jack, Hogue, Muhammad, and Dakota.
And we're back. Andre back with us as well. Oh no, Andre isn't back there. That's my bad. We got Muhammad with us. Muhammad, how you doing today, man?
Good morning. Doing great, actually. Market is trying to make its mind in the opening range, 30-minute opening range, high 7,530, low 7,504 and a half. So the market turned back to the high of the opening range high and sweep higher, then sweep lower, and then gigantic 5-minute candle decided that we are going higher. This strong green candle, it's a determination about the direction that we will stay above the opening range high. So far they are. So my analysis in this, as long as we are above 7,530, we have a target at 7,543 and then 7,556. I have also a bigger measured move in the 2000 tick chart from overnight low to this high, pullback. AB should equal B, should equal CD, which 7,562. So we are looking to 7,543 as a target, then 7,556, then 7,561 or 62.
Excellent. And Muhammad's long 30 MES. So we'll keep an eye
Yeah,
on
I'm
that.
long 30 at 36, stop at 26.
All right. Dakota, you are long as well. What we got cooking there?
Well, I got cooking 100 points. I'm long from 29,189 in my live account. Well, everything was going on, and I took 3 contracts off. And I have 2 more just running in. Like I said, we're playing a drinking game in the live accounts. Yeah, 2 contracts, well over 100 points. And I've taken some profits already. I'm going to take 1 more off. We're getting some hesitation, just under 300. I think we could break out through 300 right now. But yeah, up almost 2,000 with the way this market is going. We just continue to just grind higher. As soon as I got on air, you guys know I said, looking for longs. We had that big sell off back down to this level of support again. I jumped in long 3 contracts, and yeah, the momentum did the rest. Took profit for 1.
We're
I'm
pausing.
going to go ahead and trail it. And just start locking this in. I think we could just keep grinding higher.
I could sense that you were long, Dakota.
Yeah, this was, I don't want to say easy, but this is one of those easier trades where you get in, you get 0 drawdown, and then whatever happened, I mean, that was just such a rip through the session highs. We got Micron up 10%. Yeah, straightforward.
That
Straightforward.
pullback off the failed upside auction was very unsatisfying. Could not be short.
I was
after that.
satisfied. I was satisfied, Hoke.
Well,
For the,
yeah,
to
Dakota,
get long there, but if you were short, it wasn't very satisfying. You want to see more action to the downside. So I saw that and I was like, all right, Dakota's long. I can feel it.
Yeah.
And yes,
Exactly.
you were.
You know what I love the most? I was talking about this yesterday and you guys weren't here. We were hovering around 29,000. Every single trade I was placing on air, everybody knew where my stop losses were and my profit was. I'm like, yeah, I'm long. Everybody's like, yeah, his target's 29,000. And it was such a nice, fulfilling thing to do. Like, oh, Dakota's long this. Oh, I bet you his profit's here. It just means that I think I'm doing my job correctly when everyone could start to realize where I'm getting in and where I'm getting out.
Oh, undoubtedly cool. We also got, hey, Dre,
Whoa.
5
Whoa.
up now.
Yes, yes, indeed. Go ahead. Sorry, Jack. Didn't want to startle you.
Oh, no. I'm thoroughly startled. New highs ES. No, I was
see
gonna say,
that.
that's a cool feeling, Dakota. And we are right at 7,500 right now in the SPX. We'll see if we can eat through this and how much more
Take
upside
5.
there is.
There we
Welcome
go.
back.
Oh,
Wow.
Taking 5.
Dakota? Damn, you guys are wrong.
Wow.
Crude's collapsing.
Crude
Yeah.
selling off. Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
We've got
Andre.
headlines. Hey, what's up, Dakota?
Yep.
You long? What price you long from Dakota?
190.
Another 5.
Mo?
Taking profit here.
Got a
Let's
headline
go.
here. Trump says Israel's in the process of withdrawing from Lebanon and is in the process of redeploying, well, other sections. I'll dissect what that means at some point. Not super clear on it, to be honest.
President is speaking. Trump on Israel. We will be looking at issues in pilot zones now. Iran desperately wants to meet new highs ES 75.43. Mohammed, you got out of another 5. What's your position right now?
Yeah, it's still long 20. I took 10. One at 41, the other one at exactly 43.25, the exact high, which is the 50% of the extension highs. You can see this wick here just stopped at this 50%, which is expected. This is why I have some target. I trailed a little bit my stop to 75.28. So I took 10, trailed the 20.
10 trailed the 20. Go ahead, Rick.
Iran wants to meet. We have no interest. For the president. When Iran wants to meet, we have no interest. 50-50 on the tilt. Dakota long from Mohammed, long 20. You had conviction in this trade. What was the setup that had you so convicted to put on this size?
Yeah, I can repeat that. You were aware.
I was aware. I was talking to gold medalists, Mohammed. I was rubbing elbows with gold medalists. Sorry. Go ahead, Mo. Sorry. Go ahead.
So that was the opening range high. 7,530 was my line of sand. The market swept higher and then swept lower. They gave me the conviction that they are rejected. I was short at that point. But when this 5-minute candle get eaten by this gigantic engulfing green candle above the opening range high, that gave me the conviction to go long big, because I exactly know where is my risk. It's just below this opening range high. So, and the direction was clear to the at least 50% of the extension, at least. So I took some profit to minimize the risk, trailed my stop higher, and I will keep trailing, I think. And plus, we have a trending up day. This type of day, it's a trending up day. So I'm looking to the measured move of the overnight move, pullback. AB should equal CD, which is 7,562. So we have room to the upside.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Hope checking in with you. New highs NQ, new highs ES. We're above initial balance high in both. What's Delta looking like?
Yep.
Did it go heavy positive or positive?
It's positive in the ES, approximately 2,300 positive, but negative almost 800 in the NASDAQ. A little bit of a squeeze going on here in the NASDAQ.
Give me that squeeze.
Yeah, keep squeezing. I think it's
no
going
LARPing
to.
today.
I think we're headed to the upside.
yet.
You may get your grind to the upside here, Dakota.
Yeah. Yeah, I still have one for runner. One from the low.
Peace of mind trade.
Peace of mind trade. Yep.
Well, at
We
the
continue to
moment,
hold 300.
we continue to chip away at that 7,500 SPX level, 7,538 in the futures, and then it's about 20 points higher to the next sort of a lot of possible options hedging to be done up there. Let's see, we're holding above 7,500 for now.
New session highs, NASDAQ.
Yep.
Gonna trail
First
this a
visual
little bit
target,
more.
Dakota, to the upside, 29,335.
Okay.
One more time,
okay.
Hogue.
I could see that. I
What
can
was that
see
number?
40s.
29,335.
What's wrong with
A
What's wrong with 30,000?
NPOC from the 16th.
Nothing, Mo.
There.
Nothing.
It's trending
Three
up day,
pieces.
so
Grinding
I
high.
have a lot of targets up there. We have big room, so I think I don't know about NQ, but in ES we have a lot of room, but you need to have enough wiggle room for the stop. Small size, bigger stop.
I'm gonna take profit right here.
You go. New high.
New highs indeed.
I
Why
just-
Dakota? Why here?
I don't want to make too much.
What?
Hmm.
What? What?
Just joking.
What?
I'm joking. No,
Enough
no.
money,
This is
man.
about-
Enough.
Wait, what? What happened there?
No, we're pushing to these 320s. I'm happy with this. Up 126 points. Yeah, there we go. $1,700 trading 3 micros.
Not bad.
3 micros.
Live.
Pro
ball.
Live execution. Pro ball.
All right, Dakota, be modest.
Yeah,
I like
everybody
it.
who tunes into slow markets and for fast markets, you get to see every execution and every trade analysis. You don't get anywhere else, to be honest.
Tell you what else. Live funded traders. Dakota. Taking live funded. So there we go. There's some folks that are saying it's not enough. Just joking. Camille up. There's our live funded leaders currently. We got Camille up 16,000. Marcus up almost 16,000. Another Jack K this time. Up 15 large. Donna up almost 15 large. Also, Daryl up 13,600. Love to see it. We'll keep an eye on those names. P&Ls throughout the day. Pro ball trading live.
Nice.
Funded traders. Job well done. Mohammed,
Beauty.
is this enough money for you to get out of the trade? You are in the money nicely. Are you?
Yeah, I mean,
where are you taking this thing?
At this point, I am not in a piece of mind trade. I'm still running risk, so I'm accepting that risk so far. Yeah, I think there is room to go higher. However, if we just break below 31 now, or maybe 31, yeah, that's enough. 31, that's enough risk for me. So I'm looking at from different point of view how much I'm risking. I'm okay with that or not, and the profit would take care of itself.
Nice.
London close. Damn, Jack, those 09s, man. 75.09. I just looked.
Yeah.
ES, new session highs, 75.44. Great read, though. London close, 30 seconds.
Look at this NASDAQ pullback. I told everybody last night, too. I don't have insider information.
Hard to have insider information on the NQ.
$100,000 a month data,
Oh.
whatever there's.
Even if you give me that money for free, if you give it to me to subscribe, I will not.
How much? Wait, hold on. What's the number? London close
Even
coming.
if it's not my money.
Well, I
London
mean,
closed.
yeah. All right. Okay.
Yeah, Dre, it was a $100K a month was the price for the Truth Social high latency line.
Yeah, I was
Or
thinking
not, sorry, low latency.
I have some questions. Is it being licensed
Maybe
to
maybe he will create a Discord room.
Was there diminishing returns?
I think there is one. We're just not in it, my friend.
Was there diminishing returns, and that's why we decided to license it out? I'm not sure. Say that more another day. Blast from the president here. Nobody gets through the blockade. Well, I'll tell you what, Hogue, I'll have to let you go. I'm going to see your morning highlights. See your morning highlights here. Just a few, but a couple words. Let you get out of here. The Delta Don. Good seeing you as always. A couple words, Hogue. Good stuff.
What a fascinating morning in trading. I mean, there was a lot going on, lots of things going on, some great trades. Dakota, great job. Mo, amazing leverage into that long. Hopefully it's going to continue to pay you. Andre, Jack, good to see everybody this morning. See you for the morning highlights here in just a few minutes. Stick around.
Thank you, Hogue.
Thank you, Hogue.
Dakota, asking you your exit. You got all those longs. We're seeing what's happening now. We're down about 30 points. Do you ask yourself, was it? I always ask myself, if I was flat right now, what would the trade be? Or obviously no trade. Was something you were long? If you were flat, would you perhaps have been looking to take a short up there, or it was just
correct?
Gotcha.
That's exactly what it is, right? Looking for a 3-bar reversal to the short side. Man, look at this thing go now. Wow, that really was the high, huh? These what price did I get out? I got out at
tens,
315.
315. Session high at 319.
I got out at 315, Andre.
Well,
and yeah, I don't
you
know.
amazed you. Wow, did you just leave yourself speechless? Dakota, is that what just happened there? Are you impressed? Is Dakota impressed with Dakota?
Sometimes I impress myself, Andre.
There you go, baby. LARPing.
I'm not impressed. This is Dakota. You can do it.
Just a little bit of luck. Okay, I'm going to chalk it up to luck. When I don't have an answer, that's luck.
No.
LARP.
In ES, I see a level here yesterday. Can see yesterday highs between 45, 7,045, 7,052. This is a level of sellers actually. So it is a resistance in ES at least.
Last trade. Some 5. Oh, there's some down ticking here. It looked like we did see a little bit more selling there. ES. In Q now about 35 points off the highs. Let's trade and a little more selling here. 29,000. Gold selling off now. Oh, where's Alex? Alex, those shorts were good in the gold. Gold just sold off $5. ES seeing some more downside pressure here. ES
back to 7,500 SPX.
7,500 SPX. Okay. 50-50
tilt. Headline. We're not finished at all with Iran. We're not leaving now. We've had a big impact on Iran. That's the latest.
Thank you, Jack. Crude.
Wow.
84. Yeah. Wow. Are you wowing that sell-off, Dakota? I think
no, I'm wowing. So in the platform you could enable like showing the executions. I pulled up this 100-tick chart and you can see my entry down here. Down here at 187, 191, and then just taking profits on the way up. But yeah, that at the top was luck.
Happens. Well, while we have this little pullback here, why don't we pull back some news and tidbits from behind the curtain?
Yes.
So I haven't been on since Friday. So I took these that we didn't show on Friday because some of these memes during that soft were just too good. It appears you bought the best companies in the U.S. at the wrong prices, Mr. Bod. That was the feeling on Friday. Things have reversed somewhat. I love this so much. Oh, shorts. All right, let's take a look. This is also pulled. We're still living through this. Friday, I believe Korean stock market volatility is now higher than it was during both the global financial crisis and the 90s Asian financial crisis.
Really?
It has never been crazier in Korea. And I don't think those things are changing anytime soon. We were talking about the Kospi, the wild west. And also for Friday, I know memory's bouncing today, but one more of these memes. Too soon.
There
Man.
she is. There she
Leopold
is.
and the old king, Miss Woods. This remains to be seen. We'll learn a lot more in the next couple months.
Oh,
that's what I got for you today, Andre.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Kathy. Yes, indeed. What do we have? President still going here. President will hit any site that Iran is thinking about for nuclear operations. Trump asked on Canada tariffs. It is not related to the wildfires. It's because they have been tough on our farmers and us. There you go. Mohammed still long?
Yeah, it's 15 now. Long 15.
Okay, you got out 5 more.
Looking that the market is getting rejected at this resistance, so it's better to minimize the size as long as I can.
All right.
Dakota's flat. Dakota flat?
Correct. I'm flat.
In a trending up day, you always expect to see a red 5-minute candle to get bought in the next 5-minute candle.
Right.
So if this is not happening, that means the trend is weakening.
All right, gold working its way toward these session highs. About $1 to go, 40.86. Jack, how are we looking on Jack Bond 007? How are we looking on the 30-year? Did it come back a little bit? It was what, a 5.15?
I mean, it came back 2 bips. It's so nothing too much. We're trading 5.13 in the yield right now. High of the day was 5.15. Not too much has changed there. 10 years 4.62. 2-year, oh boy. This is I checked the Fed watch after today. 2 years up at 4. Here, I'll switch to this really quick. 2-year is up at 4.25% for the yield.
Let's take a look at Fed Watch. Let's take a look at Fed Watch.
Why not? Our old friends at the Fed Watch.
Looking at a 22. It's looking at a 22% probability of a 25 basis point rate hike. Again, that FOMC meeting will be July 29th. July 29th, a week from Wednesday. Still leaving the door open for possibility in rate hikes. We'll have wall-to-wall coverage of that here on TopstepTV.
Let's go.
What was it? It was like 13%, I believe, when the bell rang, New York bell rang. I believe it was around 13% or so for that rate hike. So it has gone up.
Warsh specifically said kind of during his first meeting that one of the things they wanted to look at for Fed policy was the market expectations. And, you look at the 2-year, that's what he means. So I don't know how you can, if this keeps going up, you gotta hike.
Jack. We had a couple.
Move the goalpost,
Bingo. When in doubt. Yep.
Move them out. When in doubt, move them out.
Yep. We had 2 speakers last. Hammock came out and said raising rates or in favor of a rate hike. Another one, same day. I forgot the other one. Logan, I believe Logan, voting member, also said we need to hike rates. Okay, Mohammed long 15.
I'm back,
right?
5 now.
Long 5. You got out 10. Okay.
I got in with 30.
I know, Mohammed. 30 from 75, 30. Did you go all in? Did you just go straight 30? Or did you build into that? Catch me up to speed, Mo.
No, it was straight 30. It was straight 30.
Straight 30? I missed it?
Yep.
Man, I wasn't here for that.
I mean, you was chasing something else.
What was I chasing, Mo? Finish that thought. What was I chasing?
It's worth chasing, man.
I was chasing gold, man. Let's take a look at gold. 40.84.
Yeah, so I was
I like
30. I took 10 at 43. And then when I see the price is struggling to break that extension, start to minimizing the position. Now my stop at almost point of entry. So because now, as we can see, now we have 2 red candles. This could be 3-bar reversal, not confirmed yet. So I don't want to be in a situation to get larped.
Larped. Got larped, Mo.
I don't want to be larped.
I know there's a lot of traders in the chat that caught that short on a 3-bar reversal in the NASDAQ because it's a beautiful one. Right there. Right there. A rejection of 300s.
A lovely little chart.
Who took
got
it?
here?
Chat.
The short?
Let's see
It was a
took the
pullback for a second.
3-bar reversal will be like 296, 29,296 short.
296. Initial balance high 246. Okay. Last trade 2.
Yeah. I think the market said, no, man, you're too heavy. Take off some luggage. So I took some luggage and now we are flying.
You sold one for the rally, as Hogue would say. You're tricking the market into thinking you're short. And in the market, here we go.
I
Kind of a bit of
sold
a
10 for the rally.
Sold 10 for the rally. Let's take a look at using that level 2 data on Topstep X. Not seeing too much. A couple hundred lots on the ask, up above, a couple points higher last trade. Yeah, 75.41. Crude oil, $84.61. President, another headline here. We'll be hitting the mountain area pretty soon, very heavily. A muted reaction here. Again, get those questions in for group coaching. Poll up in the chat. I like this one. Whose trading strategy do you most relate to? Well done on the grammar, by the way. That is perfectly worded. Whose trading strategy do you most relate to? Jack, Dakota, Mo.
Who's what?
Trading strategy, Mohammed. I read it twice. You're sitting there counting your money. You're counting your money over there. They're saying whose trading strategy they relate to the most. Interesting. I like that.
All right. Well, we pulled back a little bit in the ES and then really held like the sort of like resistance become support at that 7,500 SPX level for now, at least. Last 3 5-minute candles are all right around that at their bases, bottoms. Their wicks.
Downtick in the 10-year. A little downtick in the 10-year prices. A little uptick in crude oil prices. Ever so slightly. Crude up to about 30 cents right there.
Gold's still catching a bid.
What do you got? What gold?
82.
Yep.
Or should you guys be paying attention more to silver prices? It sounds like that metals has more silver than gold on it.
That
well,
go figure.
We just talked about the fact that maybe before you got on that like I think you were here for where we talked about the phone size, like a whole gold contract is like a phone of gold.
The size of a phone.
Expensive proposition to make all those metals.
How many medals do they give away during the Olympics? I'm sure.
If we're talking about not events, but the medals, it's huge because you got to think of like whole hockey teams and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I mean silver
Team
makes
sports.
sense. I mean, it just got more expensive now that silver is hanging around $60 an ounce.
He wanted to come on before we got on air. He's like, well, I'll talk silver. I'll talk copper too. I'm like, dude, we're talking gold. What get out of here. Gold.
Of course.
All right.
Yeah.
Also, we have a little downtick in gold for 80 last trade, 50-50 on the tilt right now. Hogue said this is a fascinating trading session.
Are the highs in? Is the high in?
Highs in. Are we working our way lower? taking some guff in the chat that is not perfect grammar, I'm told. It ended in a proposition. Chat, I absolutely adore you.
Proposition.
Proposition, or what is it?
Preposition?
Proposition. What did I say? Yeah.
Wait.
A preposition.
I gotta see
Preposition.
that.
Preposition.
Well, now we
Prepositional phrase.
The grammar Nazi's out now.
Oh, they just absolutely lit me up. Thank you. Andrea is laughing at me. Did you know that was ended in a preposition? Jeez. No, she didn't either. Well, thank you, Chad. Preposition, not proposition. I got a proposition for you. I'm going to throw it to JD. JD, I'm going to propose that you update us with P&Ls and payouts and Top Step Octagon update. What's up, JD? Help bail me out of here. I need help, JD. Give me help.
I think chat just opened a can of worms there. I'm going to start grading chat comments from now on. All right, let's take a look at some payouts and P&Ls from yesterday. Yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Here they are. Up at the top, Ibrahim, he's an all-star around here now. 50K live funded account, $36,344 in profits trading the NASDAQ. Ibrahim sitting on 17 winning days now in this live funded account, and turned around and took a $40,000 payout last week too. Daniel T, $12,317 trading the NASDAQ, also in a 50K live funded account. Daniel also took a $14,000 payout just last week. Francisco G, 8,584 trading the NQ. First winning day in the live funded account for Francisco. Way to go. Hopefully the first of many, many more. Chris, a name that's been on this board quite a few times in the last month. Another 8,277 in profits trading the NQ in a 50K live funded account. Chris is now sitting on 30 winning days in this LFA and turned around this morning, just a little while ago today, and requested another $9,000 payout from this live funded account. Moses A rounds out the top 5, $8,114 in profits yesterday trading the NQ and a 150K live funded account. Very first winning day for Moses also. 2 first-timers, Francisco and Moses, on their very first winning days, making it in the top 5. All right, those are your top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Here are some payout numbers to impress you all. Jack C from Octagon fame, Topstep Octagon fame, $8,707. Faisa, $7,830. Michael, $5,400. Daryl, $895. Danny, $894. Those are your top 5 live funded payouts from yesterday. We're going to see some of these names, well, one of these names, on our Topstep Octagon update coming up in just a second. I put together the entire horse race for the full 15 trading days of the very first Topstep Octagon competition. Jack is still at the top with $50,066 in profits. We saw him take a payout yesterday of $8,700, so he is pulling money out of the live markets, lining his pocket with it, and currently in the lead. Over $300,000 in total profits from the top 10 live funded traders here at Topstep so far in the month of July, and we're only about halfway there. So, best of luck to all of these traders as we go into the home stretch for month 1 of the Topstep Octagon. Back to you guys.
It's a jack off. I had to say
Oh
it.
boy.
Sorry.
Hello.
Oh boy. Here we go.
What?
There we go.
What happened there?
Jack.
Hold on.
Battling it out.
Oh,
Top
we're
of the
back.
list.
We're back.
We are back.
Incredible. What a day. What a day.
That got me off guard.
Well, you know what else caught me off guard, Dakota?
Ah!
You know what caught me off guard, Dakota? I got a little birdie in my ear. A couple things here. You taking your pre-workout? I'm told you got some pre-work. What is this? Look at this pre-workout. Going hard.
My social media account. Go to the next. You can see me
Wait,
doing
hold on. We're going to stay right here. We're not going
Wait.
anywhere. We're going to stay right here. What do we got here?
Defend your powders. What's in there?
Yeah, what is this? What's this concoction? This proposition.
What do you mean? That's protein and creatine, and then on the left is supplements.
Okay.
Okay.
How many grams of creatine? I need to know more about this.
Love it.
Yeah, I think you see
That's
in the
a
back,
lot of
right? I got
creatine.
2 different flavors of protein, and then there's my creatine.
Bulking season.
And then there's the supplements.
Okay.
I like it.
Yeah.
If you were playing professional sports, would you pass a test? Would you pass the test?
Yes.
You would. This is all you. Where's Alex? Get the Olympian in here. With this pass, USADA.
They don't test in amateur boxing.
This is true.
They don't test. I found that out. But no, I can pass a test.
Okay.
Let me show my jump
So
roping
you're just going
skills.
willy-nilly.
You say so.
Willy-nilly
You
with
say
the
so.
creatine. You're not
That
gonna
works
say.
for
You
me.
don't know how much is in there.
No, not
Say you pass.
willy-nilly with creatine. It's 5. There's 5.
Okay.
You do. I usually do 10 for 3 days to start my creatine, and then 5 every single day as I'm training.
Okay. Hey, respect, man. Hey. All right.
And this is daily.
Well,
Daily. Then I'm doing 2 a days. I'll do
What are you getting ready
like
for?
you guys seen. I had jump rope. I jump rope for an hour a day, and then I'll go and
Respect, Dakota.
hit the bag and do pad work for another hour before I go to bed, and then sparring 3 times a week.
Okay. Wow. Well, what about the weekends, Dakota? What are you up to on the weekends?
Saturday is hard sparring.
Yeah, not so fast, my friend. You went to Sublime Fest. I don't
yeah, I did,
practice
man.
Santeria. I ain't got no crystal ball. What else? Who we see here? What do we got? What do we got here?
I
What
was
do we got?
limping around too after some hard.
Not Limp
sparring.
Bizkit. This is Sublime. We're talking Sublime here. What do you got, Dakota? Tell us about Sublime Fest. Was it awesome?
No.
What's
it
your
was
favorite
too
slightly
hot,
stupid
man.
stuff?
It was,
That's
it
a
was
cool-
way
Tell us
too
about the
hot.
lineup.
Even the VIP section. The VIP section was so hot.
Not with the commoners. Not with the commoners. He's it's actually pretty cool. How was it though? Was it packed? And what was your favorite slightly stupid song?
Yeah, Sublime, obviously. The one you were singing is pretty good. I'm gonna be honest, it was not what I expected though. It's just so hot.
I love that song
and,
too. I love that song.
Yeah.
Love it to go. I had to
What
put
else
you on the
guys
spot.
got?
Well, what else?
What
you
else you
guys
got? I'm ready for it. I'm
What else-
curious. James laughing
what
in the
else-
background.
It's not me, man. I'm just a puppet up here reading the teleprompter. But let's go to Mohammed. I love it. One of my favorite things is Mohammed has no time for anything but trading. Mohammed, thoughts on Spain winning the World Cup? Thoughts on Spain winning the World Cup?
Well, they got what they deserve. They played well. They respected the game. I mean, it will be disappointed if Argentina won because they have done nothing then, not a single shot to the target. So, I mean, it was fair that Spain win the World Cup. They deserve it. Actually, Argentina, if you get back to their previous matches, they were struggling. I mean, every match they have been beaten, and they come back late in the game. So they weren't stable in all four matches before. So I'm happy that it's end to the best team.
Yeah.
They are the World Cup champion.
Yes, this is true. This is where you go, Mohammed.
This is true.
Wow, and being taken over here again. Get your questions in for group coaching. Who do we got here? Who do we have here? Go to a one shot. This turned into a disco here.
You guys having a
This
party.
is the gang. This is the Top Step Army. MP, we got Danielle here. Who we got? Everyone coming in here. The lights are flickering. Look at this gang. Yeah, this is just the tip of the iceberg right here. This is it. This is it. Yeah. So this is very, very cool. What do you want me to say? Would you like me to ask any questions to them right here, right now? Or we can do our sign off. Mohammed, as always, thank you. Couple words, let you get out of here. We got morning highlights coming up next, and then throw it to Dakota, Star of Slow Markets, 7 p.m. Central, Sunday through Thursday. Mohammed, couple words, and then we'll throw it to Dakota, and we'll sign off.
I mean, thank you for all those soldiers actually in the game. They make everything happening in Top Step. So thank you very much.
Oh,
He's on mute.
Andres off. We'll kick it. Dakota, you got any final words?
Dakota, all you.
What are you guys having for lunch, and is MP paying?
What are we having for lunch, and is MP paying? That is his sign off.
Topstep's paying.
Topstep's paying. Okay, fantastic stuff. Fantastic session. All right, guys, we got morning highlights coming up after this. Then we got power players. Then we got group coaching. Without further ado, I got to ask, hey, Topstep, what is this?
This is Topstep TV. Let's go!
Yeah, they nailed it, dude. You'll see you again. Take care. Bye-bye. Morning highlights coming up next.
Traders, welcome to the morning highlights. And there have been a lot of highlights this morning. A very exciting day on Topstep TV. An exciting day in the markets. Exciting day in the office. Exciting having Alex Ferreira there. Lots of fun stuff going on, and hopefully exciting day in the markets for you as always. Hoping you're seeing a lot of green on your screen. We're going to take a look at these markets in context, and as always, we're going to start with gold. We did not take the opening range trade, which turned out to be a pretty good idea. It would not have paid us if it did. It wasn't going to be for very long. But here is the 30-minute on gold. We've been talking about 4,000 being a very important inflection level, very important level. We've gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days looking below it, and finally we're starting to see some movement away from it. We saw some losses in open interest during this period of time, but we saw a lot of open interest coming in down to this level, a lot of negative delta. I believe the buyers are still there, and they are showing up today, at least for now. Overnight inventory long, opening, failed downside auction, continuation through the initial balance high, testing the overnight high. Let's see if we can get this market continuing this move to the upside. I believe our buyers may be back in business. Let's take a look at crude oil because we know the buyers are in business here. This is the daily chart. Market has seen some, potential supply issues over in the state of Hormuz. Hostilities back on in Iran. The price is rapidly approaching $85 for the WTI. Let's take a look at today's context on the 30-minute chart. So a couple of things we talked about during the opening call, the late spike to the upside, we opened above it. Acceptance of higher pricing. We opened with a gap and we have been unable to close that gap. We've traded both sides of the initial balance. So for now, the market seems to have found an area of balance. And that is really evident when we look at this 30-minute chart. We've got excess on the low, we've got excess on the high, and we are basically, what do they call this? Barcoding? At least for now, right in the middle of the range for today. Still no gap close, no play with the late spike. Market looking right now, unless there's some sort of tweet, something changes, something drastically changes. Price looking like it may be continuing to head to the upside. I've got our weekly kickoff high up here at 86.50. Our high, what's our high today? 85.03. $1.50 to weekly kickoff high if we can get there. Let's see if we continue to accept pricing at higher levels. Let's take a look at the ES. Some pretty good trades here so far in the ES. I'm, of course, going to be starting with the 30-minute chart. We haven't really left the range from yesterday. ES not presenting as strong an opportunity to the upside as the NASDAQ, at least not yet. The market opened right in the middle of the range in value from yesterday. We looked lower, couldn't get to value low, traded to value high, holding above value high, holding above the initial balance high, 75.33 We did start with a failed downside auction that did not provide very much of a good downside opportunity, which leads me to believe that buyers remain strong in this market. We are just now putting in a new session high in ES right now. Hold on to those longs, at least for now, folks. House account got long 3 MES 7509. What time was that? That was just after the open, about 8:45. Took a pretty decent profit on those. Got out of 2 of them. We were long 3, got out of 2 at 75.20. One of them at 75.15 for a pretty decent profit for the house account. Now, Mo comes in to Fast Markets, long 30. MES 75.36. He got out of 15 of those at about an average price of about 75.42. Got out of 10 more here at 75.40 and is probably still holding on to 5 of those contracts. Mo, if you're in the chat, let us know if you're still holding on to all 5 of those contracts. The market, again, just putting in a fresh session high. Buyers still in control. take a look at the NASDAQ now. Some pretty good trades here in the NASDAQ. And again, starting with the 30-minute, you can see how the market is presenting a little bit of a different personality, a little bit of a different day type than the S&Ps. The S&Ps are still inside yesterday's range and really just kind of breaking out of yesterday's value area high. The NASDAQ opened above, closed the gap, traded into value, rejected value. The market now continuing to push to the upside. We did have a failed upside auction at one point. It did not provide a very decent opportunity, leading me to believe that buyers are still in control in this market. And we are looking like we're just about to put in a new session high in the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the trades. So Dakota came in. It was long 3 MNQ, 29,184. Got out of those at about an average price of 29,240. We did have Chike in earlier. He was also looking for longs. He did take a long, took a small loss on it. He was long right over here. It's 29,160 right here. And he was looking for this market to continue a push up to 29,400, which it still might. But he took it was in profit for a little while. Didn't like what he was seeing. Cut the trade at basically break even, and that was pretty much what Chike did. So again, Dakota long 3 taking a profit there. Dakota really nailed this bottom here. This was after the failed upside auction. It did not perform well. Dakota caught this low right here really nicely with 2 MNQ, 29,189. And he got out of those at an average price of about 29,305. More than 100 points on that trade for Dakota. Great stuff. Let's take a moment now and take a look at today's quotable quote. All right. Mark Cooper says, life has no remote. Get up and change it yourself. Trading is very difficult. And it is going to require change. It's going to require change in you, change in your thought process, sometimes even change in your relationship with money, your relationship with risk, all of these things. I don't think anybody is hardwired to succeed in trading. One of the first things that comes to mind is I don't like taking losses. So my first loss, I just kind of defaulted into, well, I'll just wait. Maybe the market will make me whole again. And that just creates bigger losses. The other side of that coin is when I finally get a winner on, I'm so afraid that the market is going to take any kind of profit away from me. I cut the winners. So I let the losers run and I cut the winners. The opposite is what the professional traders do. Know your risk, accept the risk, get out of the risk as early as possible. And when you have something good on, begin to be able to recognize your opportunities. Look for those bigger opportunities than the risk you have to take. Be right half the time at 2-to-1 reward over risk, and you can build an empire. Hopefully that's going to help you in your trading. It is a difficult thing to do, and yes, we are going to change. Markets change people, and people change markets. We've got power players coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. We got Jay, Braden, and Dolby coming up with you next. Don't forget to get your questions in for group coaching, and certainly don't forget to get your questions in for Mindset Matters with Robin Dane. Still so much to do on Topstep TV today. This is a fantastic day. We're looking forward to having you stick around, so stay put. We'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
And we are back. Welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, that is Dolby Time, and in the middle, Braden. Braden, welcome back to Topstep TV. How we doing today?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Doing good so far. Haven't really traded, and I'm looking forward to hopefully getting something going. I feel like we're in the right environment to look for a possible overextension, maybe try to catch a sell in the form of a pullback or something. But we were talking in the green room, up 600 points off of the overnight lows. The sentiment in the market's really strong right now. I don't exactly know why, but got to trade what you see. I'm going to lean a little short today, though.
Absolutely. 29,319 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 5 points off the high of the day. We got the S&P making new highs of the day. 75.48.50 is that high of the day. Mr. Dolby Time, welcome to Topstep TV for the day. How are we doing, and how are we looking at these markets?
Oh, Jay, we're doing excellent. We are adequately caffeinated. We have a blank P&L. The world is our oyster. My favorite coffee shop in my neighborhood reopened. They have the best horchata latte in the city, maybe even in the state, maybe even in the Midwest. I cannot wait. Cannot wait to go and get my favorite drink again. As far as the markets go, let's see if we can find some ranges. So we did have a 1 hour range, and that broke out. The high of that was 29,000, about 250s. So we're out of that range. So that is very bullish. Do we have a bigger one? No, 4 hours broken out. 30-minute is kind of, I'd say we've got a 15-minute range too right here, right now. So Braden, I know you're looking for shorts. Maybe there's a cheap one to be had right here, right now. So 15-minute range high is going to be 29,325s. 15-minute range low, 29,255s. There could be some action right here, right now.
Time for some action.
I'm liking this range. Cruise
and
trading
W also
84. Ridiculous.
Heard an order filled there. Braden, are you in a trade?
That's me. Yeah, I'm short. I'm short. Just a couple. I'm gonna give this a lot of room. So I'm short 3 micros at 318. I'm gonna stop. I'll use like a 60 or 70 point stop. It'll be pretty wide.
Wow.
But I agree. I feel like even on this move up, there's been several pretty deep pullbacks. So there's an opportunity there, and we're just so overextended right now that I'm liking the odds of the shorts playing out better. I'm gonna give it plenty of room, not over manage it, and let it work.
I wonder how much of this is just structural, to be honest. Because we ran those lows what day was that? June 9th. We kind of swept the low there on July 17th, so a couple days ago. I wonder how much of this is just like responsive buying after sweeping that. And then, Jay, that makes me think of one of our favorite trade locations is the midpoint. The midpoint of this giant range on the daily would be 29,800. I'd actually be curious to see if we got back up to the 800s, could we actually push price above that? I think that would be very bullish. This obviously is bullish today. But if we can't get above 800s eventually and we keep on making lower highs, maybe this ends up, heading back down again. The downside. But we're day traders, right? That's maybe a little bit too speculative.
Yeah, I think it's fine to think about, Dolby. We've been talking about that June 5th candle on the opening call pretty much every day since that candle printed. And like you mentioned, we looked outside of it a couple times, but now we're seeing price acceptance back in it. And we've been talking about, what is going to be the catalyst to kind of get us out of this range. It doesn't seem like the war is ending anytime soon.
No.
We have tech earnings coming up. We've had inflation data come out. We've had Fed rate decisions. And it's all been balanced. Maybe summer just needs to end. We don't want it to end.
No, Jay.
Let's extend summer as much as we can. But that might get us out of this range.
That's the most trader shit I've ever heard, Jay. It's like, when summer ends, finally we can get back to a good market. Only a trader would look forward to a Monday and have summer.
Hey, man.
What a
New York is having the most New York summer ever right now. So I'm enjoying it as much as I can. Celebrating the Knicks, celebrating Jay-Z, doing his reunion of his albums. So it's a great summer, but that shit costs money. and we need the Nasdaq to get out of this range. So we can make some easy money in these markets. So we'll see what happens here. We got Braden short right now, a couple micros in the Nasdaq.
I like it. We're going to offer up 29,328s to see if we can maybe break out of this range. It'd be also about maybe a 25-point stop, so a little bit tighter. What's the ATR right now? Average true range. Get a good indication of how the market's doing. Of course, as soon as I put in the indicator, it just pops back up. So about 35 points. Maybe we'll do 35 points for our ATR. Open this up a little bit, but I want to see if we can get maybe just the highs of these 328s here. I think we have an interesting level. We got a couple of wicks here, Braden. Maybe that's what you're also looking at with me as well. We had the lows of July 13th. We had the lows of July 2nd. You know, a bunch of bounces there. So maybe we get like some support becomes resistance at those levels.
Yeah, that's an added confluence I forgot to mention. We've got previous hourly structure there, so likely to see on the test maybe some reaction. I think at least initially some selling here. This market seems to be, I don't know how we describe it, but it seems like I always say like algo driven price action, which is kind of melting and bleeding up.
Mm-hmm.
Technicals don't really seem to matter too much. It's just that's kind of the mentality of the market right now. Can't stop it, so we'll see what happens on this.
We're gonna try to stop it though with our micro contracts, Braden.
If we go long, it'll finally stop though.
Yeah, tell me about 100%. It. Tell me about it.
S&P continuing to grind up to the upside here. 75.49.50, new high of the day in the S&P there. We do have a prior day high in the S&P, 75.52. So let's see what the reaction is potentially up there. There is about 300 contracts on the offer here at 75.50s. Do we continue? And Nasdaq's above its prior day high.
Sorry, Jay. Dangerous market to sell might seem overextended, but there are signs of acceptance. I would agree with that. I mean, that's something I look at as well, is kind of the reaction. Although I try to preempt some of the reactions, like getting short just because we're at the level, then kind of expecting to see the reaction. But yeah, acceptance, that's a good way to look at the price action as well. And I would have to agree with you. On each of these pushes, we're holding and respecting the structure pretty well. Forming support, continuing higher. In just the time that we're sitting here trading within these levels is obviously a pretty bullish sign as well, but I would agree.
Short one, 29,328. I mean, it is kind of weird seeing the Nasdaq trade so aggressively, especially with crude oil and the war drums beaten again. Seems like we're kind of hitting 16th notes these days on those war drums. I mean, trading $84.20. That is up there. So it's kind of weird because now we're seeing, such a strong bid. Oh, look at this Nasdaq trade, just not going our way off the bat. So maybe that correlation comes back in, but the market gets to determine when they care about that again. Maybe it's back over $90. That's when the market cares about crude oil. We're not there yet, but we're not that far away. We're like maybe a headline or two away from $90.
Yes, we are. You know what we're not far away from? 2% up in the Nasdaq on the day. We are not far off from 2%, and that is going to put us at 29,354. So we're about 20 points off of that right now. There is some size up here at the 350 offer in the Nasdaq, about 100 contracts on the offer up there at 29,350. Again, 2% up on the day, put us at 354. See what happens here. Dolby Time short 1 micro. We got Braden short 3.
Let me see if we can offer another one at 350s.
All right. Selling with that seller up there. Silver up 4% on the day. Biggest percentage mover to the upside. Biggest percentage mover to the downside. Soybean oil. Shout out to all of our soybean oil traders out there. All 0 of you.
All 0. Do they call soybean traders soy boys? I don't know.
We need like a short video series on one of the more maybe one of the older coaches can explain the market to us, because I feel like there's sometimes markets that I would be open to, but like I have no understanding of it, and I think most traders would agree they're just kind of too lazy to go learn. And there's not a lot of
Yeah.
resources to learn about markets like that. Like I have no clue when I look at lean hogs. I have no clue what I'm looking at. I have no clue, how much it cost, how much a tick is, or
Yeah.
stuff
The
like that.
ag
So.
kind of operate on their own like markets too. Like not literally, like they open and close at different times. And they have like blackout periods like in the middle of the day where it's like it just closes for like an hour and then like reopens again. It's like, well, that's not how the NASDAQ works. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Other thing too, like I think, Braden, when people started getting a little bit more curious in other markets, when kind of the staples weren't providing the volatility that they wanted. People
Yep.
they go look for greener pastures. It's like, well, NASDAQ's not moving, indices aren't moving, gold isn't moving. What can I trade? Cattle. Let's go look in the cattle markets. That's in an uptrend. Something like that. Oh, nice little sell off here so far.
There we
See
go.
if we can get a little 10-pointer.
But you're,
I mean, honestly, yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say Braden is right. There isn't a ton out there on the alternative markets. There is a YouTube channel though. I think I've mentioned this one on the show before. I'm gonna give him a little free promo here. But grain markets and other stuff. If you are an ag trader, shout out to their channel. Grain markets and other stuff. They talk a lot about
like that.
well, only about the agricultural products and how to trade them.
I mean, I kind of like your approach, Coach Jay, which would be,
Chart as a
pull
chart?
up chart as a chart. Pull up a dome, or not a dome. Pull up a quote board. Add every single market to it, and at the end of the day, see what market moved the most, and maybe pick. If wheat, for example, is top of the board or top 3 of the board, then maybe do a little deep dive into wheat and see. Because if you're a trend trader, then you're trying to just find the best trending market you can find. And so maybe it isn't wheat, or it isn't soy or cattle or wherever it's at. Maybe you don't want to trade a Dorito pattern in crude oil. So you can go find a different market to trade.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can identify those trends. Just exactly. Make sure you save the layout. You do not want to rebuild your quote board on Topstep TV. Josh, if you are out there listening, one of my most requested features on Topstep X is to be able to add multiple assets to the quote board at one time.
They need to add
teams
all
in the
button.
office.
Add
all button. And linking the quote
all.
board.
Yes.
The team is still watching in the offices there. If we could pass that message along, that would be greatly appreciated. We got some shorts going on here right now. Braden short 3 micros from 3/16. We saw a little bit of a pop in crude oil there.
I might try to scalp this with a mini here on this retracement back into the 20s.
Okay.
Just 1 minute. Just
long
one side. No, actually short. I'm going to let it get to 20s.
Okay, gotcha.
And then on the test, I'm going to look to catch a short.
Nice. We have a new 30-minute printing pretty soon. We tend to get a little bit of price action at the bottom of the hour. I would love to see these 300s maybe test. So the midpoint of this 15-minute range is actually 296. I'll just round up to 300 for the big round number. I think Braden just got into another one here.
I did. Yeah, I'm short 1 mini at 314. I'm going to look for that break back into the 300s now.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if we're going range to range here on this trade, we'd be looking for about 260s. Midpoint would be about 300s. Full range to range is 260s. Honestly, I could see 260s hit. We broke out of the range, kind of establishing a new one. Why not? We could easily hit 29, 260 and then bid all the way back up again. It doesn't have to go straight up. Often it doesn't. I do kind of want to base hit though. Counter trend trading the NASDAQ and trying to hit a homer is take some cojones, man. Normally, you just want to kind of hit your 1-to-1, and if it works, it works. I don't know if I can hold out here for 260s. I think we're going to, because it's a good setup.
Taking a look at the tilt right now, 50-50 across the board, 53% long in the S&P, 54% long in NASDAQ, 60% short crude oil, 53% short in gold. Gold last trade here is 40-80 evens last trade there in gold, 84-32 last trade in crude oil, 75.49, 75.50 last trade here in the S&P, and 29.314 last trade in the NASDAQ. Bottom of the hour. Just hit.
Yep. With my 30-minute chart, we're going to watch this candlestick. Okay. If we
Right
can
here.
get down
There's some selling.
to this midpoint at 296, I think that will give us enough room to lower our stop and reduce some risk. We're currently risking about 64 buckaroos, a little over 30 points. If we can get down to the 300s, maybe we can get the stop down to about 340s, which should shave off about $30 worth of risk on this trade. But I still want to give it enough room to do its thing. You
want to know why the NASDAQ's up so much right now? Micron. That's why. 12%.
Man.
Micron's up 12%. DRAM, the memory ETF, is up 11% after a really nice sell-off in DRAM. That was a great buy
Those
opportunity.
Korean markets are out of control right now. Absolutely out of control. Chad, I would highly recommend. I'm not a professional in Korean stock market, but there are a lot of really good resources out there. If you're interested in markets in general, you should definitely look up what is going on in the South Korean markets right now. It is very interesting. I watched a video on it, and apparently, like I think Jack said this a while ago, it's something like, I don't know, like 20% of retail traders got like margin called or something, and it's like
Yeah.
a significant amount of like the population of
1 in 30 adults.
1 in 30 adults got margin called in South Korea. And apparently kind of what's fueling that is the fact that they too also are kind of struggling with employment and housing. And so essentially, you know, they don't really see a reason to be holding on to capital because they can't afford anything anyways. And so they're just going to go to the markets and YOLO it. So
Where can I find some leverage?
Yep. Find some leverage, spend the money that I don't think I can buy a house with anyways because it's too expensive. And maybe if I trade well, I can eventually afford a house. And so it's driving a lot of the speculation. But you're right. There's leverage, there's margin. And even though the trade is right, you know, the margin reduces the length of time that you can kind of be wrong for. So really, really interesting. Yeah, financial nihilism is kind of the vibe. But really interesting kind of situation going on over there. The market was up like 200% in like a year or something. Something stupid. But hey,
It's not
global
healthy
markets, baby.
either.
Yep.
President,
We can hit 300s.
said
We're
it.
lowering this.
The world is turning into a casino.
I'm
Go
in
ahead,
3
Brayden. I
minutes
heard
short
those-
on this around
I heard those
308. Yeah,
orders.
I'm looking. Yes, sir.
Oh.
Looking for the break at 300 here.
John B. and
John
chat,
B.
why are you moderators trading micros instead of minis? Because we're up 600 points, my guy. You do not need to be trading minis in this market to make money. You could easily make $500+ trading micros. Easily.
John B. You know that it's an R&B singer named John B. The song
Is
just
it
popped
really?
up in my head.
know
Yeah,
that.
spelled differently though. I was wondering if that was the same John B, but different John B. Copper is cooking, Coach Hoop, up 3.5% right now. Second biggest percentage mover to silver right now, up 3.5.
Really?
Silver up almost 4%. Doom in the
Are
chat
metals-
says, "Bro, I'm up over 1K on the day trading 2 micro ES and 2 micro Nasdaq.
Yeah.
You do not need to
I mean, look
trade
at Dakota.
size."
Look at Dakota. He's only trading micros for the most part. And he put up what, like 1,800 today or something?
Yep.
1,700? I mean, these are
Don't
not
need
the
to
same
trade size.
markets. These are not the same markets that you grew up with 2 years ago or last year.
No.
You do not need a mini
Or-
right now.
And you know, maybe new traders come in and they say, I don't know how long John B has been trading, but for any trader, right? It's like, oh, there's a bigger contract, there's a smaller contract. Why don't you trade the bigger one? If you go with a drawdown, let's go with a daily loss limit on a 100K account, 2K.
Mhm.
If you had $2,000 in a personal brokerage account, you could trade 2 minis in the NASDAQ.
How many seconds
With
would that
Topstep
last
account,
you?
you could trade up to 10.
Jeez.
Right. You could trade 2 minis with day trade margins, and don't go into drawdown at all because you will be liquidated out of that position. So the markets are way more expensive than they were even a year ago or 2 years ago. So might feel like the same contract, but it is definitely not.
Jay, did you participate in Power Hour last Friday?
I watched. I did not trade though.
We had 400-point moves in 1 hour.
Insane.
Your E-mini is not going to last. It is not going to last. And guess what? We didn't last. We traded E-minis. It was an absolute bloodbath.
I saw that. Yeah, I think everyone was out. Right?
Everyone got stopped out.
Everyone was out. Yeah. John B. Imagine how much they were up if they were trading minis. Oh man.
That is toxic mentality.
Anyone ever have that thought? Imagine how much I would be up if I traded minis. Imagine what that drawdown looks like when the market goes 7 points against you and you're over
I was only ever right. I was always right. And I was always trading size on E-minis. How much money would I be making right now?
Completely different markets here. Beware of that trader math, man. It gets you.
Trader math.
It gets you caught up.
Interesting formation here.
Yeah.
What are you seeing?
What are you seeing, Dolby?
I'm seeing a megaphone on a broader scale, seeing a megaphone. On like a 5-minute chart, we got a megaphone, so that's lower lows and higher highs. So very tricky formation. But then on a 1 minute, we have a Dorito pattern nestled above 300. So that's higher lows, lower highs. So we're kind of stuck in a range right now, to be honest. If we can break out of these 328s or kind of these, I'd say 340s, this trade might be cooked. We'll see. But also sellers might come back in again. So I think this market's trying to figure out what it wants to do. I think Jay, it's asking itself, do I want to have a 2% day or not? Is what it feels like. That's kind of what it feels like.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's like it's right there. I could go get it if I wanted to. And I think it's trying to, follow Micron right now, up 12.5%. It's about $3 off of its high of the day, which $3 in Micron is about 0.2%, hanging out right there. We'll figure this one out. Who in the chat out there got a 250K combine? Just curious. If you want to trade minis like our friend John B in the chat, you can trade up to 25 of those in those 250K accounts. Would I suggest that? Probably not. Not all in one market. But you can trade up to 250 micros, 25 minis in those accounts. Biggest account that Topstep does provide. Yeah, good luck.
Good luck. All right, back to our entry here. Kind of regretting not taking the base hit. We're literally just talking about being counter trend trading the NASDAQ. And and here we go, back on the bid. I am going to see if we can offer another one, though, at
350s again?
Yeah, we're still in this short at 328s, but I wouldn't mind adding it 352s. I'd only take about 8 points of risk on the second contract, which is not a lot, but I do kind of see some wicks down there on the larger time frames that maybe we can go up and touch and reverse. Averaging down in the trade. Did you cover some of that, Braden?
I got caught in this rip, to be honest. I had stopped sells on a break because we kind of briefly wicked under those 305s and then just reversed. So I kind of got smashed on that a little bit.
All right, we'll see. Market is resilient. I feel like we're due for a tweet, though, to be honest. This feel like we're due for one. Crude still trading. Crude looks strong, man. 84.34. Let this cook. Don't want to open the oven, Jay.
No, let it cook. Let it cook. Trading right at your entry price right now. New highs of the day in Micron. Trading at $976, up 12.8% on the day. That is definitely bringing everything higher. SK Hynix up 10%, Drama up 11.5%. SpaceX, nice little bid there in SpaceX, little relief for all the SpaceX longs, trading $127, up 6.7% right now. SpaceX releasing their earnings in about 2 weeks. August 4th, I believe, is that date. And that is when I start to get interested.
Mm-hmm. You a buyer if it sells off?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm down for
Seeing
some
a little bit of
SpaceX.
seeing a
Right,
little
I
bit
just
of a
got
bid
the
here.
micros on. I got stopped out at I had a one mini on for that possible rejection. Yeah, we're just seeing a ton of acceptance. Saw a trader say it in the chat
Yeah.
earlier, and I would agree. We just continue pushing, holding, pushing, holding. It's also
Not a
just
lot
an
of
awkward spot
yeah.
because it's hard to buy this thing 600 points off the overnight lows. It just is. It's one thing to say it, but it's another thing to actually do it. Although it is following the
Absolutely,
trend,
man.
and I would agree, but it's hard. It's hard to put yourself in the mental space to buy this thing 700 points off the overnight lows.
If you were going to buy it, where's the risk go? To me, it has to go under 270 if I buy right here.
Yeah, and then certain part of you is like, pullback will come. I guess we've had some pullback, so we had a pullback out of the open. Just been buying since then, though.
Just oh man, I want to see a come failed moves, come fast moves sort of situation. We could not make a higher high here, which is kind of interesting. We couldn't break 29,337 for now. So maybe buyers aren't as interested. It does feel like that 2% is kind of weighing on this market a little bit. There's enough going on for this to be up 2%. Okay, a little bit of a sell-off.
All he wants to know, are we talking live markets? Yes, we are.
Hell yeah.
Little selling coming in here. 29,320 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Braden short, Dolby Time short as well. We got a little bit of news we could bring in, and then we'll come right back to these charts. We heard some comments from Trump in the White House to the press earlier regarding Iran. Let's take a listen.
Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder, which every night we're degrading them further and further. And the president has all the options necessary. If they want to talk, they can talk. Otherwise, they can deal with the War Department, and we're prepared
And
to
the
do that.
blockade is up and fully, I mean, it's, nobody gets through. Nobody gets through the blockade. It's like a steel wall.
What is your level of concern of a blockade of the Red Sea by the Houthi rebels, opening up another front in the
We'll
war?
see what happens. So far, it hasn't happened, might happen. But we take care of things. If something like that happens, we take care of it. You know, we've done that with the Houthis before.
There are no signs that Iran is ready to stop fighting. So what is the plan? Is the plan to just keep bombing until they give up?
There are no signs. Why, do you know something that I don't know?
Will they continue to attack our allies and
You
kill
don't know
Americans?
what the dialogue is behind the scenes, that they want to meet desperately to try and end it because they're getting decimated. They want to desperately meet, and until they're ready to meet in a meaningful way, we have no interest in even.
Right, there you go. Updates from the president on the situation in Iran, saying Iran wants to meet, but we don't care. We do not want to meet on their terms.
I wonder if that couch is comfortable. It's kind of weird seeing like 3 grown adults just sitting on a 3-person couch, kind of just all like smashed in there, like they can't get their own chairs.
It's like 3 adults in the back seat of a car.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, who gets to sit in the middle? Who's forced to sit in the middle of that thing?
Yeah. It's funny that you were commenting on the look of the room, Dolby. I was just thinking about, I have this candle behind me. It's a coffee scented candle. I was just like, I wonder what fragrance they use in the Oval Office, right? It's like
Whatever
I don't
Melania
know.
uses.
Yeah, I guess so, right? Whatever she
That's how
decides.
it goes.
Right? What kind of
Yep.
candle
Is she
is there
decorating?
in that room? Right.
100%.
Or any at all.
I'm sure she has fun. I'm sure all the first ladies have a lot of fun decorating the White House.
Right.
I mean, you got to
Limited
think
budget.
that is one of the best interior decorating jobs you can get. Unlimited budget, a lot of rooms. I don't know. I don't think I would do a good job, Jay, to be honest. I'd probably have like Terminator 2 poster up somewhere. For sure.
Yeah, this just feels like nothing can shake this thing. It just is a slow bid all the way into the end of the session, I feel like.
Higher lows, lower highs. Here we go. Yeah, can we get out of this Dorito pattern? No one knows. I think we're gonna try again to bust the highs here, but if it can't do it, I mean, the thing with NASDAQ is that, sometimes it has to go down to go up. I don't know how, hopefully it has to go down far enough to have us at least lower our stop, like maybe 300s. But it does seem like if they keep on trying and failing, that they're gonna have to go find buyers further down. That means, selling off. But 4 green candlesticks in a row in the 15-minute, that's not particularly bearish. But our trade location was so good that, we're still putting in the green like 90% of the time here. Sell off. Let's do it.
Let's do it. 75, 48, 75, 75, 48, 50 last trade here in the S&P. 29, 314 last trade in the NASDAQ. We got to pull up in the chat. What is your biggest strength as a trader? I like this question. So many times we focus on fixing our weaknesses, but knowing what your strength is almost equally, if not more important, right? I heard somebody make the analogy using a sword and a shield, right? You got to use your shield to protect yourself. That's your risk management. But in order to win, we saw it in the World Cup game, right? At some point, you got to score. So what is your strength as a trader? What is your sword? Is it patience and waiting for setups, cutting losses and protecting your capital, letting winners run and max profit, or executing without second guessing? What is your biggest strength as a trader? Get your votes in there on that poll. What is Bookmap saying? Melvin asked. Bookmap is not saying a whole lot. It's pretty thin on the order book in the NASDAQ. Up at 350s, there's about 70 contracts on the offer, 80 contracts on the offer up there at 350s. In the S&P, a couple 200 lots, 100 lot floating around, but really no size. Pretty thin market, to be honest, right now.
And speaking of sword and shield, I looked up meteor hammers on YouTube. My shorts are all like sword fighting and like medieval weaponry now. It is crazy. You look up one thing and the algo's like, this is you. This is your personality now.
He likes this stuff. Give it to him. Give him more of it. It's like,
Really?
No. I was just curious.
What do I know about like
Just
the
curious.
pull weight of like an English longbow now? It's like, how did I get here? Crazy.
Speaking of which, have you seen The Odyssey?
Nope.
Either one of you guys?
No,
No? Good movie.
I don't think so.
Good movie.
Is it new?
Check it out. Just came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just came out.
Is it new?
Just came
maybe,
out.
maybe I watched it a while ago.
The story isn't new. The story is 3,000
I
years
think it
old,
was a
but
book. I think it was a book.
It was a book. I think it was like required reading in high school, but
something like
that was
that.
like, yeah,
Something like that.
required was more like a suggestion in high school. What are your thoughts on all the earnings coming out after hours with this rally higher? This rally higher to me is just kind of happening on like a low volume float. We'll see with the earnings. I honestly, with earnings, planned numbers, all of that stuff, I don't think the market cares personally. With the balance range that we've been in over the last month and a half in the equities, I think earnings are, and Hogue has been saying this, right? These markets are all in shorter time frame control. So what is good news one day is going to be bad news the next day, and we're kind of back and forth. On a higher time frame, do these earnings get us out of this range? I don't think so. I think the catalyst to get us out of this range is going to be an update on what we just heard the president talking about, the situation in Iran. Until then, short time frame effect, and the markets just kind of sit and bounce. You guys have any opinions on that? How do you feel about, are earnings going to be a catalyst, a major catalyst in these markets, or I don't think so.
I don't know. They have to be so good. The earnings have to be so good. I just feel like we're running out of money for these companies to acquire to keep on pushing their earnings higher. Like, it's like Samsung. Didn't Samsung beat their earnings and their stock crashed? Right?
Yeah,
like how much money is going to be good enough for the market And also, Jay, do you think we're going to make all-time highs with crude at $80 a barrel, between $80 and $90 a barrel?
I don't. Do not.
I don't think so.
Do not think so. We need crude back below $60.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 65.
All right. Back to break even here. Back to break even. I will flatten this trade at 12, though, for sure. I have no interest in sitting through this thing.
Yeah. Speaking of which, top of the hour, we got group coaching coming up next. Today for group coaching, we are going to have Eric, Hoop, and Emmanuel for group coaching. You can get your questions in there for those three. We also got Robin Dane coming up a little later today. So hopefully you got your questions in there for Robin. And Eric, Hoop, and Emmanuel for group coaching. Ask Hoop about cattle. We had a 15-day sell-off in cattle. And
oh, hell yeah.
2 days of buying. New highs in the NASDAQ, 340.25. The slow grind continues, man.
Brutal.
Yeah,
It
I
is.
want to see the reactions.
Outside here. We got an
Those
offer
2%
at 352s. We'll see if we can maybe get filled on that. I think the 350s. Is that what you're saying is the 2%, Jay? 350s?
354.
I feel like I need to reference that
354.
tattoo that Andre has. It's never getting short.
Never getting short.
Never getting short. I don't know. I talked about it and I didn't execute on it. If I'm counter trend trading, you just got to take the base hit. Just take your 40, 50 bucks. And if you want to keep on trying to short it, keep on taking your 30, 40, 50 bucks and stack the wins. But trying to hit a homer, counter trend trading, I don't know if that's the winning solution. To be honest, basically what you're saying is I'm calling the top perfect. That's the call.
Yeah.
You're literally Babe Ruthing that shit. I don't know.
Tough to do when this thing just.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You're trying to Babe Ruth this and they're throwing an ephus or a knuckleball.
Like, I got it.
Yeah.
Atlas man, the short. Yeah, 350 got 180 on the offer in the micro NASDAQ. Let's see. 3 minutes left. Only down 27 buckaroos. It's nothing.
Coach Hoop's cattle guy is retiring?
Oh no. I mean, congratulations to him for retiring, but
right. What are we gonna do? We need a new guy now.
I wonder if they're gonna trade Topstep.
Like this. Daniel Gallup in the chat. I really want to go short, but I ain't eating McDonald's today. I've now built myself into a 4 micro long position. So this is now the third time I'm going to mention this analogy that I had yesterday at the buzzer. But Daniel was talking about having a great level to trade in the NASDAQ and front running the level and taking trades before it. And then by the time the market got to where he wanted to trade, was already in a drawdown. And the analogy we used, Dolby, was don't stop at McDonald's on the way to the steakhouse.
Yeah, hey, love that.
Yeah.
Love that. Jay, how often do I talk about drawing the levels on your chart and then not taking the trades at those levels and taking them anywhere else? Hey, you drew the line on the chart for a reason. Other people who are trading the market probably also see the same levels that you are drawing. It's obvious to you. It's probably obvious to everyone else.
Absolutely.
It happens all the time. All the time.
All the time. Which to me, one of those obvious levels is that 2% level in the NASDAQ, those 354s. So I'm going to watch and see if, how, and when the market trades that level, and then maybe take an opportunity from there. But right now we are just in a slow grind up mode. Micron, new highs of the day, up 13%. I cannot wait for these single stock futures in a couple of days here. See what the volume looks like, but there will be Micron micros. There will be Apple micros that you could trade.
What if there's a short cover?
10 cents a tick.
When is that coming out?
I believe the first day is the 27th.
That's awesome.
So next Monday. Yeah. Next Monday. We'll see what the volume looks like. Of course, bring them over to the Topstep. It'll be a little while, but if you trade with a personal brokerage, they probably sent some emails out already about the availability of those products. 55 companies 70 contracts. So not all of them are going to have micros, but some of the bigger names are going to have micros. Some of them also are going to be like, trading the, Mexican peso or one of those contracts that just don't trade a ton of volume. But some of the big names should give us some really nice opportunities here as we continue to see equities grind up here.
We missed that by a hair.
Uh-oh.
Missed that
Hold
by
on a
a
second.
hair.
What happened, bro?
I just got into minis on accident.
Let's go. Short or
Wait,
long,
wait.
baby.
Short. I was trying to add to the micro position, but now I'm in minis.
Hey, you're up. You're up a couple points right now.
Is working.
Bro, we missed
I'm gonna go break even, act like I never took this, and see what happens.
All right.
'Cause I don't have much drawdown on this account left, and I'm out. All right, out for a scratch.
Okay, hold on.
Dolby, did you get those 352s?
No, we missed it by like 3 ticks. You might get it on this retest though.
Yeah, let's see here. 352.50 high of the day there in the Nasdaq. S&P made new highs as well, 75.54. We got to make some space for group coaching coming up here. We got Eric, Hoop, and Emmanuel for group coaching. We didn't do a vibe check today, so we're going to do one right now as we go into a break. Let us know out there how your trading day is going. Are you up on the day, down on the day? Anything that you learned from trading today? Braden, anything you want to leave us with before we head out of here?
I've got nothing, man. I saw a couple traders in the chat probably giving some pretty good advice. I think, trade your own system, but if you're not already long this late into the session, this high, it's hard. Although we keep watching it continue bleeding up, I feel like it's hard. Maybe just stay. This is coming from somebody who just took a couple losses, but my advice, just kind of stay flat. Honestly, I think I probably could have done that instead. But yeah, man, this is a tricky price action. I would stay flat, stay out of it, wait till tomorrow if you really want to be disciplined and patient. That's all I got.
Awesome stuff. Thanks for that, Braden. Dolby time, are we going to see you later today?
No, I have to take
Dolby out.
the new kitten to the vet. He's had a sinus infection for quite a while, so we got to get this cat in tip-top shape so he can make an appearance on Topstep TV. But he's been sick for too long, so we got to take care of him.
Awesome stuff. Take care of your pets. And we'll see you tomorrow, Dolby time. We got to make some space for group coaching here. Eric, Emmanuel, and Hoop. If you haven't done so already, do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button. This is Topstep TV. More trading to do. Let's go.
Welcome back to Group Coaching, where you ask your questions and we're going to answer them to the best of our ability. My name's Eric, and I am joined by two of my great friends here. You know him, you love him. Coach Hoop over on the far right side, and Emmanuel. Welcome back from vacation. Man, oh man, we missed you. How was it? How was the vacation?
Very good. It was nice and chill. Just turned the brain off for a couple of days. Enjoyed some time with the fam, and then now we're back to work.
Nice. Starting fresh. Now I got to ask, I mean, I feel like it's a different among everybody, especially traders, right? Do you trade while you're on vacation, or is that like your time to completely shut off?
Usually sometimes I'll look at the market every once in a while, but I did not even open a chart over the whole vacation. I just stayed far away.
Let's go, dude. That's a true vacation right there. So you're ready. So have you taken a trade since you've been back?
I traded yesterday. It was actually a red day for me. And then today I did not get in the market, which I'm pretty happy about, actually. It did not look that good. There were some great points about an hour in, but as everyone knows, I usually trade right when open happens, and it was just very choppy. I think I would have lost money almost inevitably. So very happy I stayed away from it today.
Yeah, that open was interesting. I was watching Chike with a long bias, and I agreed with him, but to your point, it was kind of chopping around before it really made any kind of substantial move. So I think that was a smart move, staying out. Hoop, what about you, man? What's new? You take any trades today?
I have. I'm up like $600 in the combine. Haven't seen really A+ to take in the XFA. I'm a little. I'm kind of like you, Eric. I was, had a right bias, a little bit in the morning. I'm taking the long, but man, markets can wear you out even after 30 years. Where it couldn't figure out. So I kind of popped over and these are kind of flop. I screwed up here near the pivot, up here around, I'm short from about 84.73. I got short up and through there, scaled out of a couple, have a runner left, and maybe think, once again, I got to stop in there. You never know what news that's flying out today, but maybe get a rotation down to the VWAP. Is kind of what I'm thinking, but we'll see. News is cooking again, like every day, right? Spraying to all
every day. Yep. Every day. Even if there's not a news event, it's always safe to just expect that you're going to see some type of news bomb that flashes, right? So it's just, head on a swivel as normal. To both of your guys' points, New York open a little bit choppy. I did have one or two trades technically. One was like a break even, and then one decent long up once we started closing above the New York Open, and we couldn't really reject off of it. I longed down around the 200s, and then caught most of this move up for right around $400. So it wasn't too bad. And but once you look at the actual Open, right, you just see these huge moves down, like kind of chop its way down before making any substantial move to the upside. So anybody who saved themselves from the first, hour and a half of the first half hour of the market being open, you probably did pretty good. But before we get into some of the questions, well, first off, we should still have all the questions linked in the chat. So if you haven't got your questions in yet, please get them in now. We were going to get through as many of them as we can. The good news, you actually have 2 hours of learning. We're going to try to stay on the technical side so that Rob and Dane can go on more of the trader psychology side of everything. If you haven't tuned in before for that, make sure you stay tuned after this. But before we get into some of your questions that you've asked, we've got some updated live leaders that we want to take a look at. So today, so far, John with 17,500. Great day, John. Camille with 16,481. Marcus, 15,900. Harsh, 15,900. And Jack K, 15,000, basically 200. Couple of changes from the morning leaders. We've gotten some up and comers. So great trading there. Again, this is all live money, big leagues. They are putting the risk on, and they're doing it right. So nice work to you 5. We'll keep you guys updated on any changes here in the afternoon. Hoop, I know we went over a little bit yesterday, but Jay brought it up in the last segment. Hogs, wild hogs, right? Or was it cattle? Cattle's a 15-day downswing. Have you seen any sign of any kind of bounce, or are we still trending to that downside?
Well, we got that bounce yesterday. You can see the sessions broke apart here on a 3-minute. We tried to get some follow through early in the morning, and the sellers took over, and they've kind of been in control. It might be a little bit of rebalancing in here, but one day doesn't make a trend, especially after what we talked about, on the daily here, where we've been down, for so many days in a row. It was yesterday just a relief rally. And are we maybe going to see some consolidation to move lower? Cash news is still kind of iffy right now. The market has still been pretty strong in there, but the one that's starting to perk up a little bit is, believe it or not, lean hogs. They're just coming off of contract lows, and could there be a little rotation? The better value is always, once again, if you go to the store and do shopping for the family, it's a lot cheaper to buy pork than it is to buy a ribeye. So, there could be a little bit of life going on inside hogs, but we'll see. Right now, they're both kind of feeling through the day, and we'll see how it kind of plays out the rest of the week. But yeah, there's some activity in there.
Love it. Well, traders, if you are tired of the NQ chopping you up, maybe you need to make a shift to lean hogs or cattle. I don't know. Give it a try. I'm not going to, but if you do, let me know how it goes. Let's jump into some of these questions that have been submitted. So this first one is from Dr. Curmudgeon. Great name.
Rusty?
And he
Rusty
says,
Curmudgeon?
what? Yeah, no, Dr. Curmudgeon. Don't get that title messed up. He said, what is one question you wish developing traders would ask more often? I think this is a really good one, because I think, a lot of the questions that we get already are like, what's the best strategy to go with? What's the strategy with the highest win rate? And completely ignoring a lot of the really, really bigger issues with trading. Emmanuel, you teach people all the time, right? You have your YouTube channel, your Discord. What question do you see most traders ask that actually gives them an edge to develop as a trader?
I think once they start to ask about discipline, is one of the biggest things that I actually get happy about, right? Everyone wants to know when the market's going to turn. Everyone wants to know the exact price level to get in. But after a while, once a trader starts to really understand themselves, they start really asking themselves about discipline and trying to find out about how their mentality works and how it completely changes their trading. And they're doing maybe something completely different than what they thought they were actually going to do on the screen. Once they start to get that, you can see traders become profitable or have better consistency towards profitability shortly after.
Yeah, 100%. Right. We're all focused when we first get into trading on charts, strategies, win rates, all of the above, right? But the true growth doesn't come until you start looking within. And I know, Emmanuel, we've talked before, you're a big trader psychology guy, right? Like that's something you love talking about, right?
100%. And I think it's like that because that's what I struggled with the most. I always say it, my discipline was the thing that kept me from being profitable for a very, very long time. And of course, it still hits me too. I think it hits every trader, some more often than not. But strategic wise and finding a good strategy was very easy for me. It was just always the discipline that was hard. So I think battling it for myself helps me 100% teach other traders how to do it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we talked to you earlier too. You have quite a few trading psychology videos on your YouTube, right?
Yeah. I have a bunch of everything, but it's mainly supply and demand and psychology for sure.
Awesome. Well, we'll make sure to get that linked in chat for anyone who wants to check it out. But I'm in 100% agreement with you, right? The strategy, and we've been over this with chat before, right? What's more important, your strategy or your psychology? And it is always a astounding psychology. Anybody who answers strategy is usually early on in their trading career. So don't worry, everyone. It will all come. Hoop, what's your take on this? What's the most important question that you wish you saw more?
I think with new traders, and Emmanuel hit on, is to me like a day like today, patience. As a scalper, always, we've always said it, right? You're always itching for the next trade, right? The discipline to wait for good trade location and have patience. It was something I fought, obviously because I was in this environment of yelling and screaming, always having to be in the market. A very physical world too, where you're always bumping up against guys. When it's quiet and you're, in your office or on your phone trading or whatever, the patience to still wait for your trade is when traders start saying, I really saw kind of not my best setup and I stayed away from it. That's to me, kind of some of the, aha moments, a little bit of not, hey, setup, stay out of it. Stay patient, wait for and then once again, if you do get your trade and the trade goes against you, hey, at least you're showing the discipline to wait for your setup. So when traders start to talk about being more patient, that's kind of the one to me where they're starting to really not just trade the P&L and they're staying more patient, waiting for their setup. That patience thing, we say patience pays.
Absolutely. So it's when you're starting to focus more on your actions as a trader and actions as a overall just human on bettering yourself is where you're starting to see larger growth as a trader, right? And I think that's one thing I've always realized too, and I always loved about trading is ultimately like the best self-improvement tool that you can have because it shows every flaw that you ever have had and makes you face them all at once. So I love it. I love the question. I think that was a great question. I'm sure Robin Dane is going to also answer more questions like that here very, very soon. But Hoop, I can't even imagine, man, what the psychology would be like when it comes to trading the floor and you kind of have like your bias, right? But then you have 10 people around you. They're saying, buy, buy, buy. You're like, no, I want to sell, sell, sell. It kind of makes you think, right? Am I doing the right thing? Am I wrong? Right?
I think the biggest thing
there he is.
of the hurdle was it was a very reactionary type world, and that took me a long time to not always be reacting to price and slowing it down, getting a wider lens. But in the pit, you were reacting to the auction, right? That's what it was all about. So, it took me, once again, a lot of dopamine, a lot of aggression, a lot of, not made for TV slang going on with swear words. And it was a very, if you've seen any of it, and it was a very emotional type thing. So to reverse those switches now over a period of time, once again, it's like anything else. It's a little bit of a discipline for me to not always react.
100%. Yeah, everyone count your blessings that, maybe it was good we didn't have to learn in the pits, that we get to learn from the comfort of our own homes, and the only people screaming are sometimes you at your screen. It's a beautiful day. Well, Dr. Curmudgeon, I hope that helped. The next one is it looks like it's a two-part question from Vic. It says, one, what is the best time of year to trade futures? And then 2, how do I avoid looking for sniper entry model all the time? Sometimes it takes so much time to wait for confirmation that it makes me miss my trades. Well, as far as time of year goes, I think, any time is as good as any outside of maybe that block that like last couple weeks of December, that is just you know, a lot of the big players are taking it off, right? That's like kind of the only time I ever avoid it. Emmanuel, do you have like a certain time of year that you like trading, or is it?
Yeah, statistically for me, August is pretty rough, and unfortunately, we're coming up to that pretty soon. But
I was gonna say right around the corner, man.
Usually, August is pretty rough for me, and then, like you said, late December is a little iffy. Which it's not that hard to step away from the screens for me during the holiday time, but definitely late August, statistically speaking, I think for all traders is a very rough patch. And then about the sniper entry model. We'll get to that after. Let Hoop
Yeah,
go first.
we'll do part one here,
Yeah,
and then
part one and
we'll
part two.
revisit the that other part. Hoop, what about you, man? I know we're always talking about how markets are changing. You have to understand what type of market you're in, right? And I think that can change with different times of year. So what's your thoughts on best time of year to trade for you versus when you like to sit back and?
Yeah, and I think, Eric, over the years, you get stereotypical of summer, it's slow, people are in the Hamptons, it's not always like that. So you have to be careful of, putting it in a box. Some be like that, where the range gets compressed and we just kind of bebop and range around. But we're still like, look how much the NASDAQ's moving, I think over the years, you just try and, you probably get tired of saying be nimble, and I put it a ton in chat. It's true. Market states change. I think probably the best time in terms of liquidity, volume, September, October, there's a lot of action going on. A lot of volumes in the market, going into the end of the year. First quarter, once we get through January, tends to be good, where there's a lot of volume, a lot of positioning. Those tend, traders tend to make their hay and their P&L over, shorter windows where they know, like Manuel, you don't trade good in August. Maybe you're taking less trades and you're aware of that. So once again, there's 52 weeks in the year, but I would think if you looked at guys from floors that are successful traders, they might not only trade half that time. So picking your spots to be in those market states is, summer can be a little wonky, there's no doubt. I mean, we had the carry trade 2 years ago, which was awesome, but you just got to trade what's in front of you. We're going to have more liquidity coming here after, August, but yeah, your spot is a biggie.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hoop, you are cutting out a little bit. I'd recommend maybe closing out of anything you don't need open.
Okay.
But on that note, right, I think there's a couple different things to that. One, time of year, you can use it as an excuse of, this is terrible price action, or you can adapt to trading the market that's in front of you, like Hoop just explained, right? It's not going to be the same for everybody else. Like, just because Emmanuel historically doesn't do as well as he does the rest of the year in August, right? Which is probably also not saying much. Emmanuel, I'm sure you still make plenty of money in August. It doesn't mean that will be the same for you, Vic. So, knowing when to not use it as a crutch is, I think, also very, very good, because I know when I was first started introduced to trading, everyone always said, pretty much like December through the end of January was terrible. And anytime I had bad trades, I was like, oh, it's the time of the year, just bad trading. And then you just use that as a crutch. And then, next thing you know, you're just making excuses for your own personal bad trading. So yes, are there times of the year that are less volatile? Absolutely. But again, like Hoop said, trade the market that's in front of you. Make sure you know what the market conditions are. Now, follow-up question for the both of you. With trading and everything becoming so much more popular nowadays, and how easy it is to get introduced to it through prop firms, do you guys think we're going to still see these months that potentially slow down with volume, or do you think that we're going to have kind of a steady amount of volume, at least tradable volume, all throughout the year? Emmanuel, what do you think?
I think it's definitely getting there. I mean, there's usually times where if the market's closed on a Monday, the Friday before will not have that much volume because people are taking the extended vacation and stuff like that, or a half day will not move as much. And we're finding that the market is still moving during those times. There is less volatility than usual, but it's not as drastic as it used to be. 3-4 years ago, you could kind of tell, you can pinpoint everything, what days not to trade because of lack of volume. And now it's just not like that anymore. So the market is definitely changing. I think there's going to be a lot more volume everywhere and more steady volume, even through Asia and stuff like that, which we're seeing now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of my thought, right? Is trading is becoming easier. Not easier, easier to access, right? Where you don't have to risk your own money to learn how to trade. So I think potentially volume could increase through those slower months,
Right.
and give us still great opportunities to trade pretty much year round. So I would say, Vic, just stay nimble and just pay attention to what markets are in front of you, right? All right, now the second part of that question: how do you avoid looking for sniper entries all the time? Sometimes it takes so much time to wait for that confirmation that it makes me miss my trade. Ooh, a lot to unpack there. Emmanuel, what do you got for him?
I think the biggest thing is moving your stop around. And I know I have the same answer for a lot of questions, just because I think these are the biggest things that you have to do. If you are worried about that entry and you're still not great on it, where you can get that sniper entry where the market moves away from you, you're not quick enough, you got to give yourself some breathing room. So your stop also needs breathing room. It can't be too close. You can't size up too much where it's going to hurt on an exact number. You got to let the trade breathe, and then that will give you time to, if your entry isn't perfect, you're getting in a little early, getting in even a little late. You can mess around with that a little bit more until you get better at entering a little more exact. Bad entries happen all the time. It happens to the best traders, especially with high volatility and stuff like that. Sometimes I can snipe entries, and sometimes I just press that button a little too late, especially with NQ volatility, and I get screwed a bunch of points. So it's absolutely normal for that to happen.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, we all want to see those sniper entries that we see on Twitter and YouTube, and people saying I'm the best trader ever. Look at how I caught the bottom. But, you also don't know exactly how wide their stop originally was. And I'm with you, Emmanuel. Like, I've had plenty of trades that technically were winners. My bias was right. I just had my stop loss placed way too tight, and it's hurt me more than it's helped me. So that's
Right.
one thing to kind of understand, is know what your sizing should be to endure the drawdown, right? If you're halfway through your drawdown and you're sweating, you're having to get up and walk away from the screen because you can't stand looking at that negative P&L, maybe you've sized up a little too big, right? Especially right now with minis, how fast price is moving, it is completely okay to go down to micros. Dakota on screen earlier made hundreds of dollars in micros. He made plenty of money in micros, and I don't think anyone's going to complain with the P&L that Dakota had this morning trading micros. So please size down. Make sure you give your trades room to breathe. You don't have to have sniper entries. Every now and then you will have entries that give you virtually no drawdown, and those are amazing. But don't ever plan on those and then put your stop planning on that, because that's where you start to kind of lose your edge a little bit, because you're not giving your trade room to run. Now, Emmanuel, I saw your screen. You looks like you got a little short going on.
Yeah, a short with a bad entry, which is perfect right now for this conversation. But
Perfect. Let's go. Explain it to us. Why'd you get in the trade?
I want to take the second move down. I don't think we're necessarily going to move down a lot per se. We're up almost 2% on the day on NQ. I'm just looking for some pullback back into this little consolidation area to take profits, but not the best entry. And I entered on the bottom of this candle over here. So tight stop because it is one mini, but I'm just looking for exactly this, a nice rejection, some moves down, and then maybe I will re-add somewhere in here if we can get a nice pull down. But very, very simple trade, just looking for some sort of pullback to get possibly more buyers in the market to move the market back up. I don't think we're going to drop significantly here, but as soon as we get down, as soon as we get down to this consolidation area, I'll probably be moving to break even and then just let the trade ride to some profits here, hopefully.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, I don't hate it, right? Because I mean, obviously we've seen the zombie rally that can just slowly, with very low volume, just keep pushing up at a just exhausting rate. But I don't hate the idea of going down and getting more buyers before continuing to the upside. So Chad will keep you updated on Emmanuel's trade as it plays out. But let's move on to the next question. The next question is from Krish. And it says, how real progress looks like in trading. Okay, so I'm assuming, how does real progress look in real trading? How do I know if I'm going in the right direction? And what does a good trading journey look like so I can envision it and follow it? Well, first off, everyone's trading journey is their own. No trading journey is going to look the same. But Emmanuel, when you're talking to your students and you're coaching people and you're in Discord, how do you know, like, what are some of the characteristics that you know people are on the right path, right? We already talked about once that getting into your psychology and your discipline is a good indicator of showing that you are growing as a trader. But are there any other things that you look for?
I think it's definitely not linear at all, right? I think you can work on something for a very, very long time and all of a sudden it could click and that will make you drastically become a better trader. But I also feel like a lot of people don't want to do the internal work and actually journal and do the boring stuff. I think the boring stuff helps extremely. Yes, we can look for supply and demand zones, an inverse fair value gap, along with something crazy, right? You can do as crazy stuff as you want, but I think the true aspect of hitting that journey would be the boring stuff like journaling and stuff like that, where you can really understand where you're going wrong. If it's your entry, if it's your stop loss, your take profit, your timing in the market, possibly, you have to take on variable by variable to find out where that next jump is really going to be.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, you said it really well, is that like journaling, right? As long as you're keeping a solid journal that has the correct data points, as in why you entered, the thought process behind it, how you felt before, how you felt during, what the results was, and then, reflecting back on that, as opposed to went long, got stopped out, try again tomorrow. As long as you're actually like having decent journal entries, you're progressing as a trader, right? I mean, if you're writing it down and not reviewing it, okay, well, hey, there's your next step. Go start reviewing it so you know what mistakes not to make over and over again. But it's also funny how trading can be one of those things where you can make the same mistake over and over and over again, and you have to make it like 100 times before you finally learn, like, okay, don't do this one again. I don't know if you've done that, Emmanuel, but I know I've done that many a times in my trading career.
1,000,000%. And people ask me too, they kind of explain to me exactly what they're doing wrong. They're like, well, I need to do this, that, and what do I do? I'm like, well, you just said it. Now you just got to follow exactly what you said. A lot of times when you're explaining to someone, you kind of tell yourself exactly what you're doing wrong. You just have to follow it now. Everyone loves the dopamine of smacking the contracts, but no one wants to do the boring stuff, which really matters.
100%. I always kick earlier in the training career, I would always kick myself when I'd have my plan. I'd tell myself, I'm not doing this. I'm not rushing into the market. I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient. And then I started, like this morning, you start seeing some crazy volatile moves and you're like, I'm in, I'm going in. And you just blow your account and you're like, what was I doing? Like that was so dumb. So don't worry. We've all been there. So moral of the story, make sure you're journaling, make sure you're reviewing your journal. And as long as you're doing that, you are on the right path. But again, don't compare yourself to everyone else. Your trading journey is not going to be the same as the person who's posting on Twitter that says that they are mega profitable within a year. It's okay to take your time, right? I know a lot of traders that are in this 9, 10 plus years before they started really turning a profit. So don't put a timeline on it. Just make sure you're getting a little bit better every single day, right? There's that 1% better every single day rule, and I think that is perfectly how you define trading as a whole, right? So I hope that helped. This next one is from Jeff M. Says, I'm getting mixed messages. Should I keep scanning for markets that present possibility for my method, or should I sit in a market that I'm comfortable with and wait for a trade to come? I understand the mixed signals because we have people on here that love scanning between NQ, gold, crude oil, cattle, and then trying to find that opportunity, right? And then people like, myself, I like kind of sitting in one market and waiting. Emmanuel, what's your thought on this?
Definitely sit in one market and wait. The more you have screen time in that market, the more you understand how it's going to move, and the more you're going to be profitable in that market. There's plenty of people who, 10, 15 years, they don't really trade other things. They just stick with ES or just sticking with NQ because that's what deems them profitable, right? You might not get as many opportunities. Maybe you can find something else in the market. And I definitely fell a victim to this in the start of my trading journey, where ES was being choppy. Then I started looking at NQ. I started trying to trade gold. I just wanted to press the button and hit something. And it's not the way to go. I think you can definitely diverse your portfolio. For example, I trade NQ and ES. I switch between the both, but they're not similar volatility wise, but they are pretty similar with movement. And if they're both going to be green on the day, their levels are work together. So I do not trade gold. I do not trade any of that. And like I said in the beginning, I would try to trade NQ, ES, gold. I would look at Tesla. I would look at a million different stocks just trying to get in. And from my experience, it does not work.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I was also kind of, equity, switch between equities, golds. Sorry, Hoop, never went to cattle. But also, welcome back, Hoop. Glad to have you. Yeah, I never really, I was hopping around a lot, and I didn't see the big aha moment until I just kind of stayed with one and just learned how that one market moved, right? I think there is a case to be built that if you have a very solid strategy, that you can execute that across multiple different symbols. But until you have that, just stick with one. Learn how the market moves on one so that you can then potentially look at multiple markets and try to see how your strategy goes between different markets, right? But I know that's one thing too for me is like when you make money in futures, I sometimes go to options and then I'm like, I'm going to make some money here because I can swing trade. And then debt just doesn't work the same as futures go. So know your markets, scan if you want to, but again, to Emmanuel's point, are you scanning to actually look for valid setups? Or are you scanning to press the button to get into a position as quickly as possible? I'm assuming it's going to be the latter part, and we just need to work on our personal patience. Hoop, I don't know if you were here for the beginning of that question, but let's send it to you because Jeff is wondering that if they should search for markets or just wait in one for their setup to appear.
Yeah, I heard you guys say wait for one. I would tell you at first stick to one. It was different for me. I was able to, because I worked in a sector that things were related, right? Hogs, cattle, pork belly. They kind of all were intertwined in one section, the meats were. So, I would pop from pit to pit. And then I worked for a pit where I traded everything like energies, metals, and all that. But at first, I agree. You guys are both right. Focus on one. I just, even when I was doing VIP, it's just that at some point, getting a backup market, I like the fact of integrating it because I'm not a huge fan of rollover in markets. So when my market is in rollover and then my market trades different, where do I go? Do I just stand there and wait? You can, but that's the time I go to that secondary market, outside of equities, whether, a lot of people, what the flavor of the day was, gold or silver. There's a ton of them out there, right? So that's different to everybody. But at first, I do agree. Being focused on one setup, one market, you have to work that other market, or in case 6 markets or how many ever I'm looking at in one day. The other thing too, Eric, you asked me before is, when you're in a pit, you had to stand next to guys that, maybe you didn't care for, or that were yelling and screaming. And I gave a production a picture of this guy I used to stand next to. I used to see him in the lumber pit and the S&P pit. But I want to, trade against that guy right there. I mean, come on. Guy's scary right there a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah, no way. If I'm standing next to Hogan, he's screaming in my ear in the pit, I'm finding someone else
That's
to trade.
Right. Yeah. Just because he has his kid's Little League picture on a button on his jacket doesn't mean he's a pit. I'm just going to tell you that.
That's right.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I mean, that's just, different world,
Absolutely. Yeah, so moral of the story, the TLDR version, stick with one until you have a solid understanding of the one, and then potentially look for secondary ones. I like the plan of secondary ones because there are times, like in rollover, right, where you just don't get a lot of follow through. And if markets are choppy and it's not fitting your trade style, it is okay to have that second market to kind of look back on. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Before we get into the next one, we've got a bit of a news clip for you, because there's been a battle heating up between weight loss and weight loss drug heavyweights. The maker of Wegovy, probably said that wrong, is suing Zepbound manufacturer Eli Lilly. Let's learn more.
This one's a doozy, guys. The lawsuit filed by Novo Nordisk says Eli Lilly's advertising claims are deceptive. At issue are ads that say patients on Zepbound lost more weight than those taking Wegovy. Novo Nordisk is arguing those claims are based on comparing the highest doses of Zepbound to the lowest doses of its Wegovy. The company wants Eli Lilly to pull the ads and issue new ones with correct information. Zepbound and Wegovy have different active ingredients that act similarly on the body for weight loss. Adding to this confusion, Wegovy and Ozempic are the same exact medication. Zepbound is slightly different, but exactly the same as Mounjaro. They're all GLP-1 medications. Lying about weight loss drugs. It's kind of funny.
You should just be Weight Watchers.
Yeah, where's like the Atkins versus Weight Watchers battle? Like now it's this drug versus that drug.
Yep.
But I feel like you guys are setting me up here. Like, you guys are giving me very controversial news breaks that I have to just immediately move on from, because I don't want to take any backlash in the chat. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move on from it. And we're going to move right into Erwin's question, which is, I usually struggle a lot to identify run-up days. Can you share some tips from your experience? I see the price breaking out and taking out levels, but I'm always expecting reversals. Okay, so let's break this down. So you have your levels marked as potential reversal zones, and instead of reversing there, it's blowing right through them, right? I think we've gone over this before a little bit in when you have these areas marked out, kind of what are you looking for potential reversals versus continuation, right? Emmanuel, big supply and demand guy, right? When you're seeing price run up to supply and demand, what's kind of your process to see whether that zone is valid or not?
Yeah, I think you need to find buyers in a demand zone and sellers in a supply zone, right? That's like the basics of everything. So you kind of just need to find confluences in the market, right? What is going to aid your theory of the market possibly continuing, and what is going to aid your theory of the market possibly reversing? For me, I like volume, but you can look at other indices, stuff like that, key zones, chart patterns, whatever you think is a good confirmation for you. Definitely add that to your theory to then see if the reversal is truly right. Also, one thing You can try to be a second-time seller, second-time buyer. Don't try to be on the first move. Something like this, even though it seems like I'm going to be wrong here, instead of trying to short the first end of this when it touched here, I tried the first time down here, and then the second time after this rejection, again, looking for the move down, right? I'm not trying to hit the number 29,350 the first time, or, in here, right? I'm trying to wait for the second move to help my theory. Something like that is definitely very good if you're looking to reverse the market or make it continue.
Yeah, I love the second time buyer, second time seller advice. And I know that's going to be one thing that a lot of traders are going to struggle with, right? Because again, we love picking tops and picking bottoms. Emmanuel, to kind of just carry on or add on to what you just said there, like what kind of goes through your mind as far as like telling yourself to wait to maybe be the second buyer or the second seller? How do you know when to do that and when to just try to hop in on that first move, that first rejection, if you will?
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants to be the sniper, right? It looks really cool. It feels great. Most profits. You kind of want to follow the trend, right? So yes, I'm reversing it here, but we're seeing, markets slowing down. We're seeing a lower high being presented at one of my key levels. These are things that's going to make me take this trade, and not just once. You guys saw me take it again, right? The theory was still valid. We hit my stop loss, but the theory was still valid of staying underneath this level, finding a lower high in here. So I'm going to take the trade again, right? It's very, very simple. Can I lose on this? Yes. No emotions if I lose this trade. I follow the general rules that I generally follow all the time. And if I'm trying to follow the trend of the market being, moving up, I'm going to look for some support at some key areas, right? I'm looking for the overall long-term trend to hold its area, right? Not just the quick reversal coming down.
Yeah, no, love that, Len. I love that you just have that conviction in that zone too of you have your markers, right? Volume's coming down. Here's the key zone. I know I got stopped out on the first one, but we're still struggling to continue to go higher. I'm going to try one more stab at it, right? Now, for a lot of traders out there, that can be a bit of a slippery slope, entering in the same kind of general area that you got stopped out in, right? But because of Emmanuel's rules, he's able to take these trades, and I can almost guarantee he's won more than lost on this one here. So, Hoop, what's your thought on this? What's your thought on these zones of expecting reversals and then price breaking through them?
I think the biggest thing you have to do, and you saw it with Dakota this morning, or if you ever watched slow markets, it's not easy cutting a trade, right? You're admitting it's a loser, okay? So it's taking a paper cut, and maybe you're early or whatever. You'll see him do it a lot, and I think that's where traders get a little sticky. Is they don't want to be wrong, and they get not the greatest trade location. It goes against them and keeps going, and then what do you do, right? I think if you're at tops of zones or bottoms of zone, you have to be quick to me to cut that. If basically you don't think you got it, you can always get back in. But once again, that's a muscle memory thing that takes time. I've watched Dakota trade a lot over 2 years on slow markets, and the market state isn't always like that. So, cutting out and getting back in. Some people, well, why don't you just stay in the trade? Well, all of a sudden the market goes against him, and that's not the way he trades a breakout or the top of a zone. So I would just say it's okay to take paper cuts. Just be careful digging your heels in, that you're not wrong, as the trade would typically go against you. It is, as a reversion to the mean trader a lot on some things, I better be quick to cut it if I'm wrong, because if the market goes, that could be a significant loss that I take a hit on. So it's a muscle memory to really cut losers like that quick.
Yeah, it's okay to take paper cuts, but make sure you're not dying by 1,000 paper cuts, right? Make sure you're not in out. just trying to every time you go into drawdown, you close it because you can't take it. Like the little headline below says, right? Take pride in your losers. It's like the story that Hoke said, right? When you lose, the guy next one that says, okay, good. Use it as a learning point, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's just that's exactly how it is. And as far as like, you know, some of the other coaches that we've had on here, as far as these zones go, like Ray uses a couple different things to validate the zones, right? Okay, maybe it's a key level for him, but there's also a low volume node on the volume profile. So anytime you can add little pieces of confluence in there to help support your claim for that zone is always going to be better than just a single, hey, here's my single zone. I'm going to trade off of it no matter what happens, and I'm not going to have any other factors that I'm going to use to take into the zone. So make sure you're having confluences, you're stacking your confluences to make sure you're giving that trade the best chance of going in your favor based on the data in front of you, right? That's all we're trying to do. Is we're all just trying to tip the scale a little bit in our odds, and the more confluences you can have without overcomplicating everything is going to put you in a better position. Gentlemen, we have time for probably one more question. Man, oh man, did that hour go fast. This last question is from Eric. Good name, brother.
Eric.
And it says, in this crazy volatile markets, I fear extreme spikes and therefore exit my trades prematurely. What mindset and method can help me out with that? Right? We are on a knee-jerk reaction market. It is as volatile as ever. Emmanuel, do you find yourself trading any differently now than you did, let's say, last year, where maybe there wasn't as many news headlines?
The news headlines is definitely a scary thing. You don't know when it's going to spike. Obviously, we all know on open, the market's going to move drastically, right? For me, I use that in my favor, but the random spikes are definitely very, very scary. They'll slip through zones very easily, especially on something like NQ. Definitely size down. So just in case you get some slippage, anything like that, you're still in the clear. You're not messing with, something crazy with some crazy contracts, because slippage happens. And when it does happen, especially with news, man, that stop loss gets ripped up, and it's a really crappy feeling. It ruins everything. It will ruin your whole day. It's really bad. It's worse than actually losing the trade, in my opinion, especially if you're trading, some crazy number of contracts. So definitely keep that size small. We're saying that there's a lot of volatility in the market, which means the market's going to move. You don't need, 3 minis or 5 minis to make some money. You can do something like that with micros. Very, very, you can have $1,000 days, $2,000 days with micros. It's very possible right now in this market, and it's here to stay too. I believe it's here to stay. So just size down. That market's moving drastically, quick, and it's moving far. So with that being said, you can look for some longer plays. If you're usually looking for maybe 50 points on NQ or 20, you can easily double that, and that will move very, very quick too. Trades are not going to take long. So I think sizing down is always the key, especially if you're looking to save your butt on the other end if your stop loss gets hit.
Yeah, man, sizing down is like the tip of 2026, right? I mean, I remember seeing traders who would aim for just 10 points in the NQ before, and it would take a little bit of time. And I'm like, I can blink and we're up or down 10 points at any given point in the NQ. And yeah, when you are oversized and over leveraged when a news headline hits and it slips 20 points past your stop, right? And you got 5 contracts on, and you're risking 1,000, but now you lost 2,000. You're right. That sucks. That sucks. I'm sure you probably wrote into support asking for a reset or something. But no, it will ruin your day, right? It will for sure ruin your day. What advice do you have for him?
Yeah, I think Emmanuel hit it on the head, sizing down first, but just accept the risk. I know nobody likes it, and trust me, from a guy who, brings a lot of news to everybody and sees it all flow through, from bell to bell. It's a risk-on environment. We talk about it. And, you know, are more of them, it just seems more of them tend to be, you know, not in our favor. You know, occasionally one slides by that ends up being a good one, but, you know, it's just the environment we're on, and that's why you have to widen out. It's the environment we're in. And, you know, everybody's like, why are you trading micros and not minis and NQ? There's a reason. A lot of traders are trading micros instead of minis. So just be aware. You accept the responsibility when you put the trade on. Markets aren't against you. You know, it's part of the environment we're in right now. So just you have to accept that. The loss or the win.
Absolutely. You know, yesterday I was fortunate enough to be on the right side of a news article at the end of the day. And I'll tell you what, those, you know, I'm either most of the time out of trades by the time news hits, but every now and then when you're on the right side of one, whew, that feels good. When all of a sudden you just like immediately to take profit. Man, that's a good feeling. Oh, but look at that. We are triple boxed in. That means that's our time to get the F out of here. But we're leaving. You don't. You guys stay, because coming up next, everyone's favorite trader, mindset coach, is in the house. Robin Dane is back to join Hogue for a full hour of Mindset Matters. Get your questions ready. Topstep TV, let's go.
All right, traders, everybody sit up straight. The boss is here. You should know Robin. If you don't know Robin, there's not a lot that Robin has not accomplished. She started as a professional dancer on Broadway. She was in high tech. She worked with Anthony Robbins. She's the traders coach, one of the largest day trading firms on Wall Street. Coached traders at Tudor Investment for years. And we are so lucky to have her with us. So she's the boss. Pay attention. It's going to be a great session. Robin, how you feeling today? How you doing?
I'm grateful to be here. You know, I love you guys. I love talking to all you traders. It makes my week. It's so great to hear what traders are doing and what's going on. Unfortunately, some of the challenges that happened years ago are still happening today. So I like to bring to the table, you know, all of the different techniques and mindset that people should have as they trade, because the mind is the thing that's going to control your fingers and what's going on, and if you're winning or losing. And it really is very important to have your mind in the right place. We talked earlier before the show, Hogue and I, and you know, to figure out what we were going to talk about today. We always take our questions in the chat, and there's always the questionnaire on my website and the assessment, the trading assessment that I do for free, that I analyze how your trading is. And then if you want to do a follow-up call, I'll talk to you individually. And then if you want to continue and do coaching, you have that as well. But I don't force anybody. I don't like to hard sell anybody, but I like to be realistic. So I went through my notes, and I had a course where I taught for 30 days a group of traders. And I started looking through those, and I realized that the age group was 37 to 51, and then which was the biggest amount. And then the next group was about 51 to 63. And they were all people who had either sold a business and transitioned to trading, acquired some amount of money through investing, and maybe sold a bunch of it and decided they were going to trade on their own. And so they were in this course related to, it was called the Trade Accelerator series. And it was to accelerate your trading skills within those 30 days, where we really monitored those traders when they were making these transitions. I was surprised. We had people that were selling real estate, but then we had floor traders. I had a fireman, a broker, a pilot, IT tech, a vending machine person, software engineer, aerospace. I mean, all over the map on the types of people that were in trading, which I love to analyze. And I'm going to read through when I also asked what were their top 3 trading challenges. And I just I'm going to list them very quickly, and then we can go off into a topic however you want to. But these were the top 3 in that group of people: getting serious, lack of sleep, let runners go, the time to trade, impulsive trading, discipline, when to increase in size, trade with momentum, confidence to take a trade, wait for the trade, and trade momentum. And then this transitioning from one career to another. So those were the top ones that I pulled from some of the sheets, not all the sheets, but some of them. So I'm guessing that a large group of people that are in the room right now are experiencing a lot of those same issues. So I thought maybe we
If
could
they're
go
not,
into.
they're going to.
That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. If you haven't had those errors or those challenges as you were trading, you're going to get them. You know, and if somebody tells you that they don't have those kind of things, they're trying to sell you a course, they're lying. Everybody goes through this. It's like paying your dues. I haven't had anybody that I know that's serious about trading that hasn't gone through one of these things. Would you like to go into the questions, or would you like to pick one for that you like, Hogue? What would you like to do?
Well, you mentioned your personal trading assessment. Now, I've put the link into the chat several times, and this is something that I've never seen anybody in this space do, Robin. I mean, you actually go through these one by one, personally read them, personally, you kind of think about them, assess what's going on, and you contact the person through email about some of your thoughts about the information that they've sent in. So this is a really good opportunity to have an expert take a look at you as a trader with very specific questions in a very specific way to see, if there's something that she can see, and she sees everything, believe me, that and offers some way to help. Now, if you never use her services or not, she still offers this to you here at Topstep, and take it very seriously if you decide to do that. It is a gift from Robin for each of you if you want to take advantage of getting her thoughts through the vision of this personal trading assessment. And again, I've put the link in a couple of times. I'll put it in a few more times during this session. But I want to personally thank you, Robin, for doing this for everybody, or for anybody here at Topstep. It's really kind of something unusual in this space, and I really feel like it is a gift to trading to have this ability to be able to reach out and touch you in this way, and to have you answer. So again, I thank you very, very much. I'm going to put in the link to her overall website as well.
I really appreciate you saying that. And those questions are put in a very specific order for me to track what that trader is doing. And I have put them in a special order. And the way the trader responds tells me where they're at in the moment. And it's a tool for me. And you're right, nobody does this. Nobody offers this kind of analysis. And although the answers could be the same, it's the order in which you answer, and the ones that you choose that tell me about you. So it's not a canned thing when I respond. And I try to look, I'm at the end of my trading career. I'm at the end of my life. So I'm giving back as much as I can. I charged a lot of money for this with high-end traders. I'm giving everybody at Topstep a really huge discount. I'm certainly, I like to make money like everybody else, but I'm not there to push it for the money. I want to help as many traders as I can before I pass away. And I want to start working on my book. So the book's got to get out this year. I'm determined. So I want to help everybody. When I talk to you guys, it really helps me understand, and ladies, it helps me understand what the current market's like, because I was in retail when I first began. Then I went over to the hedge fund. I was there for 9 years. I didn't have anybody in retail at that time because they made me do a non-disclosure. And so I only worked with very high-end traders, but the issues were exactly the same and the solutions were exactly the same. So you have the benefit of the solutions from the low end to the high end of trading that I've found over 38 years in the business. I've been in the business 38 years, and there's not a lot of people that can say that. They don't live as long. We're hanging in there. So the ones that are senior, that are in the room, don't take them for granted. They have a wealth of knowledge that you can get from in that room. Ask questions. Ask as many questions as you can, because they have just a plethora of answers, and they're great answers. Even the guys that talked this morning with Emmanuel and Eric and Hoop, those guys are experienced and they've been through some things. The younger ones have not been through all of it. Hoop has been through a lot of it. Hogue has been through a lot of it. And so they bring a different perspective, and you need to listen to them because it's a wealth of knowledge. So I don't want to talk anymore. Let's go into your questions, because that's always helpful.
Hey, Robin, I think I'm hoping for a long life for you.
Thank you.
You have so
Me
much
too.
energy and so much vim, and you are the boss. You have so much going on. And you're going to be with us for a very long time, and
I
I'm
hope
hoping that
so.
that is true. I'm hoping that that is true. All right. Um. So we have a bunch of questions, and we mentioned when we talked earlier we were going to kind of look at these questions from two, three, maybe four different angles: the new trader, the successful trader, the business trade, the business person who sold a business and decided he's going to start trading, and a floor trader. Now, I was a floor trader, and I can tell you that that transition took a lot longer than I thought it was going to. I had the
Yeah.
benefit of having friends leave the pits and start trading on screen before
Yeah.
I did, and they just kept doing what they were doing in the pits, and they lost a lot of money. So I had
Yeah.
the benefit of their experience to understand that this was going to be a whole new world. Um, so and everybody comes at trading from different places and different areas of their life and different experience levels as far as business and money and all that is concerned. So I think this is a really good idea, and I want to start with a very simple question.
Okay.
Lamb asks, how can you overcome your emotion? This is going to be vastly different for everybody, from people coming from different age levels and experience levels in business and in trading. What do you say to somebody who just flat out asks, how do you overcome emotions?
Okay, so the thing in trading is you want to be emotionless. I know that sounds crazy, but you want, and that there's the word emotion, to be crazy. You want to be emotionless. You want to calm down. So anything that you can do in the moment that calms you down. You want to notice your triggers. What's triggering you to go into the emotion? What triggers you is coming from something that you've stored in your subconscious memory. So something that you have as a fear can stack up one by one and create more emotion. So the more fears you have, the more emotions you're going to have. So one technique to calm you down would be breathing. There's quite a few breathing techniques that are out there that you can actually slow your heart rate down. And so I would look those up. I was trying to find one in particular, and I couldn't come across it this morning, but something that will slow your heart rate down. because your heart rate's usually going really fast when you're in some kind of fear. So that's one way. You want to be careful of the amount of caffeine you have. Yes, caffeine, Red Bull, caffeine, it's great for you, but it's going to really stimulate you physically because your mind and your body are totally connected. You can't remove one from the other. So the thing is control. So I'm really big on working with my clients for them to gain control over what you're doing, what you're seeing, how you're feeling. And when you're out of control and your emotions are taking control, you have to ask the question, and you know I'm really big on questions. What can you do in the moment to gain control? So what could you do in the moment to gain control? Is there anything that you do, Hogue, to gain control, just to gain control physically? Is there anything that you have?
Absolutely. If
Okay.
I'm becoming emotional, the way I gain control is I step away. I'm not going to
Perfect.
I'm not going to react to impulses due to emotion. And I think that there's a lot we can learn from emotions. I think it's exhausting just to try and like ignore them or subvert them.
Yep.
But understanding when your emotions are starting to take over is where the control comes in for me. I know if I have 3 straight losses, I'm probably getting pissed off and I need to step away and let go of that venom.
Yep.
That's control.
Yep. And I think you said something, you can't get away from them. They're going to be there. You have to just control them. And you said, I liked that you stepped away, because when you step away and take a small break, that alone is going to change your mindset. It's going to take you out of the equation and not pull you in. The market's very seductive. It's going to pull you in, and it's going to want you to do things you don't want to necessarily do. So if you're not in control, and you can feel it when you're not in control, get up, stretch, walk away, do a few exercises, but be careful of, again, the amount of coffee and the amount of stimulants that you have, because that can make you overstimulated and bring on the emotion. Water is very, very critical. Your brain is like, I think 75, 80% water. And so you've got to drink water, not coffee, not Red Bull, not something else, something that's H2O. And you can actually feel when you need water. I have a thing that I used to call, I call it still, the trader's trance. So you'll be trading, and all of a sudden you go into a blank stare at the screen and you go, oh, and you realized you were kind of in a trance. If that happens, it's a physical sign your body needs water, a physical alert that your body is telling you, I need water. So if you go into trader's trance, which can happen because you're looking at all this information, you're trying to digest it, you're trying to analyze it, you're trying to make a decision, and then you're trying to push the button to take a trade or get out of a trade. So be careful of not having enough water and staying hydrated. It sounds simple, but I'll put money on it that a lot of you are needing water right now. And that water will actually make you feel better. Water and oxygen. So, and the oxygen comes from the deep breathing exercises. And moving gets things stimulated into a different direction. It changes the mindset. So getting up and moving away changes the mindset. So those 3 things right away, you can change your emotions. Stepping away, having water, and doing something physical, asking questions, and just taking a little break. I love the fact that you do the 3 strikes, you're out, 3 strikes, 3 losses, and you're walking away. You're not in sync. You're not in control. Something is wrong. You need to change it. Maybe at that time, you change size. Maybe at that time, you go to simulation. Maybe at that time, you take a half-hour break. You determine who you are as a trader, and you make your rules. Make the rules that work for you to stay in control. Does that sound fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Now, there's a kind of a follow-up question that just came in, and this one's from Shubham, who's somebody who's always in chat, always here, always positive, and has been improving as a trader. Just recently put in for a payout. So great job, Shubham. But he's got a question here, and it kind of relates to something that was given to me by a trading psychologist a number of years ago. So here's his question. What separates a journal that actually improves performance from one that's just a record of trades? And when reviewing a profitable trader's journal, what psychological patterns do you look for first before looking into the trades themselves? Now, Shubham, I think, is talking about the emotional journal, which was something that was on our website for a while. I'm not sure if it's still on there. But I was working with a trading psychologist just about the time I stepped out of the pit, Robin, and his suggestion was to basically record in as few words as possible, as much information as I can about every trade, including emotional, physical, and psychological changes that might be going on during the trades, like what's going on physically, mentally, and emotionally at before entry or at entry or during the trade or at exit or even after the trade. So Robin, I fought him on this. I'm like, well, this is fluffy. I'm not doing this. So we had our first meeting. I said, yeah, okay, I'll do it, whatever. And after a week, he said, how'd the emotional journal go? Did you learn anything about yourself? And I said, well, to be honest with you, I didn't do it. I just, didn't feel like it was going to be anything that was going to help me. And he says, well, I need you to do it. So let's just put this meeting off until next week when you've done at least a week's worth of the emotional journal. Well, I blew it off that week as well. And so he said, how'd the emotional journal go? And I said, well, to be honest with you, I didn't do it this week either. And he says, well, John, it's been nice to know you. Good luck finding someone you can work with, and good luck with your trading, because I'm out of here. I said, wait a minute, I'm paying you. And he says, I know you're paying me, but you're not doing the things I'm asking you to do. There's no way that this can harm what you're trying to do. It can only help, and you're fighting me on it. And I don't feel like fighting. I don't have time for this, and neither do you. So let's just break it up. I said, okay, fine. I started doing it the next week, and it's a practice. It's not something that just comes naturally. It's actually kind of a pain in the ass, and until you kind of get into some sort of a groove, or I created little hieroglyphs for certain things that were happening during trades. Like if I was nervous, it was 3 wavy lines. I didn't have to write out I was nervous getting into this trade. I could just put that there, and I knew that that's what it meant. But over time, I started seeing patterns. Probably the first one, and I think everybody has this pattern to some degree or another. The trades that I was viewing as layups had a much lower probability of success than the trades that made me a little bit nervous.
Okay. So, yep. You have so many things here that I want to chime in on. First is the seriousness of this game. If you want to change your game and you want to improve, you got to get serious about what you do and the work that you do.
Show everybody your shirt. Game on. Game on. So this is a serious game. Okay, go ahead.
Serious
I just want everybody to see that just at that moment. Game on. So please continue.
Serious about the game. And then another thing is, if you have coaching like that and you don't do the work, it's important to ask the question, why? Why weren't you doing that? Because there's something that's stopping you. Was it a fear of success, a fear of failure? Was it that it was too much work? You didn't like doing that? Traders hate to journal. I got to tell you. I mean, they hate to journal. I don't have traders journal just a bunch of numbers, and I don't have them do just the psychology. I have them do kind of a combination. Look at the 3 parts of your trade. I like to break the trade up into 3 sections: your entry, your management, and your stop. And psychologically, where are you getting stuck? So if you just track down your losers and where you were messed up or didn't feel right, mark down, was it your entry, your management, or your stop? And then the other thing you brought up was a pattern. Is there a pattern to your errors? Is it falling into all your entries, all your exits, or during the management? Is there a section that you need to focus on and start? So you've heard me talk about the Formula One race car. You've gone onto the Formula One race car track. You're driving in there, and you have all these things that were in error when you took your first race. But you can't focus on all of them. You take one and you focus on it. So my suggestion is pinpoint, find the pattern, and then focus on that particular area to work on until you've mastered it. Ask the people in the room that particular thing. The more laser focused you can get in that area, the better you can have solutions that you can try that will help you turn that section around. And then there was a couple other things that he said. So don't blow it off. Don't blow it off. And only journal. Say, I don't like journaling because I don't like all the information. Okay, great. And so then the question is why? Well, it's a pain in the ass. I don't like doing it, and it feels like a waste of time. That's what the biggest answer that I get. It's a waste of time. So you have to have quality questions and answers if you're going to track quality. The quality of your question and answer is going to determine the quality of what you get as a result. Quality. So what's the quality? So the Formula race car driver now is going to focus on his steering, because if he steers the wrong way going around the curve, he's going to crash and burn. So he's going to focus this first time going on the track over and over. He's going to focus just on how much he turns the wheel, just for that section in the course. If it's your entry and you're having trouble with your entries, what are the things you could do or change at your entry? Were you seeing enough? Was there enough criteria that you were looking at your entry? Was it the same? Were you jumping in and getting? This is where the psychology comes in. Maybe you saw the pattern worked, but you got in and you entered too early. Well, that's a fear of missing out. The fear of missing out, we know, is our famous one, the FOMO, because the fear of missing out is going to pull you into the trade when you shouldn't. So you have to be careful that you're not falling for that. If that becomes your issue, and that's the thing you got to focus on, the fear of missing out, then now you've got to connect the emotion and the strategy and what you're doing. What could I do to control my emotions to only enter when I'm supposed to? I could put in an order at the correct price. I could just leave it there and wait for the price to get hit. I could look at another chart, and if that chart or that indicator goes to this level, I can enter because of that. If I'm in the emotion at the same time and I'm trying to manage both, you know what? I'm going to enter my trade, and then I'm going to stand up and I'm going to watch the screen, and I'm not going to go anywhere near the keyboard. I'm just going to let it play out, and I'm going to force myself to watch it. I'm not going to touch the keyboard. I'm going to let it play out. So think of different things you can do based on what you uncovered from the why question. Why am I doing that? What's causing me to do it? Is my head? Is it my emotions? Or is it a physical thing in your charts? Where is it coming from? Technical or emotional? Because there's going to be two parts. Okay.
Awesome. And ask yourself, before you do anything, is what I'm about to do in my best interest? Is what I'm about to do in my best interest?
I love that question.
Just a little review of what's going on in the markets. Crude oil is still very range bound. Gold just put in a new session high as we've been speaking here. So we're seeing the buyers continuing to come in to gold. We're seeing the equities really just kind of coming off their recent highs, their session highs here. Just in small ways, just a little bit of a pullback going here. Don't know what's going to happen, but We got NASDAQ 29,325 right now. We've got the ES 75.46 right now. Crude oil 84.53 as we speak, and gold 4,087.80, just coming off a fresh session high.
I was going to say
Technically, it's
broke a high.
130.
Yep.
Gold is pretty much closed, but we just put in a new session high after the
Yep.
regular trading hour close.
Yeah.
Okay.
ES was getting a little stuck there. It raced up, and then it was starting to do a pullback. And then everybody was thinking, okay, now it's going to go. It's around 12 o'clock there. Now it's going to head down because we had such a big move up. So be careful, because in that scenario, you're going to have a couple emotions on this one. You're going to have, is it in a total rotation to head back down to a support level, or is it just a breather in the moment and then start to head back up in the moment? And it had that little move up again, and now it's coming down again. So it's doing a couple things. So your emotions are definitely gonna have some challenges here, and you've got to really stay in control in this kind of scenario, because everybody's thinking it's gonna just crash now and go down.
Yeah.
So just
easy
be
to
careful.
FOMO in down here, wouldn't it?
Yep. So look at everything else that you're looking at for your criteria before you start to enter the trade, and be sure it's clear for you and you are in control. Take a deep breath. Make sure you have your checklist of things that have to be there for you to make a move, and go from there. Okay, next.
Okay. All right. This is a very interesting question. This is from Joe. Now, I came from a trading pit. There were 600 people standing around me that could talk to me, that could tell me what they think, that were talking around me, that you might have felt as though they were watching everything I was doing, even though nobody cared what I was doing. You've been in trading rooms where there's probably tens, if not 100 people in a trading room, and they're all talking back and forth, and they're all trading. There's there's tons of content online, Topstep TV including. Joe is wondering if it's better to trade on his own or trade watching something like Topstep TV or other YouTubers. He says it happens to kind of influence him, causing him to always lose. Now, I'm not sure if always is the right word to say on that, but for Joe, maybe a little bit less outside influence might be something that would be good for you. I wouldn't be watching too many of these things at once, but I gotta say, you gotta watch Topstep TV. But what would you say to Joe? Obviously, he's got a lot of voices in his head. What would you tell him to stick to his own ideas and strategies?
There are a lot of influences that can happen, and if you have the television on and news comes across, and there's all sorts of crazy news coming across nowadays. The thing that I want to impress upon you is something that you just said, always. The word always. I look at language that the trader is thinking. The language that you think forms the sentence forms the thought, and the thought is what gets stored in your head. So be careful of the language. The words always and never are very powerful words. Is the reality always? No, it's absolutely not always. It happens on occasion. Is it never? No, it's not never. It's on occasion. So be careful of the words always and never. It's a bad conditioning of your mind that this is supposed to happen. I always lose. I take a trade and I never am able to figure it out. Bad conditioning for your brain. Really bad. Take those particular words out unless they're in the positive direction. So that's on language and thought. And now I got off the topic. What was the basic question again? Refresh me.
Watching other traders trade while trading.
So yes, you're going to have influences around you. You have to filter them. You have to know who you are. If you're a new trader and you have all these things around you, pick a couple that you're going to focus on, and what in your trading as a new trader do you want to learn? So look for, if it's you want to learn a particular indicator, focus on that. Pick a focus and get very specific. If you can't filter out something more narrow when you're trading, then turn it off. If you find that the trading in the news is bothering you, turn the TV off. If the more you can focus on a particular area, the better. So if you have too many things coming in and have too many decisions you have to combine to go forward, be careful. More is not necessarily better. And stick to your routine and your particular strategy. And take out anything that's not. Pick one thing during the day that you focus on within Topstep. Some of the questions that you have, keep them to a particular area. Can they ask questions when they're in the room there?
Yeah, in the chat, sure.
Yeah, okay. So ask your questions based on what you've picked as your focus. That would help. So yes, it matters, but you have to know whether it's influencing you in the positive way or a negative way. If it's negative, then reduce what you're seeing or reduce it to certain times during the day. I don't know if you do a recap or what your process is for sending information to the chat, but maybe there's a recap in the morning that gives an overview of the market, and maybe that's valuable for you. Then watch that, and then the rest of the time keep the screen on, but not necessarily the words. And then if you see something popping up, have the voice come on.
Always turn it on.
You can always turn it on, and you are in control of your trading. You and only you control the trades. Topstep is not causing you to lose. Topstep is not influencing you to do something in particular. It's a learning tool, like everything else you have around you. It's a learning tool. So take it for what it's worth, use what works for you, and reduce what doesn't.
That it was that word "always" that got to me too, Robin. When I read that, I was like, there are no absolutes.
Nope.
Especially in trading. There's nothing that is always or never going to happen. I've heard of like therapists that say, don't even use those words in my my room if you're in therapy with somebody. They always they say, you can't say this person always does this or never does this, because it's just not true, and it's not even possible. There are no absolutes in life and in trading.
Yeah.
So
I
Joe,
always win. I always win.
So Joe, there's some suggestions, come in and out. Make sure you focus on the things that you're looking at, taking your trades. I understand it's when there's a lot going on, and it's difficult to make any kind of a decision when there's just too much going on. So great question, Joe. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that question. Suri is having a trouble with FOMO. He likes to rush, wants to overcome it and trade with a peaceful mind. How does Sri do that? FOMO, rush. Maybe too much caffeine for Sri, maybe a little bit more water, but wants to trade with a peaceful mind. Needs help with that. What would you tell him, Robin?
So now we're getting back to the reason why. Why is he rushing in? And underlying there is a reason why. But my suggestion for the FOMO, and I just had it and I lost it for a second. FOMO is being in control. Again, being in control. It's, again, very seductive, being in control, and having you wait for that entry of going in your checklist. So you have certain things that you have before you enter the trade. Were they met? Oh, this is what I meant to say. Okay, take a piece of paper for the FOMO and answer this question. Put the question at the top of the page. What's it going to cost me if I don't follow my rules and gain control of FOMO? What's it going to cost me? What's it going to cost me? Write one answer per line. I'm giving out my coaching technique. One answer per line. It's going to cost me that I'm going to blow the account. It's going to, one answer per line. Fill the page. It's going to cost me, I'm going to blow another account. It's going to cost me more money again. It's going to cost me this. Write down everything negative you can think of on that page. Everything negative. When you get into the situation where you're being drawn in, take the piece of paper out and read it. Read it. Because this is the reality of what's going to happen if you don't gain control of it, right? It's the reality. I'm going to lose more money. I'm going to have to get another account. I'm going to feel crappy. Fill the page with bad stuff. The worst stuff you can find, the better, because this is going to stop you if you get drawn in again. It's going to make you say, oh, I'm not going there anymore. I'm not going to go there anymore because look at what it's going to cost me if I do it again. How many accounts have I done it? I'm going to feel like a failure. I'm going to feel like this. I'm going to lose this money. I'm not going to be able to take my vacation. Fill the page. One answer per line. Make it painful. People only do things for two reasons: to avoid pain and gain pleasure. Avoid pain and gain pleasure. So the FOMO is supposed to be for pleasure. You're supposed to win and feel good about it. But it's going to be painful if you don't stay in control. So if you come to the reality in that moment of how painful it's going to be, you're going to go, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to do it. And I call it the evil twin. The evil twin is popping out of the box. And the evil twin is taking control of your trading, not you. Not you. So you have to see what he's saying, and you or she, and stop it. Stop him from coming in there. Say, I'm not going
so
down.
The evil twin is the one going,
yeah,
it's going to be different this time. It's going to be
That's
different
right.
this time.
That's right. You're going to make it this time. It's okay to go in early. It's okay to lose a little bit, and then you could just hold on. And then, oh, by the way, double up on size. And then he's convincing you to do all the wrong things, because then you go down faster. You double up on. I hate that. A trader will answer those questions in my question assessment, and they'll say, I lose. And sure enough, what are they doing? Increasing size, and they're doubling up on size on a losing trade. Never double up on a losing trade. Please, if you do one thing, use hard stops and never double up on a losing trade. Those two things are going to save you a fortune if you are doing them today and you want to keep your money. Don't double up on a losing trade. You're wrong. Get out. Close it and wait for a good entry.
Robin, we call those moron trades. Yes. Market's going against you, you put more on.
Yes. I love that. I love that. I'm going to use that for my book. I love that.
I got a question from the chat here. Monica's asking, and this is something I usually say on Fridays, because Fridays, the last thing you want to do is lose a bunch of money on a Friday. So I always tell people, don't get all biffed up on a Friday. In other words, biffed up, take a bunch of losses. Monica's asking, is that the wrong term to be using when we say, don't get all biffed up?
It depends on how you define it. Everybody has a different definition for different things. How are you defining it? How do you define it?
Losing money.
Okay, losing money.
Getting all biffed up. Don't want to lose money on a Friday.
I'm not
want to lose
biffed
money
up
on
today.
any day.
Yeah. Make it pleasurable. I'm not getting biffed up today.
No. No, something I said
I
earlier.
love Fridays, by the way. Fridays are great. I love trading Fridays.
Yeah. It's just like I said earlier. The one way to make more money is lose less.
I love that too.
All right. So
Okay.
let's see here. One of the eternal questions, often asked, often tried to answer, but how do we remove fear after a bad streak? For our good friend James Doyle. How do we remove fear after a bad streak?
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you the simple answer. Get some coaching and I'll take the fear away because I have a particular technique that removes fear if you've got a block. If you're trading in fear and it's not going away, it's a mental, emotional block. You've built it up over time. And I use that analogy of the candle. If you never experienced the candle and I said, put your hand over that candle and you put your hand over the candle, you got brain go, ouch. In that moment got formed a neural connection in your brain to the fear and the experience. And then I go, Hogue, I don't know what happened. Here's a list of 100 people. They've done it before you and they've been fine. Do it again. You trust me, you put your hand over the candle. Ouch. You got burned again. The first neural connection now attaches to the second one. The first one was a thread. The second one now became a cable. The third time, put your hand over the candle. What are you going to say to me?
No.
Right. You went into protection mode. Your brain went into protection mode. If your brain is going into protection mode to stop you, it's a fear and it's going to try to prevent you from doing the thing that caused you pain and getting hurt. And you have a physical reaction. If I went to grab your hand, you'd pull it away. You have an emotional reaction, fear, apprehension, uncertainty, hesitation, and you have a physical motion. And boy, I'm losing little tidbits here. A physical reaction and a verbal reaction. No, I'm not going to do it. So all those happen, but it happens in a nanosecond. In a nanosecond. It doesn't, you didn't go into your head, oh, I got burned the first time. Oh, yeah. And I got burned the second time. Oh, yeah. I better not do it the third time. No, that never happened. Everything happened in a nanosecond. So when you have fears building up in trading, you have one fear, another fear of losing, fear of missing out. There's about 33 different fears. Those start to stack up. And they get to the point where they're so controlling in your brain to stop you, you will freeze. And so I have a question on my questionnaire that if you answer, you're really in a dangerous zone when you answer the question, because your brain now is really stopping you from trading. And I've heard traders say, I'm frozen, I'm paralyzed, I can't pull the trigger. And they are. Their brain is so congested with fear that they can't take a trade. And that's what happens, unfortunately. So I can break that. I have a particular technique. I'm up to 5,150 people that have done this technique, and it's always been successful. And I call it the blockbuster. It's a neurolinguistic technique that disconnects the mental conscious mind from the subconscious memory. So in between those two, there's a link. There's a fear. So if you look back at the fear of the candle, what's the fear? I'm afraid what? Related to the candle. What's the fear?
It'll burn me.
Burn me, get hurt, do it again. Any of those is the link between the two, conscious mind and subconscious memory. I break that link so that one doesn't trigger the other. That's what the blockbuster does. I'm so glad you're allowing me to explain this because nobody understands what the block is. A block is very powerful in trading. You build it up, and traders will eventually stop because they can't control it. I have this technique. It's not a secret thing. It's a neurolinguistic technique. In neurolinguistics, it's called scramble. It's very difficult to do on your own. I've done it so many times. I've perfected it for the trading environment where I make that disconnect. And I've had multimillionaires call me and they said, I can't take a trade. I said, how much did you lose? I lost $100,000 in one trade. He says, but I'm a multimillionaire. I have plenty of money. I said, it was what stopped you, right? He says, yeah, I haven't been able to trade ever since that day. The fear was so great for losing $100,000 that he couldn't trade again. He had been to psychiatrists, therapists, and all sorts of things from the pain. So he said, I heard about you, that you can fix this. I took him through the technique. The next week, he didn't call me. I said, Hank, I said, where are you? He says, oh, I don't need you anymore. I said, what do you mean you don't need me? He says, I took 6 trades today. The first one was flat. The rest were positive. That stupid thing works. And I said, you got more sessions. I don't like to leave somebody like that because they can overtrade. If I break the fear, because fear at some level protects you. And so when I broke the fear, I was afraid he was really going to do it. But he never called me again. He didn't need me. And I usually do 3 sessions because I like to follow the trader after I do the blockbuster. I don't want them to be out there alone, because if they couldn't take a trade, now all of a sudden they're trading like crazy and they can blow up the account. So I like to monitor them for the 3 weeks and coach them for the 3 weeks. I give them a lot of technique and I record everything so that they will know. But it's very difficult to do. I also do it for an entire lifetime. I have a lifetime guarantee. And if you get a block again, because you can get another block and build it up again, you can call me and say, Robin, I need to do a blockbuster, and you get it for free. So I do, anybody that's done a blockbuster, they get it for free for the rest of my life and their life. But I'm so glad you asked me, because I'm not trying to sell you. I'm trying to make you understand what's happening as you're trading. Those fears are building up one by one by one by one, and they're stacking, and they're getting glued together, and they're getting stronger and stronger. And at some point, if it's caused by multiple losses or a big loss. So if somebody calls me and they say, I need coaching, I said, tell me what happened. What was your biggest trade? And it always stems from the worst trade. The worst trade. Everybody has a dollar threshold where they get to, and it really stops them. The multimillionaire was $100,000. A new trader, it might be $1,000. A trader who's been trading 15 years, it might be $20,000. So everybody's dollar threshold that really locks them up is something that they deal with, and it's individual. Each trader is individual.
Would you say that, somebody that has reached that block is probably thinking in the back of their mind, I'm done. I'm not trading again. This is just too much. It's too painful.
It's the number one reason traders fail. I know that. People won't admit to that, but it's the number one reason traders fail. The power of fear is so great, and the amount of money that they've lost is so great, they can't go on, and they quit. That's why the percentages of successful traders to non-successful traders can be so high, because the fear is so huge.
Even
It's
Jim
the
Dalton
reality
says
of the business.
most people that try trading either run out of money or run out of time. One of the two.
Exactly.
And in this case, that pain of those losses can be enough to scare anybody away. I mean, it's painful to lose that kind of money.
It's not uncommon, but there's a way to fix it. I can remove the block to free your mind up and feel free to trade again and really watch you and start building your business. Unfortunately, the fear is also going to block the trader from how they learn, because the fear is going to go and put your body into protection mode. And if you're in protection mode, it stops everything that you're trying to do. So it affects everything. So if you're in that place, you don't want to get coaching, you don't want to spend that extra money, you think you have a block, go slowly. The more wins you get, the better. That can help you turn it around. You can do but you've got to have multiple wins to turn that around. If you do the blockbuster, it's fast, and then you just move on. And if you get the
even if
blockbuster,
those wins are small, it's just got to help, right?
exactly, absolutely, absolutely. And then think about, really digest what that win was. I said, I feel great. Look, I follow my plan. Look, I did this. I follow the plan. It was the perfect day. I saw the setup. The day was great. I didn't have any crappy news. It was the perfect day. Writing down your perfect day and documenting your perfect day is a great thing to do. Is a really great thing to do. And reread that before you start your trading day.
Stay positive. Stay positive, right? There you go. All right, Robin, we are out of time. I can't thank you enough for being here with us. I know. Looking forward to getting you back here in a couple of weeks. I know I love you. Everybody loves you. You're looking forward to a very long, happy, successful life. And we're looking forward to having you back very, very
Got to
soon.
get my book out, so I got to live to make my book.
As soon as it's out, I bought it.
I want to include all you guys in the book. And I love
Awesome.
I love the moron trades. That's my favorite today. The moron trades. I like that one the most. And I love always coaching with you. You're so awesome. I've missed you. And I just love all you guys. I love all you guys. Give me time if you're sending in your assessments. It takes me a while to go through them. I go through them one by one. And I do send you a copy. And then if you want to do a follow-up call, it's free. I don't charge for that. You don't have to, I don't pressure anybody. I give you the prices. You don't have to do coaching. But if you're really, really stuck and you went into that really bad, you answer that one question that I watch out for that's really, really bad. I'm not going to tell you what it is because I have to watch out for it. If you have that, I will tell you in the answers that you've got to be really extra careful. Really extra careful, and every penny that you pay for coaching with me will carry you through your entire trading career. Everything that I teach you.
Thank you, Robin, and thanks to all of you as always. Looking forward to seeing Power Hour coming up here. Gabe, Mandy, and Eric for Power Hour coming up. Robin, blessings to you. Blessings to all of you. We'll be right back. This is Topstep TV.
You too, Hogue. I love you guys. Love you. Good trading. Bye-bye.
What is going on? Good afternoon. Welcome to Power Hour. It is time to hang out. We got a little bit left of the day, and we are joined by Mandy and Eric to my right. Mandy, what's going on? Welcome.
Hello, it's going, you guys. Able to hit my profit target on 1 month today. So blocked out of that one. That was, of course, on those longs. You guys are gonna be shocked. Yes, which I don't trade often. I'm like, NQ has been beating me up. I practice a lot of patience. So I'm not gonna trade it, I don't think this hour with you guys. But maybe one day you'll see me take an ES trade. We'll see.
Okay. So testing the water in a different product. Looks like you got the MNQ up there right now. Eric, what's going on, man? I've seen you a couple times today. First time I'm hanging out with you.
Yeah, what's up, dude? Took a couple trades today, up 250, gave a little bit back, kind of just in this range here earlier, right? On this breakdown, I got a little early on a short and got stopped out, but I don't know, man. I feel like this market is tempting me into the shorts. Like anytime we have like these round tops, I generally see they do like to kind of fall down a little bit, but I'm not holding on to that because we're also kind of in the middle of or any range, like any zone of mine, right? So 29,434 is a zone and 29,214, and anything in the middle is kind of no man's land and anything can happen. So we're going to get a little tricky with it today and see if we can get a trade on in the middle of the zone.
Okay.
Let's go.
Sounds good to me. Let's see what Power Hour has in store for us. Chat, what's going on? Anything that we're up to today? You guys green in the day? Red, you flat? What's going on in your world? Take a quick brief look around the markets, and then we'll go ahead and see what levels we have of interest here. S&P is trading 75.46. NASDAQ 29,320s. Dow is trading 52,430s. Gold is catching a little bit of a bid back to session highs near 40.89.7 currently. Crude oil also near its little 5-minute range highs, 84.56 a barrel. And tilt's looking a little heavy in the equities in the short side. We've got a 64% short tilt in the S&P, 59% short tilt in the NASDAQ, 63% short tilt in crude, and then 55% long in gold.
Yeah, I'm going through gold right now just to see if there's any setups here that might interest me. Because NQ is looking pretty flat right now.
Okay.
Yeah. It's choppy.
Yeah, Mandy, did you say you were trying to trade ES?
I did today. It was definitely giving me I would say cleaner signals because it's not as wicky. It was definitely a good better directional move. It's the patience to see as much as and like the equivalent of the movement, right? On ES, you're going to be paid less, or you need to size up in ES to get kind of that same amount of P&L on NQ. So it's tricky, but it was a lot easier read. It just took a lot longer for it to execute to get that P&L that I wanted to see. So I actually was talking with Bebop George and thinking about how it would be a nice option to just trade ES on one combine and keep that as a very good practice for patience, slowing down. My pressure play should work, my strategy should work across most markets, timeframes, etc. Learning the nuances of each, right? Each instrument is going to be key. And so but that's where I'm learning patience. And I think that'll just build me to be a better trader. So props to you ES traders. ES takes tons of patience. But props to you NQ traders. We're a wild bunch out there. So it's hard either way.
I remember I never understood why people traded NQ because it moves so fast. And then now I'm like fully in, and I'm like, oh man, I can't imagine going back to ES.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So if
But,
you're an
you know,
NQ trader and you're struggling, maybe go check out ES again. Something
That's
like
what I was gonna
that.
say. If I'm on a losing streak with NQ, I'll take like one trade in ES just to kind of, feel what it's like to slow down a
Reset.
little bit. And
Yeah,
it's not bad. It's way less stressful.
absolutely. 100%.
Somebody
I
in
can
chat
trade
also
a.
said, or you could zoom out.
You could
Zoom
zoom
out. Yeah,
out.
exactly.
Zoom out, maybe size down a little bit. You're gonna stick with NQ if you're getting
Yeah,
too into the weeds.
absolutely.
Well, so Mandy,
I
what are you
really want to
seeing
get
right
short.
now? Okay,
Yeah, I
perfect.
really want to get short. My 5 minute, we have that moving average on top telling me sellers are in control. Of course, we've had multiple 5 minute red candles printing. We are starting to form a little bit of breakout of this level. It could get all the way down to 300s. That's where I just don't feel like it's worth 10 points right now to see what it would want to do around 300s. So I think I am gonna get a little bit hands off for a minute because I just don't like location, right? Location's important to be aware of. We've had a top over here this morning at 10:15 a.m. Central on the 15 minute where we had the candle close. Nice round number, right? For all those reasons. We've been selling off for a little bit. Is it time for buyers to come back in? What is power hour going to look like? So this one's going to be a patient setup for me, you guys. When I see it, I'll let you know. But right now, hands off. Other levels I'm
Okay.
looking down to is if we can get more selling pressure, of course, down to those 250. That's another area of support right here where we had a candle and a nice wick there at 10:45 a.m. Central. So tricky day for a lot of traders, though, I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah, tricky day
First part of the
indeed.
open. First part of the open was kind of nasty. Eventually, we got a little bit more directional, but it was quite the up and down. I mean, 100 points up, 100 points back down, 100 points back up. Was a rough morning for sure.
That's where that patience come in.
Yeah, for sure. So, Eric, what do you said you're looking at gold? Anything particularly you're seeing over there versus NASDAQ right now that might interest you, or are you gonna?
Yeah, so gold's. I'm going to keep an eye on NQ, but gold just had a big run up, right? It's retracing a little bit. The way I trade, and because we had such a violent move upward, we can kind of do a couple things, right? Let's see. Let's get this out. So what I don't want to see, and like what I wouldn't want to trade, is just like a slow grind down and then to take out the highs. My thought is maybe take out these lows down here, take out the highs, and then come down and revisit 4,072. That's kind of my thought. So I think the only way I'm going to get in gold is if we take out the highs at 4,092. And then I'd be looking to get short. But that's super quick. If I had to do something right now, that's what I would be planning on. Not really looking too much at like higher time frame, because looking on the 15's pretty bullish, right? I do like how we took out this little double top here and are kind of stalling here. It kind of gives you that first sign that maybe the buyers weren't as strong. Now, if we can, we had a strong move into the double top, but not a lot of follow through. So that's kind of reinforces my idea of potentially a short in gold. But again, I want that 2 minute to come up and sweep one of these highs before looking at entering lower.
Just give you a better location, essentially.
Yeah, better location, like better confirmation on my end, right? Like if the 15 minutes tell me, okay, it's maybe a little bit bearish, and then the 2 minutes telling me that it's potentially going to be going that way, I don't want to enter too early and have my stops way up here at like 93s in case scenario A happens, right? And it's just not worth, kind of like what Mandy said earlier, it's just not worth seeing what'll happen is if I enter in now. If it does do that inevitable just slow chunk down, like that's not worth the mental capital in my mind.
I agree.
So those are the two areas I'm looking at. And then NASDAQ trying to get a little bit more creative to see if we can get a trade in on during power hour because we consolidated for so long, right? I'd be looking for some type of reversal here. I mean, anywhere below 300, I think we could potentially come down, take out these 295s, and then maybe continue higher. Is the up move over? There's an argument for both, but I would be in this gray box here. I'd be keen to attempting it along.
Yeah.
Okay. That's like 300 to 260 essentially, which is the previous larger kind of reversal that took place.
Yeah. Which is so funny because if you think of like a range before, I'm like, at 40 points isn't a range. Like that's a monster range. I'm like, what do you mean 40 points? And now at 40 points is like, that's the range, right?
Indeed.
Can
We've seen a little
position.
divergence
Yeah.
right now, by the way, between S&P and NASDAQ. You got a higher low, on the 5-minute in the S&Ps versus a lower low in the NASDAQ on a 5-minute. That's a little unique. Dow's also kind of building a really strong base down here. We've been inside 440s to 420s in the Dow for the last, I don't know, almost hour.
Yeah.
Maybe nice little location to start looking for longs potentially if buyers can step back in here. So I like the thesis, between both of you. It sounds like you had a good plan of action of what you're looking for going into the last hour of trade.
We just need candles to move and actually do
Yeah.
something for us to
to try to prove us right or wrong. I really don't care if I'm right or wrong. I just want to see one of them.
Absolutely. And we are not really moving that far off of these 300s. So nice.
Maybe
20
we'll
point
get some
range here.
headlines.
15, 20
See,
point
and
range.
that's what I like talked about before too. Is like Dre has said, always look for the correlation, and I think he's right. But the correlation between NQ and ES can just be so confusing for me personally sometimes. Where ES has a higher low right here, but is ES going to be stronger than NQ and pull the NQ up, or is NQ going to be weaker than the ES and pull the ES down? Right? Chat, if you have a good statistic on which one acts as a heavier weight, please let me know. Make it a little more clear. But I'm in the dark on those type of correlations.
I would agree. I feel like I was trying to find that correlation, like who was leading today, and I wasn't getting a clear indication. So yeah, if anybody has some good insights, feel free. We're here to share.
I've seen some good traders that use it, right? But I may not figure it out on my own.
Well, let's knock out the above and below.
Oh yeah,
Mandy,
we can do that.
you want to knock out the above and below for today? What do you think the NASDAQ's going to close at today?
Sheesh, let me look at my 15-minute. Let's say, why do I not have faith in longs? Let's see here. You know what? Let's do it. We're seeing a lot of LARPing lately, right? I'm gonna go 378. That pivot point. Why not?
All right.
60-something points away.
29,378. We get one of our mods to go ahead and put that poll together here. Where will NQ close? 29,378 is Mandy's guess. There it is. Quick turnaround. Shout out to our mods.
We're ready.
Poll is in chat.
Like you said, Minnie, you're not trusting the longs, and I feel like right now I'm not trusting the longs, and I'm feeling like a short is coming.
I know. I want to see it. I think a nice, beautiful trend day would be awesome. Of course, we have chop this morning, but clear directional move upwards. But can we get that follow through? Is what is so fun about Power Hour is, and I mean, I think it's great. Eric, we get to know each other a little bit more, chit chat. I feel like it's going to be a slow segment today. But it always ends up really fun. We always end up having some sort of volatility that usually comes in, whether that's MOC or even the last minute. We will make it fun either way.
That's right. I know. I was just watching Hogan, Robin Dane spitting some facts, and then I didn't even have my charts up, and I opened them up before getting on, and I was like, oh no, we are consolidating.
It's all right. It tends to happen. By the way, for the question that I saw in chat a moment ago, it said, when will the 250K combines drop? We had another lab released this morning of another 250 of those 250K combines. The lab is now closed. You can actually still visit the lab's page. And I'm going to drop that link in chat for you because you can actually stay in the know. There is a button right on the homepage of the Topstep Labs page. And you can just make sure you get notified when the next labs drop is. But stay tuned to Topstep TV because we'll definitely be continuing to be one of the go-to places to hear about these labs drops as they occur. Typically, they're done during fast markets. So just make sure you tune in during prime time. Link I'm going to go ahead and throw in chat for now. There's the labs link, and then just hit that button that says stay in the know in kind of the left-hand side of the page underneath the main header. But that's your best way of getting notified in addition to staying tuned to TV.
We had a nice rejection on that little pop off of the 15-minute EMA. That EMA set to 5. I like that rejection. Shorts would be awesome for me. Again, below, I would probably say below 304s on a 1-minute candle close. Get another push back up here on NQ though.
So
once I talked about that.
I'm 3 short right now, and I have another sell limit at 322.
Don't hate it. That's great.
I'm gonna see if we can ride this down into that range.
Absolutely. See that there.
Like if we can come down to 275, that would be ideal.
Once we start entering that 300 level, how are you going to start to manage this position, Eric, knowing that's kind of the first point of contact that you saw some potential opportunity?
I mean, realistically, I'm like 275 is kind of the area that I want to see it go to. We got a lot of open space here, right? So if we start kind of seeing price like sputter out and kind of just start sideways a little bit, I might start peeling off. But yeah, 275 is, I think, where I'm going to just go all in, all out on.
All right, so Eric's short 3 MNQ from 319.5. Mandy, I heard you got short 1 MNQ there off the little bit of momentum that came in. What's your entry there on that one?
Yeah, it's 308. We tagged my parabolic SAR on that next minute on the 1 minute. Looking again to add into this if we can maintain a hold below 314s. I like that. Looking to see if we can fall off a cliff, maybe, that'd be nice. But again, we did talk about that support level. That might give us some hesitation.
I'm kind of hoping we don't spend too much time around the 300, that we just kind of blow right through it, right?
And if we don't, at what point do you get out? Those are questions running in my head. If it's choppy, the mental capital, right? I also will be really curious as to what we're going to do here when the 5-minute candle closes here in just under 2 minutes. So I'll also be keeping my eye on a time frame as well.
Okay.
I'm glad I didn't just enter on gold, because gold is making a slow kind of trying to make a push up, but nothing worth taking. So I'm glad I sat that one out.
All right, so we had a couple shorts here in the market. Let's see what NASDAQ does as we continue on here towards the bottom of the hour. Got about 7 minutes, or just a little under 7 minutes until the bottom of the hour. And a little bit more selling, kind of holding those 320s in the NASDAQ so far. S&P is kind of hovering around 75.45. Crude oil taking a little bit of a breather off the highs there. Topped out just around 84.69 is where we topped out about 10 minutes ago, and now we're about 13 cents a barrel lower, trading 84.56. Gold also finding a little bit of buying back at 40.88. Not seen a whole lot across the wire so far, other than the UK's Prime Minister Burnham approved the use of UK bases for some US strikes on Iran. That was about 8 minutes into the top of the hour as we were getting in here.
Like I wouldn't even mind if it came back up and filled my other 2 contracts at 322.
Like we got about a 60% below vote in the poll. Make sure to get your vote in there if we close up that above and below. Once again, Mandy's thinking 29,378s potentially. Even though she is short, don't be fooled. She still wants higher.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, you guys seen me before. I'll take multiple trades in this segment. So maybe we get a short and a long.
See, that's why I don't like doing above or below. Like when I have to guess it, so I'm like, damn, want to be right for the above or below?
Right? Which one do you want more? The above and below or the P&L, right?
Exactly. What's worth
P&L
more? Yeah, credibility with chat or P&L?
Yeah, I know, right? They're tough. They're a tough crowd, but I don't know. I've hit it a few times. It's been a minute since I've hit it, but every once in a while, it's a fun party when we get it. We're not getting that flush yet.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of shocked that there's 60% below. I mean, 40% of you think we're gonna have a nice push up for the rest of the day.
I like
kind of matches the sentiment of tilt right now too, because we're still hovering about 60% short in equities. There you go, a little momentum there.
All right, 300s.
Get down into these like 89s.
All right, now we're looking for some continued momentum. We'll run out of gas here at the 300 level for these guys.
Always. Just kidding.
Yeah, so like here are the 300s, right? The start of that zone. So I'm going to take my other 2 limits off, just because I don't want to see, like, if this candle closes like this, I'm probably going break even.
Oh, yeah.
But we got one more. We got one more minute on it. That's so much.
Oh, there it is.
So much buying right there.
A lot of volume. That might be our bounce. Let's see here.
This little 15-point pop there.
We can get back into a red candle. There we go. This looks good. There's a good chance we can continue that flush into these 80s. See if we can get down there.
They're giving it their all.
They're really trying. It's really a little battle here. Not easy.
Nico World. Can you explain why Topstep doesn't allow hedging? Because you cannot hedge in a live market. We are trying to prepare you for what you can and cannot do in a live market. You cannot go long and short the same product. They are offsetting positions.
Yep.
That's the simplest answer. There's more to that, but that's as simple as I'm going to leave it for now.
I'm going to reduce risk. I forgot to do that.
I'm going break even on this one. I'll let it do what it wants to do.
Nick says, can you explain why Topstep doesn't allow hugs and kisses? I don't know who the hell said we don't allow hugs and kisses, but just make sure for the right person and that there's consent. That's about all I'm going to leave it at there.
There you go.
I'm gonna allow it up until the next trader meetup. Then ban. Nope, not allowed.
It's gonna be really tricky at a meetup. I'm a hugger, but yeah, if there's a lot of people, I don't know. I remember I met Dakota for the first time, and I'm out of one right here. We're gonna take this to
There you go.
even. Just get back some of that loss that he had earlier. I met Dakota. I was like going in for the hug, and he went for the handshake, and I was like, yes, sorry.
So you got him with
Dakota
you got him with the
again,
dap, right?
Good little side hug. It's good, but yeah, it was fun. Dakota, good guy. But I'm a hugger through and through.
Yeah, me too. That's how I was raised.
That's fine, and that's fine as long as you're not you're not the kisser.
No,
Hugs? Let's do it.
Only to my girlfriend. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Another leg down. Almost had to. Oh my gosh, I barely missed that. There we go.
Oh, we love it. We
Got another
love
one?
it.
There we go.
I'm out
Back
of
to break
2.
even and we're out.
Yep. I'm holding one single runner.
All right, so Mandy's flat. Nice little base hit
Flat.
there, down under 300. I stopped
Yeah.
on break even on the remainder. Eric's still holding the runner
right, he's
here.
ready to
See if
get
we can
long.
get down to those 270s. All right, you ready to flip already? Let's go.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I mean, hey, this is that 40-point zone that if it flips on me, I'm not even upset. I got my 2 off, 1 runner. Like I said, I'd like to see 275 get touched, but it doesn't have to by any means.
Yep. I love that. You're NQ can do whatever the heck NQ wants to do. And I think that's what we got to be mindful of. We can't. I like that sentiment there, Eric. I think it's fantastic. It can or it cannot, right? Let's not be upset either direction, right? You're well in control of your risk and you have a plan in place, and NQ is going to do what the heck it wants to do. So
I've tried putting my opinion on NQ on what I think it should do way too many times in my career as a trader. And every single time it tells me to just get wrecked and does what it wants. So I just come to terms with it.
Agreed. Yeah.
See what Gold's doing.
I'm okay hanging out for a minute, not looking to jump right into another trade. I kind of like at least a 3, more like a 5-minute cool down between trades. But I am hoping for a bounce to get long.
Okay. Sounds good. We'll give Mandy a chance to breathe for a moment. Eric's still holding that runner with a stop at break even up at 319s. We're going to hit a quick news break and get back to these markets. It is the bottom of the hour. Got about a little under a half hour left here in Power Hour. Earlier, President Donald Trump sat down with Lebanese president, and the visit marked the first trip to the White House by a Lebanese president since 2009. It came with no shortage of topics to discuss. Maddie Gannon has the latest from the White House.
A lot of eyes were on this meeting between the U.S. and Lebanese presidents as the fighting in Lebanon has been a major point of contention in the war between the U.S. and Iran. At the top of the list of talks for these two leaders was the ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel that the U.S. helped broker. It aims to ultimately end the fighting in southern Lebanon and transfer control of territory in the area from Israel to Lebanon. As part of this agreement, Israel this week moved forward with a pilot program handing over control of 3 villages. But the real sticking point has been the continued fighting between Israel and the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah. Iran frequently cites this as a hurdle towards a wider peace deal with the U.S. During the meeting on Tuesday, Trump said that Lebanon has a Hezbollah problem, as he put it. He also said he would be willing to speak with the group if the leader of Lebanon wanted him to. When it comes to the war between the U.S. and Iran, mediators are floating a 10-day ceasefire, but Trump gave little indication he's looking to wind things down soon.
If we left right now, it would take Iran 20, 25 years to rebuild. Okay? And we're not finished at all. But if we left right now, it would take them a long time, years, years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now.
The Pentagon on Tuesday identified a third U.S. service member killed in the region amid the war over the weekend, a 30-year-old from North Carolina. At the White House, I'm Maddie Gannon.
All right, thank you, Maddie. Seen a little bit of a bid here in the NASDAQ off those 290s, about 20 points higher here, testing the 310s right now in the NASDAQ. Tilt is still staying pretty heavy in the 60% short side in both the S&P and the NQ. S&P is actually kind of rolling over a little bit in the last 5 minutes compared to the NASDAQ's bid, so there's a little bit of inconsistency in that side of things. Dow is also trying to sell off, hit session lows. Gold kind of hanging out near that 40.88 level still, and crude trying to figure out what the hell it wants to do above 84.60.
Yep, I like both sides right now. Both sides. So this is a good time to be just have a runner on and exactly. Seen a couple people in chat saying they're piling into longs or building long positions.
Yeah, this looks like a good location to long. I mean, really easy stop location to keep the risk managed pretty tightly would be just 290s, like a break of 290.
Absolutely.
20 points of risk, not terrible for
That's,
350s, 360s if you're holding to the highs.
Normally, Mandy, I'm with you. I don't like. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't like entering trades right after getting out of them. But I think this is one that I'm probably gonna flip pretty quickly. I'm out of that runner, so flat, but I'm looking long now.
NASDAQ testing those 320s. Manny, did you say you were jumping in there, or did you?
Yeah, I did get in at 17.5, so we're up a little bit on this one. Just a single contract. Okay. I have anticipations for this to possibly run up, but I'm worried when the next 5-minute candle prints, if I can get a little bit of a pullback into the next candle. Just kind of following my process. Technically, the cross hasn't occurred. The cross has occurred, but it technically can uncross on my MA-EMA. So it's a buy signal right now, but there's a lot of time between now and this candle close, 3 minutes, 20 seconds. That's why I entered in with a small size. If it goes, it goes. I'm in, I can participate. If it decides to close probably below 304s on this 5-minute candle, I don't want to be hanging out in this. Or if it makes a new low, like you talked about, Gabe, into those 290 range. I have mine at 289 for a stop. So still a lot of potential to add into this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now who's liking those 378s? Would chat be switching around, right?
Yeah, out of the 60% who said below, who wants to change their answer? Because I do.
Exactly. Yeah. Murder on close. That will happen if you are sized too heavily. So let's not do that in the chat.
Yeah, MOC did that to me last Friday during the reversal challenge. Got absolutely that was.
Who won that one? I missed it.
I think Terrence. We gave Terrence the W on that one because he actually survived in his first account the longest. I think Dolby and I reset I think I reset twice. Dolby reset 3 times. And we usually don't even do that. We were just completely off the rails last Friday.
Oh man,
absolutely.
Dolby was hilarious. Dude reset, just immediately blew it again.
I mean, to his credit, though, we went straight from resetting back into like 4 contracts, and then the next time we reset, we went into 8. So it was like,
oh my god, yes,
we were just continuously escalating the situation. Yeah, it was Terrence, and then Eric came in second because he only reset once.
And that's why
Only
we
and I
had
were
that big
losers.
disclaimer on the board, right?
That's
This
right.
is for entertainment purposes only. It's a fun exercise, though. It's seeing volume change, momentum. How does a reversal button actually help you or hurt you? The spread when you hit reverse, right? It does a lot of things to the P&L, especially when you're sized so heavily. But I liked it. It was when I've been on reversal challenge, it's been a fun exercise to help you try to better read the market. I'd be curious to see how I do on a reversal challenge. It's been a minute since I've been on with the current market conditions, right? With these wild moves.
Yeah, I feel like when I'm trading, I'm fine. Reversal challenge, I'm like my palms are sweaty.
Oh yeah.
I gotta
weak.
make sure my knees weak. Mom's spaghetti. Like, come on.
Yep.
All right, is this where we get a little bit of a pullback? I'm working 2 orders.
Get more.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get down to 312 and 303 are my 2 ads for
Okay.
this retracement.
There's the 5-minute close.
There it is.
20 minutes. 20 minutes left until the top of the
Let me
hour.
look at this EMA on the 15. All right, we're right at the moving average on the 15. Got 5 minutes for that 15-minute candle to close. Yeah, I really want to add in another one here somehow. Or is this just another psych out? I had fake. All right, we're adding 1. I'm in 2 right now.
All right, Mandy Long 2 MNQ from 321.5. New average price, still keeping a stop below the
Ooh.
previous 5-minute low. Eric said, you said add. Does that mean you are long?
No, sorry, I'm looking to just build a position.
Got it.
So we'll see. If it doesn't come down and retest, well, I'm going to be sitting here cheering for Mandy. Selfishly, I want it to come down and retest.
Yeah, that's okay. I'd be okay retest. That would also give me another opportunity for a better average. It's purposely planned to add if this trade does turn red, right? I'm not adding in at 301. I would be adding in closer to like 312. So keep in mind dollar cost averaging. I think biggest aspect is what's your emotion behind it. Are you looking to? Is it a high probability setup, or are you just hoping and on hopium that the trade might continue in your direction?
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you're evaluating that. So yeah, we just tagged red on this P&L. We're at an entry right now, bouncing off at that. I still like entries, at 312s or 316s would be nice.
Alrighty. With the Dow looking to make some new lows, potentially 52,412 is the previous session low here from a little over an hour ago.
My
If we can
only
get some new lows in the
hesitation
Dow. What's up?
is we are having a trend line on this 15-minute from the high, or sorry, on the 5-minute would be the same on the 15. So 2 minutes might be telling for me. If we end up closing below the EMA on the 15-minute, I'll probably manually cut before we hit my stop. If we close above 24s, that's also another additional add, most likely.
Okay. Crude did pop and make a new session high here. Not a new session high, but a new 5-minute high relative to the last 5-minute high we made. We tested the 72s. 84.72 a barrel was the last 5-minute high here. Bitcoin catching a bid. Gold temporarily just caught a couple dollars an ounce of a bid, and now we're just right back in the middle of the 5-minute range. S&P's looking a little heavy, potentially getting underneath 75.45. NASDAQ, definitely the stronger of the bunch.
All right, this is looking good. A little bit more momentum here into these 30s. NQ making a good push above that 15-minute moving average. Like it's pretty strong. It looks like we might have some news coming through here. Maybe.
Yeah, that's a push.
That is.
Good entry. I think I'm going to be taking my orders off.
We're gonna get out of one here, but they're just trying to get back to this break even on this trade on this account here.
All right, so down to 1 MNQ from 325 half. US
Yeah, let's see
set
if we
the
get to 350s.
okay 350s potential next stop. US to set new tariffs on trading partners, citing forced labor by Friday with a stopgap to expire. That was the recent little headline on Financial Juice.
So we like tariffs? Is that what that's saying? Market likes
sure.
tariffs?
That's been the thing lately. You think one news would, like a news headline, you would think would do one thing, and then we would completely end up like retracing and then going the opposite direction. So like we might bid up and then just sell right off. We've been really keen at doing that lately in NQ. The last, I don't know, 3+ weeks. Let's see here. I'm actually gonna move this into break even. No reason to let this trade go red. That'd be the bottom of this candle. This big, I'm saying big, it's only what, 15, 18 point candle on the 1 minute that we had. So back to break even, but still looking for those 350 range. I have my TP2 at 348.75. See if we can get there.
About 5 minutes until MOC.
Feel like, okay, so we had a new hourly level formed at 341.75, which is we're actually rejecting off of right now. And my system says anytime we reject off of it, I stop order in the opposite direction for a quick pop.
Okay.
So not gonna, it's one I don't love, but also when the system provides, I gotta take it. So I've got I'm in five micros short, tight stop at 342.75. If this is a loser, I'm okay with it. But again, this is that edge that does usually well for me off these hourly levels. So
nice.
I win more than I don't on them, but I have to take every single one.
I think that's a fabulous aspect that you're putting in there, Eric. The fact that I talk about with my traders in our Discord, like when you deviate from that trade plan in any iota, or if you don't take the trade or you exit early, even if you're green, right? You are skewing that that data, right? So I'm out in on that trade. And so then that's where your edge doesn't become an edge when you're messing with that tried and true strategy, right? If you're changing that at all.
when you're trying to cherry pick, right? It doesn't give your strategy like the full results that you need to see if it works or not.
Yeah, absolutely. So that got
Right,
down
so
to
Mandy's
my EMA.
flat.
I'm flat. Yep. I'm actually looking to add in again here if we can get a close above 1 minute close above 32s. That might just be a little liquidity pool, but where's your stop on this, Eric?
Mine just right above the high at 342.75.
Yeah, nice.
Realistically, this one, because I could see a pop, like I'd be even okay with just like a 1-to-1. Depends on if we can get down there.
Yeah. This is a kink trade setup, actually. Shout out to Scott. Half the distance. So we had a nice bend in the EMA on the 15-minute. That would high probability set up for half the distance of the candle. You're looking around 316s for a downside target off of the kink trade. What's your downside target usually on this strategy for you, Eric?
On this strategy, I usually like to target swing lows or the nearest swing points. So since I'm short right now, I like to target swing lows. But again, it's counter trend, so I'm not holding things nearly as long as I would if I was pro trend. And when I say counter trend, I mean, the overall day is bullish, and having a slightly bullish mindset going into the close. These ones I'm okay taking at a 2-to-1 risk reward, or 1-to-2, 1-to-1 even, just to get a quick pop.
I'm in
But-
2. It's a
All right,
beautiful
just
bounce
about
off of my EMA.
30 seconds, by the way, until MOC.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
We're gonna.
Oh, I'm out. I'm out before MOC.
All right, Eric is flat
Oh yeah,
on
that
that
just
short.
popped right up.
Yeah, popped up, took me out. Now I want so much buy side on MOC.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Let's see if we can get that above below. Even if we don't close on it, a tag up to 378 would be fantastic. I don't care what happens. If we could just get up to that pivot point, I think that would be fantastic. Our current high of the day, right, is around. Oh, there's a sell.
All right, there it is. 1.1 billion sell side. Excuse me, S&Ps. 1.8 billion sell side Nasdaq. 230 million sell side Dow, and 524 million sell side Mag 7. All sell side across the board.
So good. What did I say? 316s. We tagged it. Now we're bidding up. So above my entry still.
You did say 316s.
I did. It works. It works. Good percent of the time.
And that's okay. Had a tighter stop. Missed out on that quick flush, but
You were sized pretty well, right? In that position on those shorts.
oh yeah, I was five micros.
Yeah.
So not.
So that
I was risking $100.
Yeah, exactly. So that tight stop, it would have panned out. Isn't that the worst? It literally wicks you and then hits where you wanted, close to where you wanted, and then
Yeah, I mean, mentally, it definitely can run a toll on you, but it's also that's part of the game, right?
Part of the game.
That's what I signed up for.
Absolutely, got to be okay.
All a
getting
learning
a little
experience,
bit of right?
I mean, I like how this 2-minute candle's forming, even with all that sell side. I would not be surprised if we flipped buy side.
Yeah. Same. That quick flush and then pop again. We're still holding. There's no reason for me to get out of this trade right now. Why is my stop
right.
at 399s? Let me reevaluate this.
All right. While you reevaluate that, we're going to bring in Dr. Volatility for a little bit of power hour content for your submissions. So, Dr. Volatility, what's happening?
What is happening, everybody? It's time for your power hour and your hashtag fast market submissions. Earlier in the day, we asked you to take to X, social media, Reddit, wherever you want to go, and share your trader wins, your trader setups, anything else you want to show us. And here's what you brought to the table today. And we're first starting with David Mills, who says, after a solid AM session, Natasha is ready for her nap. Sounds like a good idea to me. We love a good pet pick combined with trading. So thank you, David Mills. It's a cute dog. I almost said cute dogs. I thought that blanket was a second dog. But Natasha, that is a well-deserved nap. And David, congrats on your update here in the markets. Moving on from Ben Kingsley, crawling out of the DD is a task, one step at a time. Hopefully I bring this account up. That risk setting save the XFA. Right there, folks, is why I do this job. It's out here telling you guys to use the risk settings in Topstep X because it's out here saving accounts every single day. So go ahead. If you're not using it, you're going to lose it. They're in Topstep X. Check them out. Next up, from Tyler G, a familiar name in the space, here's your update on the 250K Topstep Labs. Slow and steady on this eval. I'm locked out, and you may think $900 is a small day, but I'd rather be consistent and pass the eval when the time comes. Tomorrow is another day, and we focus on our edge and discipline. Absolutely loving this account. The access to a larger drawdown for me is everything. I would rather trade one big account than have 5 smaller ones. I've always been that way, and it's probably from my CFD trading background. Shout out to Topstep. But Tyler G, shout out to you trading in your 250K Freedom Combine. And guys, yeah, if you missed it, we dropped more of those today. Earlier, we dropped 250 more. And some of you caught the move. Let's go on to our next submission from Trade Corvus. Insta sellout round 2 may have gotten one of the last. Make it permanent, Topstep. So you got here grabbing your 250K Freedom Combines. You were lovingly naming it, yeah! So nicely done. And maybe we will add it to the permanent lineup. Stay tuned. You never know what's going to come out of these labs. And last but not least, from nojoli.eth, got my Topstep Freedom 250K Combine. Couldn't pass it up this time. Chat, if you missed yours, you got to be watching Topstep TV because we did this one unannounced. So it pays to watch Topstep TV because you never know when the next Topstep Labs drop is right around the corner. Anyway, that's all I got for your Power Hour and your Fast Market submissions. Let's send it back to the team for Power Hour, and I'll see you guys at the end.
Thank you, Dr. Volatility. So Mandy's still holding the long. Did you add to that long?
I did. Yeah. I added a third. We just
there
got
you
out of
go.
one contract. We're basically break
Nice.
even on the day now. See if we could get those. Ooh, we're feeling a little wiggly here. Let's see. 6 seconds until the second round comes in of numbers.
A little wiggly indeed. All right, here's your changes. We got 2.4 billion buy side S&P, 2.1 billion buy side now. 1.4 billion buy side Nasdaq, 493 million buy side Dow, and 675 million buy side Mag 7. So we have flipped buy side all across the board. S&P leading the way at 2.1 billion.
Hey, did anyone tell the market that it's really high buy side? That's
did not.
Right.
Let's push it up to Mandy's above or below.
I know.
278s. Where are they?
50 points is nothing. Or let's see, what are we at? 40 points is nothing, NQ. Come on, you can do it.
It's possible.
Don't
Tilt's still looking a little short, by the way, too. We got a 63% short
is.
tilt in the S&P, 55% short tilt in NASDAQ, 68% short tilt crude.
Yeah, here's
Wow.
like there's actually part of me that wants to go short again just because we can't close above these 341s.
Yeah.
But you know, they say don't trade your P&L, but you know, sometimes you got to just lock in a winning day on the XFA, and that's where we're at right
Absolutely.
now. So
All right, here's another leg. Let's see if we get past the high of these last 5-minute candle wick.
Get above these
350?
350s.
Yeah. Let's see here. See how strong of a push buyers can do on this last couple minutes.
Come on,
The
NASDAQ.
president is posting on Truth Social right now. Just getting some
Oh, no.
notification pushes here. Yeah, some pushes here on my phone from the app.
You never know. He could say buy
Like,
stocks.
I don't care about your like political affiliation. I put Truth Social on my phone for market data, basically. I have it pushing so I don't miss anything. Seriously.
it's honestly a pretty good idea. I don't have it on my phone. I feel like it's almost irresponsible to not have
No, something.
something. I mean, yeah, we have financial juice, which is good, but
It's good.
I don't know. There's nothing wrong with a little extra information.
Right.
U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said the war has cost $37.5 billion so far. This is the latest line item on financial juice. Nothing from the president yet.
All right, here we go. How are we going to finish out here in the last minute and 48 seconds? Do we trust the push or not? That's what I'm asking myself. Sellers are trying here.
I know they're giving it their best.
I don't know. I'm holding on to this. We'll get a little whippy here in about 25 seconds or so to a minute. That last minute gets wild.
All right, coming up on the last 60 seconds of the hour and of the regular trading hours.
That flew by. Holy cow.
I feel like recently these power hours have been going so fast.
Yeah. Even though
Yet
the
the
market wasn't
market-
doing a ton.
I was about to say.
It's the commentary, the people, all the stuff makes it.
We got some good trades in though.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we got some
All right.
last minute sellers coming in here.
Want these buyers
S&P's
buying right up.
retesting that 75.45s again. NASDAQ back under 330s. Dow's catching a little bit of a bid. Gold's catching a little bit of a bid. Crude oil is stalling. About 15
Above
seconds till the
below.
bell.
Still a ways away. It's like chat's winning on that above below.
Oof.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get those 378s, unfortunately.
Ooh, and here
Yeah,
comes my
those
stop.
350s just held so well.
And there it is. Well, Mandy, thanks for joining us today. Always great to see you. Eric,
Anytime.
thanks for pushing through 3 hours on air time today. I think it was 3, right? 2 hours? Something like
Nah,
that.
we got 2 today. You saved me on one.
Oh,
so
that's
we're
right.
good.
That's right. Well, stick around, y'all. We got Dr. Volatility come in to close us out, and we'll get into At the Buzzer, move on to the fresh day, of course. But for now, thanks for being with us here, and I'm going to send it over to you, James.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, everybody, for a wonderful power hour. Before you guys move on to At the Buzzer, let's give it up one more time in the chat for Gabe, Mandy, and Eric. And hey, everybody in the chat, give yourselves a round of applause. All right, look to your left, look to your right, and thank your chat buddy next to you because you guys have been here bell to bell. I know it, you know it, we all know it, and we can't wait to see you all do it again tomorrow. But now is the time for At the Buzzer. At the Buzzer, it's the only market recap show that you need in your life, and it stars Coach Jay and Coach Paul. I got good news for you. It's coming up next at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. They're going to go ahead and take a look at the market today. They're going to highlight the highlights and the lowlights, and they're going to make sure that you know everything there is to know before that 5 p.m. reopen. Then once the market has reopened tonight, be sure to keep the action going with slow markets. It's every night, Sunday through Thursday night at 7 p.m. Central Time with Coach Dakota. Most nights, Coach Dakota brings a friend. Sometimes he streams alone, and the only way to really find out is to tune in. With the Topstep Octagon in high gear, Dakota is definitely looking to make some big overnight moves, so come hang out with him tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time for slow markets. Then we're going to see you guys tomorrow morning because we're doing this whole thing all over again starting at 7:15 a.m. Central Time with the opening call. Now, I've teased it a lot, and we still got a lot of things coming this week. If you thought today was big, you got to keep watching. We have more surprises, more big names, more goodies coming your way, and the only place you can hear about it first is right here on Topstep TV. If you think you can just get caught up on X later, you're wrong. Anyway, let's go ahead and get you fine folks over to At the Buzzer. As always, I've been James Harden. You've been the chat, and this has been Topstep TV. Let's go. We'll see you guys.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.